Fucking Insomniac Spider-Man talking ass motherfucker.
Tardiness is SK's chronic symptom. I ain't late. Started on time. Alex, why did you say, "Oh, how do we know that Electro's electricity moves as fast as normal electricity?" Why'd you say that? I gotta know. Why'd you say that? I gotta know, Alex.
Why did you not go to the store, SK?
What's up, everyone? What's up, Gaming Rift? Hello?
Hello. What the fuck? We got a Brit on this time?
Yeah, that's not allowed, apparently. You wanna know why?
Wonder why?
What's he done this
Gaming
time?
Rift.
Gaming Rift. I think you're in trouble now with League Entertainment.
No fucking hell, what have I done this time?
It's the accent. They indict anybody with that accent.
Well, the accent at the moment is Chainsmoker, because I'm losing my voice.
Damn.
Wonder why?
I don't know why.
I don't know. Because I think Peter wasn't nerfed, I don't know. Maybe it's killing me slowly.
Sandman.
I'm only saying... But I'm saying sorry only to comic legends. Wow, okay. It's cruel. Alright, well, we got some people rolling in. We'll start dragging them in now. I believe this was the first person. Welcome. What is your disagreement, and tell us why?
Did somebody fucking join already?
Yeah, I just dragged them in.
Fucking big time suit.
Hello.
Hello.
Spider-Man as a nightlight.
Alright, do I just start or?
What?
Wait, what's your accent?
In your own time.
I don't know. My family just talk like this. I just gain accents.
How do you not know your own accent?
Wait,
How do you
hold
not
on.
know your own
This is disagreement day, not accent day. What is your disagreement,
blessed.
and tell us
No,
why?
today is accent day, and I proclaim it to be accent day. Shut the fuck up, SK. How do you not know your own accent? How the fuck do you not know that? How were you born? And then your mom and dad never said, like, where you came from, where your ancestors were, bro.
I told. Listen.
You never went, Mom, Dad, why do I talk like this? You never asked that question in your life?
Oh my god.
You're getting flustered.
I live in Russia.
Fucking flustered, bro.
We're African, but we live in Russia, you know?
Alrighty,
You're
well,
African and Russian.
that's wonderful. What's the disagreement, and tell us why?
So you're piss and vodka.
What's the disagreement?
He's Craven and T'Challa.
Well, first of all, well. Second of all, hello, Sergei Kravenov. Third of all, I've heard about your disagreements about Spider-Man 2, sir, but
okay.
there's something I just do not understand.
Mm-hmm.
How come I should take your opinion seriously when you're a black monkey who likes water?
Don't say that. Can you hear the way he speaks, bro? What?
What the fuck? Oh my
SK,
God.
you are black. You are black. Listen to my accent. I may sound like I'm from Wakanda, but you are black. Like, what is he fucking saying,
God. That's
SK.
crazy. That's the first one. That's
SK.
the opening one.
SK, you got a bunch of racist fucking bigots in your community.
Wow.
I hope you know that.
Someone said,
Yeah,
"Can
go.
I get on to agree with you?" No, because this is disagreement day, not agreement day.
Fucking morons.
I gotta ask
was
some
gonna
people just real quick, right? Let's get to the disagreement day logo. Is this what you see? When I start the
say
stream, Agreement Day, is that what you see?
Because he
That's
killed
not what it
Peter
is.
in Spider-Man 2, but then he one-upped me with that comment.
God damn. All right, well, yeah, I guess we know who
He still watches
Public
Colin,
Enemy number
confirmed.
1.
Yeah, he's
I find it so funny that like the Lucas like lineage is coming to like this community. Like that's what Lucas gets. People just join his calls, call him the N-word, and fuck off. We're starting to get that.
We're starting to get that. That's crazy. All right, well, we'll get the next person who was waiting in here. How's it going? What's your disagreement, and tell us why.
The bar hasn't been set particularly high. Like, you've got this, dude. I believe in you.
Shadow the Hedgehog, PFP.
Okay, so I liked your Spider-Man 2 video.
And he has an
Appreciate it.
accent.
What's the disagreement?
I agree with what you say that Venom is very like badly written and like he was just a poor step down from Otto as a villain. But I do remember you mentioned his name makes no sense because he's like trying to heal the world, but he's calling himself Venom.
Yeah.
However, I will say, I specifically remember when Craven kills Pete, he says something like, "You're not that venomous," or something. And then also, I'm pretty sure you can use like types of venom, like in medicine to like heal people. I'm not very knowledgeable about it, and it is like a minor disagreement. But I do think that they tried to put some thought into the name, like at the very least.
I wouldn't agree with that. This was brought up actually a year or two ago from Comic Legend, which is interesting enough. But no, though not as venomous as they say thing. Harry was not there for that, so I don't know why that would be particularly relevant. And Harry's character isn't revolving around disproving Craven. He just wants to kill him. That's all he really wanted.
You said that to Peter. You didn't say that to the symbiote or Harry, so it makes no sense.
Well, I would point out as well, you are correct. It's like small doses of poison can be medicinal, and large doses of medicine can indeed be poisonous. But within the context of Venom himself, it's like, he doesn't want to heal the world. That's just a manipulation. He wants to take over everything. So it's like, if anything, like, it would make more sense for Venom to be, like, the symbiote's name. Like, it stands to reason. But the problem with that is, like, it just comes out of I would argue the biggest issue with it is it makes sense for the symbiote to be called Venom, but it comes out of completely fucking nowhere. Like, it has no build-up. Like, at the very least with some, like, the 90s show, for instance, and, like, Spectacular, it's like, we are poison to Peter and Spider-Man. But it's like, in this game, it comes out of nowhere. Like, you're just kind of expected to believe that. Like, the problem with, I think the issue with Spider-Man 2 is if this is your first Spider-Man media, you basically have, like, it almost as if it expects you to know, like, that this guy is called Venom. Because otherwise it just comes out of nowhere. There's no, like, build-up in the story or anything.
The name Venom works for a variety of reasons in other adaptations or in the comics. One would be obviously, you know, the relation to Spider-Man, right? Because it's like it's a parallel to Spider-Man in a way, but it's like a darker, twisted reflection of it. And spiders are known for their venom, so he's choosing one of the more darker, I guess, elements of a spider to base his identity around. And it makes sense on a motivation level because, you know, Eddie Brock is vehemently against Peter Parker. His motivation is surrounded around Peter Parker, getting back at Peter Parker. And he also likes to, you know, inflict pain and punishment upon those that prey on the innocent. That's what he likes to do. So, like, the name has a lot working for it in that context. But when we compare it to Spider-Man 2, it's like, sure, it's technically true that Venom can be used for certain cures, but they usually have to, like, be very careful in how they use it. They have to modify it so it doesn't kill the human. And the reason for that is because, you know, at its core, it's still recognized as, you know, a poison. That's why it's called Venom.
Yeah.
That's the same
This
reason.
is like,
it's like when
this
we
is
have,
like if you name yourself white supremacist because the Nazis helped with medical science somewhere. It's like, that's fucking still stupid if you want to be a good guy in your own mind. Guys,
yeah.
I'm gonna name myself Hitler because technically he helped with medical science when he did the horrible
It's like
things he did.
that's why, like, with vaccinations and stuff, it's basically just like a dead version of the virus you're trying to protect yourself from. But like from Harry's perspective, it wouldn't really make sense. It's like,
yeah, he would just see it as a healing.
We are healing the world. Meanwhile, we are called Venom.
Yeah. I mean, I remember specifically in that like Oscorp mission, I loved Venom's design, but I didn't really get why he had the white spider. I don't think it makes much sense in this context. Whereas with like Eddie and like the 90s Shown Spectacular, like the white spider does like make sense, but like with Harry, it's just because it's like the iconic design.
Yeah,
well, I think the biggest issue with the white spider in the story, like, we're literally just talking about fucking spider logos because it's that bad. I think the first half it makes sense because it's like the symbiote, like when he's Agent Venom, it mimics the spider logo as like foreshadowing that it wants to be bonded to Peter, which is already a problem in itself within the story. But it's like that it makes sense because it's like a visual a visual cue, if you like. And then when it's bonded with Peter, it's like, okay, it's clearly like a more alien version of the Spider-Man suit, so having spider logos work there as well. The problem is when he eventually becomes Venom, it's like, okay, well, why does he still have the spider logo? Like, it's like with... Like, I would argue that the Sonyverse does this well, where it's like he just has no logo, because it's like, okay, at that point he just feels like more alien.
He's just got like white. He's just got like white veiny things around him, and it looks pretty good, I think.
Well, it looks good. The problem is it's not even consistent with his, because for a while at least, you could imply that he keeps the logo to try and manipulate Peter to join him, but it's like it's revealed at the end that he's just gonna kill Peter anyways. So it's like at that point, why would he even like keep the spider logo?
Yeah.
It's just strange. Like, I like his design, but then when you look at, like, within the context of the game, it just kind of raises more questions.
I hear the take a lot that the game should have scrapped the Venom stuff, and it should have ended with the symbiote Peter boss, basically. Because Venom is just, like very bad. And I'm not sure how to feel about that. So, like...
they could have definitely redone it. I think it would have been better if they kind of went like the Spider-Man free route, where he doesn't ever refer to himself as Venom, like Topher Grace's Venom. He never once says we are Venom, but it's kind of just like the audience know he is Venom, obviously, but I think it would have been better if they did something like that. That's just my take on it.
Or they wrote a better story.
Uh-huh.
Or they make Eddie Brock Venom and actually respect the fan base. That'd be nice.
Yeah, Shingy, if I'm remembering correctly, there was this guy called Eddie in the first game. And I remember like theories and stuff. Like, I don't know if he was like a garbage collector or like a reporter or like an NPC.
He was a reporter in the Daily Bugle in like an Easter egg in the first game.
No, I think he's referring to the Eddie that helps you find your stuff after you get evicted. I think he's referring to that Eddie.
There could have been two Eddies. I'm not really sure though. I don't know.
Well, Eddie Brock worked at the Daily Bugle in the Insomniac universe. It's funny, the first game has more of a reverence for Eddie Brock than the fucking game where Venom's in it. Because there's not even a singular Easter egg of Eddie Brock. Not even like a piece of respect to that character anywhere. He doesn't fucking exist now.
I imagine that they might try what the 2017 cartoon did, where they made Flash Thompson Venom, But then they course corrected to try to make Eddie Brock Venom when people didn't like that.
They very well might do that. I feel like they're gonna do that with the Venom game, but they're gonna skip to him being an anti-hero. Because Eddie Brock's not allowed to be a villain anymore.
Yeah,
I think the reason they forced Harry into being Venom and like the big antagonist is because they want it to be like big emotional, like multi-hour game where you're intimately connected to the main villain. Whereas like the original Eddie was just kind of like a reporter that Spider-Man rightfully.
I have a more cynical assumption for why it wasn't Eddie. I assume they planned this out when they made the first game, and the reason was because it was popular to hate on Eddie Brock at the time before he has his resurgence in the movie / the fucking Null run from that writer I forgot the name of.
Actually, that is
because basically Eddie Brock wasn't popular as Venom for a little bit because of that shit. It went to Matt Gargan, then it went to Flash, and then people went, Eddie Brock's a boring character. He's just a product of the 90s. He's fucking boring. Boring ass bitch. Fuck this guy.
Well, I think,
and that was like the narrative for the while. And I'm assuming Insomniac just went, oh, better go with what's popular because we don't actually fucking care about this character.
Well, I think a big issue with Eddie Brock's character as well was probably Spider-Man 3. It's like it probably just did quite a lot of damage to Eddie Brock as Venom.
I mean, you're probably not wrong because like, Spider-Man 3 happened and then like right after that in the comics Eddie isn't Venom anymore. They gave it to Matt Gargan and people didn't like that. And then fucking he only had a good appearance in Spectacular and that was kind of it. That's probably why, honestly. It's just like, people didn't like Eddie Brock.
Yeah, I think there was just a few too many things that went against him. And then you, like, no disrespect to the Lego games, like, we love them, but, like, he's kind of, I don't want to say goofy, but it's like, in Lego Marvel Superheroes, it's like, he kind of has one mission where you easily beat him, and then he's, like, forced to work with you. He's forced to work with, like, the other heroes to stop Galactus and Loki and shit. It's like it kind of he becomes more shallow in like adaptations like the games.
Yeah, because people think Venom's one note, and it's the attitude that Insomniac gave. If you look into some of the interviews where they said like, "Listen, we love Eddie Brock, but he's just about revenge, and we didn't want to do that." So it's like,
well, I mean, to an extent,
they're not... even saying that makes it sound like Eddie Brock is a boring one-note villain. He just has one thing, guys. He's just revenge, which is just not true.
Well, the problem with that is, like, to an extent, they're not wrong, but I think that only applies to, like, the start. Like, he
I wouldn't
has
even agree with that.
Because it's like...
I wouldn't even agree with that, not even at the start.
But it's like, I think,
unless you're literally saying his first ever issue only, because very, very, very much right after, they well established that he has other motives as Venom that isn't just Spider-Man. He has a sense of justice. He will go after other criminals.
Well, that's the thing. I think a lot of the I think a lot of even the good adaptations kind of gave the idea that it's just Spider-Man. So it's like even Spectacular, it's like he's like mostly focused on Peter. Like I know he has interactions with
I mean, the 90s series showed that, like, he would rather go after
the 90s
Carnage
series I would consider, like, a good example, because it's like, okay, he's heavily fixated on Peter, but then he, gradually, like, develops.
It's like, Venom has a very similar thing, too. Like, he's a Spider-Man villain, but he's also, like, he wants to save the city. And he thinks what he's doing is morally righteous.
Hello.
May I say, I won't say he's like the most well-written character ever in like his very first appearances, but there was like he did have this. I remember like in Amazing Spider-Man like 300, I think there was like a lot of like Catholic metaphors and stuff, and then that would later be like twisted into his own form of justice when he would like go on his Lethal Protector arc and stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. It's like I feel like I would consider myself like a casual fan because it's like I've not read a lot of the comics stuff. It's mostly just been like shows and films and stuff I've watched. And it's like one of the best versions of Venom for me was the 90s show because it's like, okay, he's very much antagonistic to Peter at the start, but then he you know, he develops as the show goes on.
Yeah.
Like he works alongside Peter at one point, especially when Carnage comes. It's like I like the 90s show. Spectacular is another good one. I like that as well.
Dude, I would have loved to see Spectacular Eddie like team with Pete to take down Carnage, because I remember Cletus was like foreshadowed in season 2, but unfortunately.
I think going back on the Insomniac thing, I think ultimately this is something I think the first game did too. I feel like Insomniac tries to synergize their Spider-Man game and universe for what is currently trendy at the time. Because, like, for example, like they do in the first game, like they have like Mr. Negative, right? And I'm gonna be straight up. If you actually know who Mr. Negative is in the source material, he's just a different character altogether than what he is in the Insomniac games. And I'm gonna be honest, looking back on it, I think the only reason he's even Mr. Negative in the game is because of like just the synergy at the time. Oh, modern Spider-Man comics has Mr. Negative, better put him in because it's modern and trendy. Like, because I'm gonna be honest, like if you really think about it, they don't really go in depth with his like multiple personality disorder in the game, like at all. It's really lightly hinted, at most.
Well, I think
they don't really delve deep into his like duality at all.
Well, if I
most
can,
of his motives are like a bunch of other Spider-Man villains they could have used as well. I think they literally only made it Mr. Negative because they're like, oh, this is popular, guys. Like, this is modern Spider-Man shit. Better put it in our game. It has to be modern.
If I can, and I know this is probably going to be blasphemous because I know that at least one person in this call lives and breathes the Arkham games, but I think that's yes, I'm gonna be careful how I say this. It's not a criticism, it's just an observation. It's like, I think the Arkham games did that as well to an extent, but I think that what worked with those games is there was just less villains per game. So it's like there was more development to them. So it's like, if you'd watched like the 90s show with Batman, and then you consumed no other Batman material, and then you went to Arkham Origins, I feel like for Joker, Harley, and Scarecrow, it's like you would have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Same with Batman and characters like that. But I think the problem with the first Insomniac game is, like, not only did they have like the Sinister Six, but you also had like Doc Ock, which I feel like most people are familiar with him either via, you know, the OG Spider-Man 2 or Spectacular or whatever. But
Brian Intihar actually revealed
like,
that like
but you make a good point with
intended.
But it's like you make a good point with Mr. Negative, where it's like I think he's not as well known. I mean, he's not been in Mr. Negative's not been in that many of like the modern adaptations for Spider-Man. He's more of like a comics villain, as far as I'm aware. So it's like I think
he's like the most popular modern Spider-Man villain that like out there even before the game came out. So I'm assuming that's why they did that. And it's like another thing I want to bring up is like the Sinister Six. That's like another good point. You know, originally the Sinister Six wasn't going to be in the game, and Brian Intihar actually said this. And I'm assuming the reason he even said they put them in the game is because he knew he'll just piss people off if he didn't have like more villains than what they did, which kind of shows me his attitude towards like the characters in general. Like he clearly didn't actually fucking like these Sinister Six characters. This is why they're killed off in the next game. He didn't want them.
Well, I think my theory on the Sinister Six is well part of the reason was like people potentially could get mad if they're just not in the game or if they're only referenced, because I know Insomniac likes their character bios. So if they just reference the Six and then actually give us any screen time with them, but I think they probably did that as like to fall back on them just in case Mr. Negative, like, because I like what they did with Negative in the PS4 game, but I can't help but think that they put the Six in there as almost like a backup plan in case people, you know, didn't like their version of Negative.
I mean, possibly, but yeah, Brian did say it was because he wanted to not piss people off by not having like more villains and shit. And it's like that kind of does tell you like his mindset of the games. or like the mindset that Insomniac had for these Spider-Man games. It wasn't really about bringing Spider-Man's world to life. It was about brand synergy. It's just their decision making is clearly based off of like current shit that Marvel's doing to coexist with that, and
Well, Small in chat makes a good point. Small makes a good point. He says that Insomniac also received death threats if they didn't include like the movie suits in the game, like from Toby and Andrew and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they probably
it's less like to an extent you could argue it's less creating their own thing and more like fan service.
Well, yeah, that's like the problem. If you like really think about it, it feels like the Spider-Man games from Insomniac, like looking back on the series, like with its eventual endpoint, which is Spider-Man 2 right now, it feels like creatively they weren't here because they wanted to make like a faithful Spider-Man like adaptation for people to play in a video game. I don't think they cared about that. I think they just made a Spider-Man game that would appease both like Marvel executives and fucking like the most basic of the fan base. They didn't really wanted to make like something like special. And at this point, that's like my take on it.
Well, I was gonna say as well. Fuck yeah. Forgot. Oh yeah. Oh god damn it. It came and then it went. I've lost it.
Well, I think I've been kind of hogging like the hot seat for a while.
Oh sorry. I remembered it. I'll say it and then I'll let you continue. I was gonna say for the record, I don't think that fan service is inherently a bad thing. I think that when it becomes a problem is when it comes at the cost of either innovation or just good writing. Because that's what fucked over No Way Home. Because it's like, okay, fan service, seeing Toby return, seeing Andrew return, that's awesome. But everything
I think the problem's the mentality
behind
good. It too. I think it's the mentality that pisses me off.
The idea of fan service isn't a problem, it's what you do with it and like your intentions. But anyway.
Like Mr. Negative, I like him in the game, but like I hate if that's the reason he's in the game, I hate that. Like that's such a shit reason to put him in the game. Like I don't care how good he was in like that first game. Like I will say that is like a bad mindset. And like hearing how he talked about the Sinister Six in that one interview I remember watching, it's like, wow, dude, you really don't fucking care. Like you don't actually like this character or his world as much as you say you do.
I'm getting an Incrediboy vibe from this right now.
This is Incrediboy, bro. I'm turning into Syndrome for Insomniac.
Oh gosh.
But coming back,
don't rely on anyone.
I was gonna say,
dog, you caught me monologuing.
Coming back to it, because we went on a tangent. Are there any other disagreements?
Yeah. No, I was just saying. I feel like I've been hogging like the spot for a while. So
I mean, that's kind of the point of the stream, dude. Like, you come on with your disagreements. It's fine.
I'm gonna get some food. You guys continue.
I didn't have anything major. It was just like the Venom thing, and even then, that wasn't a particularly strong point. Like, I kind of like agreed with 99.9% of the things in your video. So.
Alright. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, SK, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because I saw the chat earlier and it made me worried. You're gonna make a video on Deadpool 3? I thought you fucking traitor.
I mean, yeah, I don't hate it, but, it's got problems.
You are a disgrace. You are a disgrace to Lucas's name, bro. This is why your dad abandoned you.
Alright, let's see.
He literally pulled a low tier gun.
Who was next? I think he was next. What's up? What's your disagreement and tell us why?
Hi there. I really just disagree with the fact that you didn't go to the store for health and ammo.
That's wonderful. Disagreements. We need disagreements, alright? Let's see.
If any of your guys' disagreements to say a slur to SK personally, then we'll take it. It'll be a pass.
Of course. You'd say that.
Because he deserves it. Because you deserve it.
Alright, Audacious Joan, what's your disagreement and tell us why?
I think that accuracy to the source material does play a big factor into an adaptation of the quality of an adaptation.
Is that a disagreement? Because if we're talking solely as an adaptation, I can agree. But talking about the quality of, you know, a work, whether it's a movie, a show, I would say no, not necessarily. But, I mean, I guess it depends on which conversation you're having.
Yeah, it's kind of broad. It's like, so do you think like there's certain adaptations where being more accurate makes the adaptation better?
Not just by virtue of accuracy, but rather, like, you know, if the source material is good and the adaptation draws from the source material, then yeah, I imagine that would result in good writing.
I hope you get cancer. What's going on?
We're talking adaptation. Whether or not it.
Well, the joke.
Spider-Man 2 is a terrible adaptation.
Yeah, I would agree. Spider-Man 2 is a very bad adaptation. But like, I guess to give maybe a bit of an alternate example, I would say that as an adaptation, Spectacular's Venom is not very accurate. However, I would say it is a well-written version of the character.
Fuck you.
Well, I would also say, I think comic accuracy...
Wait, can we run that back? You said Venom is not good in Spectacular?
No, I said
No,
he
that
is
he's
good in
not accurate.
Spectacular. He's just not accurate.
Oh,
What do you
like,
mean he's not accurate?
Well, like, one of the examples I can pull is that in
If you
the
say
comics...
like reporter or something, I'm gonna kill you.
In the...
He's not a reporter!
In the comics,
you.
a point that Eddie has
God.
made is that he wouldn't reveal Peter's identity because he doesn't want to threaten any of his loved ones. But in Spectacular, he tries to kill Gwen, tries to go after Aunt May. He's willing to
He
expose his
literally, like,
identity to the
reveals his
public. That's a whole episode dedicated to it. That's just not what Eddie Brock in the comics would do. But it is a consistent
That's a
and
key
well-written
word, right?
motivation.
Eddie Brock wouldn't do it. Eddie Brock wouldn't do that. I agree. You know what could be willing to do that?
What?
The symbiote.
Yeah, but Eddie agrees with it.
Yeah, but the symbiote's clearly making him do things he wouldn't do otherwise, just like Peter. Like how Peter made a deal with Tombstone.
Yeah. I mean, so you can argue that the symbiote's not affecting him the same as it is in the comics.
Yeah,
which...
the symbiote mechanics aren't as accurate as they are in the comics. It's a different mechanic. Because in the comics, it's gaslighting. In the show universe, it manipulates, it manipulates you to do things you wouldn't do to benefit you personally. Because the symbiote only cares about its host.
Sure, but
so
that's
it will
still...
morally compromise its host to benefit the person that it's inhabiting.
Sure, but Venom is a combination of the symbiote and the host. So if he's acting much differently compared to, you know, how he would in the comics, that's still a difference. That's a
difference because of the symbiote, yeah, sure, but not Eddie Brock.
Well, I said Venom, specifically. I think that version of Venom is well written, but it is, like, inaccurate in that regard.
That's crazy. I mean, all they'll simply say to that is, like, I would agree because the symbiote mechanics are different. All they'll simply say is, like, meaningfully, Eddie Brock as a character is you know, they get the core of his character right from the comics. And the symbiote, the important part about the symbiote is that it's a victim that, like, thinks it's trying to help when it's, you know, harming, and that's what it's doing as well. It's just that the mechanics are a little different from how it works. There's a little bit of Raimi in there.
Well, I agree that the mechanics are different, but that is important in the context of Venom when that fundamentally changes the character. It's similar to that of, like, Otto Octavius in Spider-Man 2, where the mechanics of the arms are different and they result in character differences. They result in different behavior from the villain. So,
yeah, but, like, that would still be accurate if that character endured that kind of mechanic. Like, if Eddie Brock from the comics encountered the symbiote.
No, I agree. I agree if Eddie Brock
would essentially be the same thing. And
if
I have
he was
proof
affected
of
by
this. because there's a few stories where that does happen. Like,
Yeah,
for example, you know how Eddie Brock has a rule against killing innocents? There is a story that does tell you that the symbiote can influence him to break that code, and he killed a nurse before while he was dying of cancer. So enough mental neglect and abuse from the symbiote could just make him compromise his morals, even in the comics themselves. So it's not even like that implausible for his character.
Yeah, that's fine. It just still doesn't line up with how Venom was depicted in the comics fully. But I get that.
Which comics?
Still the different.
You talking about early comics?
Yeah, I'm talking about early ones.
Well, I was using a comic to refer to how Eddie was willing to break that code as well, thanks to Venom.
Yeah.
It happens in 616 as well. It just happens later on because the symbiote like develops into that.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah,
Spectacular Eddie is closer to the Ultimate version, right? Than 616.
I don't remember
I don't remember Spectacular Eddie wanting to have sex with children. I don't remember that.
Well, I'm gonna be. Wow. I don't remember Ultimate Venom that well. It has been many years.
Whoa! Pause.
Fuck you, fake fan. Fake ass.
All I remember is people keep mentioning that he's a pedophile.
Prove him wrong.
I didn't know he was into PDFs like that.
So that's where I ran into you for his profile picture. All I'll say on the subject of comic accuracy is, I think, like, if you take from the comics, I think that's fine. But I think what's also fine is if, well, no, like, I think taking from the comics is fine. But what I would also like is if they just improve on the comics, kind of like what they did with Mr. Freeze.
Well, like,
hey,
excuse me. There was like kind of a larger point I was making with the example, which is like, you know, even if something is not accurate, that doesn't really take away from the writing quality in my eyes.
Okay, yeah. but if Spectacular Eddie, if he was 21 and he went on a date with Mary Jane when she was 16, so that kind of is like an Ultimate version, right? That's some shit that.
Well, no, he wasn't romantically interested. He just wanted to fuck with Peter.
Oh, okay. So
and also he's like he's a college freshman, so he's like
18, right? It's like a 2-year difference at most. And he doesn't actually even have an interest. It is literally he's just being a dick to Peter.
Don't you want to finish the rest of the story?
Yeah, I was just playing.
Don't you want to hear the rest of the story? Want to hear the story ends or whatever he says?
Yeah, the story ends with me inside of you, bitch.
Whoa. Okay.
What is this argument? What are we fucking talking about?
Well, like, yeah, I'm confused. So, what's the disagreement, right? Because I established my perspective is, you can say it's a bad adaptation, but it would still be well written. What's the disagreement with that?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of goes back to when we had that debate a couple days back about Spidey 2.
Mm-hmm.
You remember?
Yeah, I recall.
So, like, my argument for why 2 was a more interesting story was because, like, Tinkerer in Miles was a lot less interesting than the comic version. And so...
Wait, what? Run that back.
The Tinkerer in Miles Morales game is a lot less interesting than the 616 version.
Name 5 Tinkerer stories right now.
There we go.
Now, I'm talking about the idea of Tinkerer, not necessarily his stories. I'm talking about, like, I like the idea that, like a lot of Spider-Man's villains, they go to him to get weapons and build them armors and shit.
Who gave you that idea?
Well, that's what he does, though.
No. Sometimes he does that, but not mainly. That's Justin Hammer who usually does that.
Well, Justin Hammer is more
the
like
Iron Man villain.
Yeah, he's more like for the Iron Man side. I'm talking about for the Spider-Man side.
Justin Hammer literally funds the Beatles' super suits. A Spider-Man villain. Where do you think the Beetle gets his fucking knockoff Iron Man suit to get his ass kicked from Spider-Man from? You think the Tinkerer, the poor Tinkerer, is able to get the resources for that shit, bro?
Well, okay, Hammer's a businessman, and Tinkerer is more like a well, basically Hammer runs his own company, while Tinkerer is he's independent contractor, so he's a lot smaller. So I kind of like it kind of fits that he's kind of more of like a smaller, more grounded villain, just like Spider-Man compared to Iron Man is a lot more grounded, you know.
Yeah, but what makes him stand out so much as like this villain who makes shit for other villains? It's literally, he does exactly what I do, but better. It's literally the meme, bro.
Okay, I'll compare him to the Spectacular Tinkerer then. I like that version. He's really cool.
Name 5 character traits of Spectacular Tinkerer.
When Spider-Man was interrogating him and Tinkerer was trolling him like, "Oh, I knew you wouldn't drop me."
He's a bitch ass.
No, I'm just saying, like, I like that he was putting the pressure on Spider-Man. Like, he made Spidey be like, okay, you know what? I do have to get more aggressive sometimes. I see that. And I also like when okay, fine.
I have no idea how to respond to that. I can't believe you like classic Tinkerer. He's an old white guy who doesn't do anything, dog. He's horrible.
And okay, and the new Tinkerer, she's just...
He thought fucking aliens exist because a bunch of actors with fucking prop costumes came to him and told him so. That's his first story. Ever.
Okay, is female... Okay, look. Is Miles Morales' Tinkerer, is she any better than Flag Smasher was in Falcon and Winter Soldier?
Yes, way better.
No, I would argue it's that they have very similar writing problems, but at least she fucking semi-stands out as a villain. At least she does shit.
That's good. Check your DMs.
I've already seen it.
Well, okay, she really, in the grand scheme of things, she didn't even matter. Like, I don't even think she got like one mention in 2.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she
I
did.
think she got like one mention at all.
Yeah,
So
she had a
didn't
few
even-
mentions.
She didn't leave an impact though.
Yeah, she did. Miles literally thinks about her in his like fucking dream sequence with Mr. Negative.
Oh yeah, that's...
You couldn't save Finn.
That really matters.
Yes, it's a part of Miles's trauma, which is focused in the game. It kind of does matter.
Oh, okay, well... Alright, fair enough, but... No, how about this then? Okay, so, remember how I told y'all I work for Oscorp? So...
I mean, I don't believe you, because you're advocating for the fucking Tinkerer.
Yes, Mr. Osborne...
You think the Tinkerer works for Oscorp, bro?
I think Mr. Osborne told me in my performance review that I need to get y'all to agree with me at least 10%, or else I'm fired.
All right, if you work for Oscorp, who's the robotics expert?
Alistair Smythe.
No, Alistair Smythe doesn't work for Oscorp. He's an independent contractor that got hired by fucking J. Jonah Jameson. What are you talking about, bro?
You are so
Who's the robotics master? Who's the robotics expert, bro? In Oscorp.
My mom.
Yeah, bro. This guy's a fraud. He ain't working for Oscorp. Fucking bro's advocating for independent contractors that are competition to Oscorp in very small ways. But he says he works for Oscorp. Doesn't even know the robotics expert of his own company.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you this then. You call me a fraud. Is your last name really Luther?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'll do you one better. How is this relevant?
Liam Luthor. That's crazy. Well, in that case, we'll catch the next disagreement. Have fun at Oscorp.
I'm just thinking about related to Lex, and maybe, you know...
Maybe you should work at LexCorp. Maybe that's a better organization.
Well, SK, I got a disagreement.
What's your disagreement?
It's for the gaming rift.
Oh
Yep.
god.
If I'm gonna ask you something, Rift, and if it's the answer I think it is, and it's my disagreement. Do you not like Sonic Frontiers?
Oh.
You don't?
I don't know. There's good and there's bad, and there's bits in between.
But would you overall say it's like a decent or like mediocre experience?
It's a decent game. Yeah. It's like
Okay. Because I was told the opposite. I was told that like you hated that game or something.
I think I hate bits of it, and I would hate the idea of sitting down and finishing it from start to finish in one session, or like.
How come?
I just the gameplay loop is just repetitive and quite dull, if you ask me.
I think the cyberspace stages are not good. They're quite bad, actually.
SK, you have no room to talk. You switched up on that game so quick.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
Yeah,
no.
because I replayed it after years. So.
Well, no, like to this day, it's like
You're such a loser.
but it's like I don't like the cyberspace levels. I think they're bottom of the barrel for the boost formula. I think the memory tokens are not fun to collect, and I also hate the Coco missions. Like
Frontiers was that was rushed. I think it was rushed.
But it's like I think just exploring the islands in general is quite fun, but the shit that you do on them is just not fun. So it's like there's only.
I won't lie though. I can't not play that game modded.
SK.
Yeah. Like the game modded is way better.
Go to the store and buy some health and ammo.
But yeah, Frontiers, it's definitely one I want to replay in full, but when I replayed the cyberspace stages, I was heavily not impressed.
Nah, SK, you're a fake and a fraud, bro.
Dude, compare the cyberspace stages to the Unleashed Day stages,
fake and
the
a fraud,
Generations
fake and a
Modern
fraud,
stages.
fake and a fraud, fake and a fraud,
Go to the
fake
store.
Go to the store and buy some health.
Yes, I will be doing more Sonic videos. There's one coming soon on Sonic Adventure 2.
Don't stop reminding me.
Thank you for the 5. Sema 4. People always want comic accurate Spidey stories, but it would be boring because we know everything that happened and how it happened. Well, that depends, right? Do we have accuracy in characters or plot?
Yeah, that's such a. I feel like that's such a straw man of what people actually want. We don't want. Most of us don't want fucking literally the comic books just shoved in a screen. We just want Spider-Man and his characters to act like they do in the comics and put them in fun new scenarios for us to watch. That's all. You don't need to fundamentally change a character's personality, interests, belief system, moral integrity, willpower, yada yada yada, to make a fresh new story. You can just change the dynamics that they're dealing with.
No, you can't.
Like that's what I think most of us want.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that said, I'll drag in the next person.
In response to what someone said in the chat, I can't remember who said it off the top of my head.
If it's Superman, I am fucking banning you.
No, I'll listen if it's Superman.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, just a response to someone in the chat real quick. They said that time Rift defended when Peter was nerfed. Hey, that is like, to this day, one of my most viewed series. I have no shame in admitting it.
Shame!
Alright, well, it's your debate SK on Superman.
Alright, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go off for a little bit and blow some steam after hearing that. Be right back.
Okay.
Bro's been a crybaby.
So
fucking exercise balls gotta start bouncing.
Okay, so you were trying to say that Lex Luthor could frame Superman by using Ultraman to go on a rampage or something like that.
Yes.
Well, okay. I don't think that could work because, like, you said that you could just have Planet Watch go and stop Ultraman, but there would be one problem. He doesn't have two Ultramen, so there would be the question of where was Ultraman when he's trying to frame Superman by using Ultraman.
You can argue quite a bit. Well, first of all, Ultraman is just a suit, right? So if you really had to, just give the engineer the Ultraman suit. What can you really do at that point?
They would ask. They would ask where the engineer was then.
No, they wouldn't. If you just need Ultraman for it, then it's especially if you have Kryptonite. I mean, I'll even go this far. You don't even need Ultraman in that case. If you give the engineer a supply of Kryptonite thanks to Metamorpho, then that's just GG's. It's over. And he just needs to stage the fight.
And yes, but there's also one problem about what if other heroes interfere, like the Green Lantern Corps. Not Guy Gardner particularly. I mean the Green Lantern Corps specifically.
Okay, let's have Ultraman one-shot him.
Dude, Hal Jordan, who's basically a Lantern legend in this universe, has been around
also,
for 20
like, I don't
years.
know why that's being brought up, because he uses Ultraman for the Hammer of Baravia anyway. So, like, why would we even argue, well, what if these other people show up? It applies either way.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, well, having Superman try and go on a rampage, the Guardians of the Universe would definitely take note of that and send, like, a squad of Green Lanterns to show up.
You can say the same thing about the Hammer of Baravia.
Yeah, bro.
Fighting Superman for 3 hours, and then beating him up, and waiting for him to come
You know
back.
what? Why didn't you contact Green Lanterns?
What? Well, I mean...
Why didn't he?
This is a 1v1. I don't want a 2v1.
Brainstorm me that.
I don't want a
Brainstorm me
2v1.
that.
I don't want a 2v1.
SK, this is Disagreement Day, not Incite a Fight Day. Shut the fuck up.
Alright, well... Alright, so what I was gonna say is, there can be a very simple thing of, they probably thought Superman was just handling it, and unlike, and that would be much different than Superman and, like, one of the most powerful aliens or beings on the planet going on a giant rampage.
So couldn't you just
That is
argue,
what happened.
Couldn't you just argue that Planet Watch would be like, alright, we're handling this, we have his weakness, so nobody else get involved. He could do the
How
same
would they
exact
get in
thing.
touch with the Green Lantern Corps, though? How would they tell them to stop?
By
They
telling
wouldn't
them
listen
we
to
have a
them.
weakness, so don't interfere with our plan, which is what you just proposed would have happened with the Hammer of Baravia.
I mean, yeah, that could work, but again,
I'm still waiting for a reason why Luthor didn't contact Red Lanterns.
do we even know if the Red Lanterns?
No, that's a joke.
are
That's a joke.
what Red
That's a joke.
Lanterns-
Ignore the fat ass.
I thought that was CJ, anyways. Yeah.
What?
Well, there's also the
That was
fact
kinda
like what if
gross.
other, like, yeah, they could, but again, what if the Green Lantern Corps does actually interfere before
So-
Planet Watch can arrive?
I'm confused here. So what if they show up, then they just kill him? Like that would be like the worst case scenario, but you can also apply that to if they go after the Hammer of Baravia. It's like, okay, what if they overpower him? Yeah, they'll probably just kill him. If that's what
You
they
know,
believe.
SK, you have an obvious double standard here. So, why doesn't the fucking Lantern Corps show up? You know what's funny about that? So, in Spider-Man 1, Aunt May does reference Superman.
Shut
Where was
the
Superman
fuck
during the
up.
events of Green
Shut
Goblin?
the fuck up.
Oh god. And then of course you also brought up, because in our disagreement in that group chat, you brought up how like other superheroes might not intervene when I brought up like Wonder Woman or Batman. You
Well,
still
we don't
stand
even
by
know
that?
if Wonder Woman even exists by now, or where she is in the universe.
Yeah, that's a better one, where she exists. The reason I brought up Batman last time was because James Gunn confirmed that Batman and Superman have already met in this universe. That was the only reason I
Blazers
brought it up.
exist. Future Commandos.
Yeah, James Gunn.
Well, I know
has
Batman
already
exists, but
confirmed
I didn't
that-
know they met. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
James Gunn confirmed they know each other.
Oh, okay.
They
Did
know
not
each
know
other
that.
off screen.
I
That's
mean,
why I said like
it
what
just-
if he shows up.
It's not really. I don't see how that would be relevant because we're talking about. Because you said, what if they show up and interfere with whatever fight Lex Luthor would be able to stage? But I don't know what Batman could do in that situation.
Prep time.
The only reason I bring him up is because this isn't like human Batman. He is a human, but this version of Batman goes like against like powerful metahumans, as we already know in this universe.
Can Batman box black holes in this universe?
Sadly, we have no idea if he can do that yet, which is sad.
People
You'll
in
find
chat
a
are
way.
saying Gunn did not confirm that. He hinted that. Where did they confirm they met? If you happen to have a
Wait.
source, I feel like everyone would have made videos on that. People are saying he didn't say that.
Okay, never mind. He didn't.
Well,
what's
what's the source you got it from?
I got it from what that's why I heard someone tell me. He told me that James Gunn confirmed like he was like.
I think you should Google it first before listening
Fair
to what
enough.
someone says.
I think we should stop using quotes from James Gunn to talk about a fucking movie's writing quality.
Agreed. I don't want to. Every time he opens his gob, he makes things more confusing. So.
Also,
James Gunn has stupid statements.
Isn't he just technically lying because he said that like he wouldn't need the DCU wouldn't need things to like understand the next thing, but that's literally just Peacemaker season 2.
James Gunn has the hairstyle of Henry Bowers from the original It fucking TV series, bro.
SK, there was one other thing
what's your other disagreement?
Well, there was one other thing you mentioned at that point where you said like Ultraman could one-shot the Green Lantern Corps when at first. You know they have like the most powerful weapon in the universe. This is the Snyderverse, bro. This isn't where like Kryptonians make everyone look like a little bitch.
Well, I agree. They probably have the most powerful weapon in the universe, but Superman is like he's not a weapon. He's a being.
It is stated in the movie he's the most powerful metahuman on Earth, and there's a Green Lantern on Earth.
I mean, yeah, the reason I brought up that is because like Hal Jordan is
that's
obviously
probably
way
why they
better
didn't show up at the beginning. If it beats Superman or if it contends with Superman, then they'd probably get one shot at it if they tried anything.
Beat an entire squad, including Hal Jordan, with the greatest Green Lantern.
Scale the Green Lanterns in this universe right now.
Scale them.
Sadly, I'm
not fucking kidding. I'm not kidding though.
The most you could possibly say is that
given your goofy ass laugh, but I'm not kidding. Like actually, like how powerful are the Green Lanterns in comparison to Superman?
Yeah, I think the most you can really say is that Green Lantern Guy Gardner stands up to Superman, and Superman's like back off, and he's like make a move, Big Blue. It's like so it seems.
Yeah, but
like
Guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he's an idiot. So it's probably just him being arrogant and stupid.
I was referring to Hal Jordan because he's the best Green Lantern. He's like way better.
Yeah, but they're all relative to each other.
What makes you say that even? How like how do you know he's the best Green Lantern?
Well, in this universe, they state he's a Lantern legend. And the Lantern show suggests
we don't know shit. I wouldn't bank on the Lanterns. We don't know shit.
And it might not even be that good.
Yeah, so let's just, we'll just stick with the confines of what's established in this film. What reason can you think of for why, if Lex Luthor wanted to defame Superman, why not just capture him, then frame him with Ultraman?
The only other thing is, genuinely, people, I actually don't know now. I actually don't know.
I have a theory as to why he doesn't do that, and I think the issue is, even though like he has like Superman's like the way he fights and he has like all of that shit plugged into his computer, he probably can't get Ultraman to like act like Superman, like convincingly.
Speak.
Well, it wouldn't
the
matter,
moment he
right?
talks, he's gonna sound like he's a mental patient.
No, my point is because obviously if it just came out of nowhere that Superman just randomly starts massacring people, it's like that would like raise red flags. But it's like if he's not even like coherent, for example.
That's a good point. Like people would wonder why the hell
he doesn't have to speak. All he has to do is act.
I am a Superman, and I say, like, dude, like everyone's gonna go, the fuck?
Well, he doesn't have to
speak.
Like, he just needs to act. He looks the exact same. He moves the exact same way.
Wait, no, Superman's taking interviews, bro.
Well, no, but
he's taking interviews. Like,
well, if he's in the middle of slaughtering people, he's not stopping for interviews. So that wouldn't apply.
In the middle of a slaughterhouse. In the middle of a slaughterhouse.
that was the reason why I thought like other heroes would definitely get involved if like there's an entire slaughter of like millions of people versus like the Hammer of Bravia fight, where from what we know it was just Superman versus the Hammer of Bravia. Like no human got slaughtered from what we heard. It was like a 3-hour fight.
The Hammer... Well, I mean, the Hammer of Bravia was trying to kill people, so it wouldn't really matter. Like, there was still a threat. Like, that's a threat right there.
Well, I think Kagune, I think, makes a good point in chat. He said, didn't he say he was driven by envy? So it would make sense he wants to prove he's better than the real Superman.
How is that relevant to what I said? He wants to defame
Well,
Superman.
no, no, because I think coming back to it, it's like I feel like Lex just wouldn't even want to, like he would want to like beat him his own way rather than trying to. I don't know.
I mean, he spawns lies about him, saying he's doing this in his harem.
Well, when should he frame him? Are you talking about after he shows the parent video or before?
Honestly, he could do both, and it would work just fine.
Yeah, but what's the need?
Because remember, the reason he created the Hammer of Baravia conflict is so he'd have an excuse to kill Superman. I think you'd have a pretty good excuse if he's trying to murder people in the city.
Who's to say that's not a backup plan if he couldn't find anything in the Fortress of Solitude?
Well, he wants to defame him as much as possible, correct?
Yeah, but like,
so why not
Superman
frame him
being in
for
Metropolis is going to be suspicious.
Actions? Because remember, in the film, all he has to go off of are accusations that he made. It's not even Clark's actions, it's just what his parents said. A video that they might even believe is edited. But
when should the framing happen? Because obviously it shouldn't be while Superman's in Metropolis, right? Because Superman's gonna be suspicious, right?
No,
I just realized
you can beat him up and then capture him, which is what he does in the film.
He has engineer go to where Superman landed in the beginning of the film and find the Fortress of Solitude. So it's not like part of his plan. Like he'll let Superman get away to return to his base.
The Fortress of Solitude is like a hidden base. That was the whole reason.
Well, I'm confused. If you already have him captured with kryptonite and shit, and you're planning on killing him, what's the point?
Well, because the point is that he wants to defame him. He says in the film he wants to destroy him. And a big reason he even released the video is because he wants to destroy his reputation. You know, because he's envious of all the attention he gets.
And in the part you were mentioning, you was going.
I mean, yeah, but like, if he's dead, and then like his parents were already there, and he's already like
driven me
a controversial figure, and then he's Superman's gonna be a corpse. Like I think, like
Weren't you
but it still ultimately doesn't prove what Superman himself has done. If you want, if you want to defame him, you'd probably want to choose like the most damning things you could possibly choose against him, because with the video he released, there's always going to be like a level of doubt, or well, that's not really him. That's allegedly what his parents have said.
I mean, yeah, but like,
in
the end of the day, if Superman is already like captured and he's gonna die, like he could just eventually do whatever he wants afterwards. Like he could just frame him after his death.
There's also
I had a thought, SK. Well, I was gonna say as well, if, say for example, he did exactly what you said, like Superman's captured like he is in the film, and there's already the controversy surrounding Superman, like.
Oh my god, I just thought of something.
But
hang on, you gotta let him
finish. But it's like, so there's already the controversy behind Superman because of what they've already done, right? Could you make the argument that the reason he doesn't make the I can't say that name. Why he doesn't make Ultraman go on a killing spree? Could you make the argument that it would just like brew like retaliation, which could potentially fuck up his plans?
What would brew, like, from who?
Well, like, say for example, if I'm not looking at it from a power perspective, because like they established Superman's strong, but it's like if like for example, if Ultraman goes on a killing spree, the Justice Gang get involved, they fight him, they potentially lose, and then it brews like a retaliation from the Green Lantern Corps. And say for example, they were to overpower him, just for the sake of argument, and if they were to find anything that could lead it. Well, and if they found
I just realized, wouldn't this also make Planet Watch look bad?
Well,
because like Planet Watch is Luthor literally like.
Well, hang on. Basically, we need to keep track one at a time. I don't know what Rick is trying to argue.
It's like basically, right? Wouldn't it be smarter from Lex's perspective, to just let Superman's reputation like take a nosedive like on its own with the controversy he's already spread, rather than risk like the Justice Gang finding a connection that leads all of it back to Lex through
I don't know why the
Ultraman.
Justice Gang would be relevant, because you
Well,
have
no,
that risk with the
There's
plan you
also,
went with.
Well, no,
SK, can I speak real quick?
because at the very least, if Superman's like kidnapped, it's like they would be. I mean, you make a. I think it would just brew like a greater retaliation if there isn't potential, like from the public's perspective.
Well, I just
there's, like,
realized
an out of
something.
control Superman killing people.
I just gotta say this because I just realized something. Very simply, like, if Superman starts going around causing damage and shit, like, that would make Luthor look bad. Because he literally gloats about how Planet Watch is this great savior of, like, the planet and better than Superman and shit. So if Superman starts destroying shit, they're gonna ask, where the fuck is Planet Watch? And if they do show up, they're gonna go, where's Ultraman?
Yeah, that was my point too.
Well, so
where is the strongest Planet Watch member?
Well, so I brought this up earlier. That he has access to kryptonite. Give the engineer kryptonite. Also, you can give the engineer the Ultraman suit if that's a necessity. There's a lot of things you can do in this situation.
They literally said they ran out of kryptonite.
Yeah, and he has a workaround for that. He said that to the government.
Well,
but that requires getting Metamorpho to fucking try and join Planet Watch.
You could.
Well,
no, you don't even need that. Just ask him for a supply of kryptonite.
There's also an issue with that, though.
How?
Cut a piece of himself off like he's done before.
Okay. Is there any proof it will stay to form if you dismember it?
Well, yeah. There's the proof is in Superman getting kryptonite poisoning.
Now I see why. Now I see why Liam didn't want to do this debate.
No, SK.
Hang on, don't interrupt.
He creates kryptonite, let's say on his hand, and then you cut his hand off.
One at a time. We can't
If
hear
he
each
makes
other.
kryptonite with his hand, and then he cuts his hand off, where's the proof it'll just stay as kryptonite?
It's proof.
know?
Yeah, in the film, he gets kryptonite poisoning in his system, and it stays as kryptonite. That came from Metamorpho.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Okay, so Metamorpho's gonna create kryptonite, but he's not a part of Planet Watch. So they're gonna take kryptonite off his body, and then that's actually kryptonite. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he could just remove it from his body like he has in the film.
Where in the film does it prove that if you cut off a limb of his, it will stay as the element he changed it to? Where's that in the movie?
Well, he removes parts of his body that are elements, and they still stay as the elements. That's the proof.
Well, no, they eventually evaporate and go back to his body.
Why didn't it eventually evaporate and go to his body when Superman was filled with kryptonite poisoning in his veins? Don't you think he would have just taken it back to his body if he could do that?
Now that's the radiation, not the physical element that is kryptonite.
Well, no, it is the physical element. That's how it gets into his system. That's the basis of the kryptonite
So you're saying
poisoning.
shards of kryptonite just fly off the crystal and go into his body? Is that what you're saying?
Well, because he inhaled like the elements.
Where's that in the movie?
What do you mean? Where's that in the movie? He's poisoned with kryptonite. It's in his bloodstream.
Let's do a funny example. So let's say he turns it into dog shit, right? And it smells. If he changes it back from dog shit, if you still smell the dog shit, is that proof that the dog?
You lost me halfway. You lost me halfway.
I'll be honest. I think we should just end this. I can't keep track of everything.
Rodimus Prime.
I was gonna say, if he goes with that plan, he loses Ultraman because Ultraman and Superman's disguise would be going into custody, and he would lose, like, the strongest member of Planet Watch.
Well, I just think either way, the government
will larger sample. All he
simply
needed
go,
was a
where the
piece of his
fuck is
hair, and now he
Ultraman?
has
Why'd you not use
himself.
the strongest member of your group to stop Superman? Like, they would still ask that no matter what.
Well, I've already explained.
suspicious.
I've already explained. If this was a concern, then he could just give the engineer the suit.
Oh, like the Ultraman suit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a fucking woman! She has a different body, bro! Why does Ultraman have tits? Why does Ultraman have tits?
She can literally reform her body.
Why?
Wait, hold up. Liam, I don't know why that's relevant. Because she can literally reform her body to whatever she can imagine. That's what they've established in the movie.
Wait,
That's
she
the
can
whole
change
point.
her gender? Can she get rid of her tits?
Well, I mean, yeah. Look at what she's. It's
Where's that in the
nanites.
movie?
It's literally nanites.
Show that in the movie. Show me that. Show me that right now.
Show that she can reform her body in the movie. When
No,
you see
show-
her
no, show that she can
reforming
get
her
rid of her
body
tits.
in the movie.
Show me that. Show me that right now. I want to see her remove her tits.
Okay.
How's the weather over there, Rift?
I don't know. I don't even know
Gender
what to say to
changing
that.
surgery on the fly.
I don't know what to say to that.
I don't know why I asked that. I can't fucking hear what you're saying.
I don't know what, so apparently she can't pretend to be Ultraman because of body type, even though she can literally change how her body looks based on the fact that she's wearing, like, she's
Show me that.
she's got nanites. She can turn her
Show me
arm into a
one
fucking
scene where she
blade.
changed herself
In
into
the
a
game,
man.
she makes
Show me
herself
that.
look like a different
She can
person.
transformed into a man right
literally
now.
create
Oh, no,
thrusters on her. She can
I
like
think-
move inside
But
out.
is
to
thrusters
change-
the same
to
thing as a
change
penis?
directions.
Are
No,
thrusters the same thing as a
I'll-
penis?
That's like let me just I'll just ask a simple question. Has is it confirmed
Also,
in
they asked
the
where engineer is.
You gotta let people finish.
All right, go ahead, Rift.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, basically just to summarize what Comic Legend's saying, it's like, is it confirmed that she can, like, shapeshift and mimic other people?
I don't see why it'd be impossible because Lex Luthor said anything she can imagine.
Wait, so you're making
Well,
an
no, but, like-
assumption?
Well, no,
That's
but
in
is
the
that, like,
movie,
limited to machinery, for example? Or,
Yeah.
like, weaponry?
Well, if it's anything she can imagine, can she just turn herself into an atomic bomb? Like what? But by technicality, that would be a no limits fallacy.
It depends.
what are we doing, man?
I don't see why
Wait,
not. 'cause
SK,
she can
anything
just
she
create
can imagine.
thrusters.
Why does she turn into kryptonite? Why does she turn into kryptonite?
Yep.
She can turn into anything she can imagine. Just imagine kryptonite, you dumb bitch. She could have beat Superman this whole time.
Well, yeah, I don't
She
know.
sucks, SK. One, she can't remove tits, and two, she can't even turn into
Oh my
kryptonite.
I don't know.
She's
I
ass.
don't. So again,
Can't
I
grow
don't know why
penis.
we're even on this point because again, she's capable of reforming her body. Like that's what they've shown many times.
So can she transition into a man? Yes or no?
Oh my
Liam,
God. She's
Liam,
wearing a
Liam,
mask.
Liam.
Well, I'm just gonna...
And also, like,
I'll just-
isn't the
Mask
suit,
doesn't
isn't the
cover
build of the
tits,
suit?
bro.
Well, just
hold
even
on,
then,
hold
like,
on.
I don't know
I
why
just-
this is relevant. Isn't like the build of the suit like good enough for her to even?
Just add
Like,
your raptor.
How do I
become
explain
an
this? Isn't
Ultraman.
the suit like larger than her? If that makes sense.
Well, couldn't
I don't
she
know,
just
but I
imagine,
know that
like,
suit isn't
additional
accommodating
armor
for boobs.
plating?
Well, it's like so she's
Okay.
able to customize like any shape or form through her nanites, and I don't know why we're
Except
comparing
for
like
tits.
kryptonite or an atomic bomb to just adding more mass to herself to fit the shape of Ultraman. I don't see why that's a relevant point.
That's what I was trying to say. Couldn't she just, like, add more bulk to the armor
Exactly.
to hide her body?
Does it remove
Looks
the
like-
tits though?
But it's like,
Oh
even
my
if she was to, like...
God. I fucking hate you. I'm going to kill you. I'm
Can
going
we
to
just
kill
move
you.
on? This isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, I think we
well,
should remove Liam. I
wanna
think we
check-
had enough of your jokes. I think we had enough of your jokes.
I had a good time. That was pretty good. I gotta go.
that's
Have
it.
a good day. Yeah. It's
be
not
running
going
Dog,
Dog,
anywhere.
like I
Totally
stopped
bullshit.
caring about arguing about this fucking movie like months ago.
Because you're a bitch.
Alright, have a
'Cause
good
you're
day, everyone.
bitch.
Fuck you, SK.
I had a good time.
Fuck
Go to the
you.
store and buy some health and
Go-
ammo.
go-
Go to
go
the store
fuck
and buy some
yourself.
health
Go
and
fuck
ammo. Go to
yourself,
the store and
Liam.
buy some
Go-
health and ammo.
go-
Go to the
go
store and
fuck
buy some
yourself.
health and ammo. Go
Go
to the
fuck
store. Go to the
yourself,
store. Go to the
Liam.
store.
Go fuck
fuck
yourself,
Liam. You support murder.
Liam.
You support murder. Go fuck yourself, Liam. Go fuck
Good.
yourself.
Liam.
Still haven't explained how she can hide her tits.
Wait,
Yeah, okay.
Liam.
You're going to hell.
Liam.
You're going to hell. Alright. Let's bring in Gabe.
Hang on, PJ, what are you trying to fucking tell me?
Yesterday was a momentous occasion, bro. The FNAF movie is 2 years old now.
Oh, it's crazy how no one remembers.
Okay, Gabe, what do you want to say?
Hello, my fellow
Fuck you,
Lobotomites.
SK. I hate
Superman
you.
is still a 10 out of 10 movie, by the way.
What movie?
Just wanted to get
What
that
is?
out there. Superman.
Yeah,
No,
fuck you,
that is
SK.
not a
But let's
10.
not talk about it. Let's move on from that movie. It's been
okay,
months.
but this is disagreement.
I did
then,
say
not
this is.
agreement.
I did say they can do other topics. The reason for that is we weren't getting enough Marvel Spider-Man 2 disagreements.
No, but
Well,
this
Yeah,
is
now you're
this
enabling-
is-
I'm the perfect
now you're
enabling
subject for
grief.
you that I am full of Spider-Man 2 disagreements. I know, crucify me.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll stick with that.
Go.
We'll prioritize the Spider-Man 2 disagreements. What's your disagreement?
I'm just gonna stick to one, just so I don't take up too much
I want to
time.
prioritize hate, not love. So stop talking about Superman.
Fuck you.
Hate as love.
All right, yeah.
All
so
right,
what's your Spider-Man
so-
2 disagreement?
I got a lot I could talk about. Have we talked about Venom though, like in depth?
We talked about Venom, but like, bring up anything. Literally, bring up anything. Any disagreement. Any disagreement.
I don't know. I think I'm just gonna start. I think.
You know what I
don't think
recommend?
Venom-
Let him finish. Let him finish, PJ.
Alright, my bad.
All right, so I actually don't think Venom's a bad character in this game for like a few reasons. I think the main reason is I think the reason why Venom works in this game specifically has to do with Harry more than anything as a host, because of how Harry is established and built up throughout the game. Because he starts at the beginning. Again, he wants to heal the world with his best friend Peter. Like that's been his motivation throughout the entire game.
Hang on. I get where you're trying to go with this. Like you're trying to talk about which is good or not. I think I agree. It's fine that they set up that he had this motivation. Which part in particular? Like, what's a claim that I made that you disagree with?
That Venom is kind of I think it was near the beginning, but we're talking about how Venom felt kind of one-dimensional. I'm kind of trying to establish that with his motivations, why I don't personally think as such.
Speak your truth, King.
Okay, so we're talking about if he has dimension.
Yeah, but anyways, so I bring the whole reason about Harry's motivation about wanting to heal the world up is because, as the game goes on, you see that it's constantly being taken away from him, because he loses the suit, he's slowly dying, and the hunters destroy the Foundation as well, and Peter's refusing to give the suit back to him. He's slowly getting robbed of all this stuff that's giving him the ability to give him his dream. That's what he wanted, heal the world with his best friend. And I feel
would it be the symbiote that's robbing his dream? Because the symbiote's the one that made Peter not want to give it to him.
Well, Harry doesn't know that from his perspective. He just thinks Peter's out.
Yeah, he does. MJ said it in front of him.
How do we know that?
It was
Because
in the game, when they. Because MJ said it in front of him.
It's in the scene where he says, I'm the hero here, not you. That whole scene.
Oh no,
Harry's there when she says the suit's changing you.
No, I got that. I thought you were saying that MJ already told Harry before they had that conversation, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally she should have.
I assume she did, because why wouldn't she? It's I assume that someone would wear. I assume that MJ wears a seatbelt when she drives a car, because why wouldn't she, right? I would just assume that.
Why would she change?
No, yeah, I get that. I'm not disputing or anything like that. I'm just going off.
If anything, it would be a problem if she didn't tell him.
No, yeah, that's true. But yeah. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So after Peter removes the suit and brings it back to what is it?
Nothing. Sorry.
Okay. PJ's just a wheezing elephant. Just ignore him.
Gotcha.
I thought I was wheezy. Make up your mind, man.
So anyways, we get to the part where Peter goes to Oscorp after getting the suit off, and Harry's still pissed. He's not giving back to him. This is what I was talking about earlier, how Peter Harry's slowly losing all this stuff that's helping him achieve his dream, and so.
Well, the reason's because the suit's dangerous. Something I would assume his doctor, Connors, would have told him.
Yeah, that's true.
Did Connors not tell him?
Well, they haven't established that in the game.
Was a real woman involved?
I mean, it's funny because Connors asked Harry for Peter's phone number so he could contact Spider-Man to tell him to get the suit off because he knew it was dangerous. Did you just not tell Harry this suit's dangerous as well? The guy who's reliant on it?
No, yeah, that is questionable.
Okay, so already, the reason he's Venom is because people are stupid and don't explain things to him, or Harry assumes shit despite the evidence contradicting it.
Don't assume shit.
Well, yeah, but then again, I don't really see it as that believable because Harry wasn't there to witness anything that Peter was doing with the suit. You know, he wasn't there to witness, you know, Peter, like, I don't know, beating Liz's ass or, you know, tearing through the city. He wasn't there.
Does he not watch TV or watch or hear anything about the news?
Well, if anything, that just looks like another normal day in New York, considering.
What about
the
what about the Danica cast, which is also like, man, Spider-Man's acting fucking crazy in the black suit. He doesn't listen to that, I guess.
That would imply that Harry listens to podcasts. So.
Well, that would imply that Harry would keep up with what his friend is doing as Spider-Man, which I would assume he should be doing, especially that he has his suit. Wouldn't you want to know what he's doing with it? What's the progress on Lizard? Oh, breaking news. He beat the living crap out of the Lizard and caused damage. Did he just not look into any of this?
True, but I don't think he know. Like, I wouldn't like say that if he's watching that, he thinks, oh, Peter's like acting out of character because of that suit. Or anything like
Even
that.
though MJ is telling him otherwise, and the news is telling him otherwise, Danica is telling him otherwise, every single source ever is telling him that he's acting really bad with the black suit.
Well, he's also dealing with his sickness.
Also, what about his doctor, who's like a professional with the symbiote? If Connors told him, does he just not believe Dr. Connors now? The guy who's like, you know, an expert on this because he's been researching the symbiote for years.
Well, again, I was about to get to that point until you jumped in, but like I make that point because like from Harry's perspective, everything he's like seen firsthand, and even everything he's experienced with the symbiote firsthand beforehand is that it hasn't done anything but like help them. You know, it's like helped.
Wait, so Harry Osborn's like Andrew Tate.
Liam,
oh Lord.
If you want
Liam.
to. So,
well, no, okay. Have you guys ever seen the Andrew Tate debate with Hassan? No, it's relevant. I'm not even joking. Y'all there?
Yeah, I hear.
So, the debate was about if women are good drivers, and Hassan came in with empirical evidence, research, and multiple statements proving that women are actually better drivers than men. But Andrew Tate refused to accept that because of the fact that his personal experience, he only notices that women are bad at driving when he lets them drive in his Bugatti. So that's why he will stay by the narrative that women are bad drivers. So Harry Osborn has the same mindset as Andrew fucking Tate.
Holy shit,
when it comes to facts and evidence.
That's crazy. As I was saying though, like everything that. Shut up! Gotta make a point.
Venom is Andrew Tate!
Alright.
Motherfucker. Alright. So as I was saying, the point I was trying to make is that I wouldn't expect Harry to take anyone else seriously because, you know, he was fine for the most time he has the suit. And even when Peter had the suit, when they were working together, like, you know, in that mission with the EMF, with the particle accelerator and everything, like, from his, like, first-hand perspective, the suit has done nothing to hurt them. It's only done everything to, you know, help them. You know, it's helped Harry keep him from dying. It's helped him, you know, fight crime with Peter. It's helped save Peter when he died. It helps, like, it helped him. He sees it helped Peter against the Hunters when they were invading the EMF. Like, from everything Harry's seen, it's done nothing but help him. He hasn't like seen the negative side effects of it yet.
Yeah, but when your trusted and loyal friends that you consider like your family are telling you otherwise, the news would be telling you otherwise, and the professional doctor who's actually empirically researched the suit for years is telling you otherwise, why in the world would you just assume, no, there's nothing different about it?
I mean, if you were a drug addict and the physician told you that, you know, hey, you should stop doing these drugs, otherwise you die, would you automatically listen to them?
Well, I think the problem...
You're a drug addict, by the way.
Well, I think the problem with that is Harry. Well, I was just gonna say, like,
but what I would simply say is, even then, I think the game would have to explore more that he's addicted to it instead of he needs it to survive. There's nothing in the
game. I'd also point out as well, like, Harry acts this way before he's even bonded with Venom.
Because he's not gonna die.
Well, I was gonna say Harry even acts this way like before he's bonded with Venom. Like when Peter's an asshole to him, and at no point in time does he think, wonder if the symbiotes changed Peter. Like, no, he just thinks that Peter's just an asshole all of a sudden.
He's like, gee, that's rude.
Even though MJ, like, said, the suit is changing you, and Harry just doesn't seem to care. He seems to, like, have this hatred towards Peter.
Well, yeah, because he's like, he sees that he's keeping the suit from him, which is the only thing that can stop him from dying.
Well, no, but MJ... Well, no, MJ, like, MJ implies, though, that it's not Peter's fault, it's the suit.
All right, but okay,
And
but
Harry,
here's the thing about not listening to
Harry
reason.
knows the suit.
That only
hang on.
that only goes. All right,
I'll make it quick. Harry also knows the suit is changing and evolving because it starts to give Peter like regular clothes for disguise, and Harry's like, weird, it didn't do that for me.
Also, Spider-Man looks different. He has like a different suit when he's like getting corrupted.
Yep.
That's true. I don't know why anyone doesn't comment on that in particular. But about that, shit, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Well, I just want to comment real quick before like SK had his thing to say. I mean, like, one of the problems with the whole "oh, he's dying, so he won't listen to reason" is like that's only to like a very, very, very specific like extent. Like, I'd understand it if like there's like no real proof, evidence, or experience otherwise. But that's not what's happening here. Everybody, including professionals, would be telling you that this thing is just dangerous and won't even help you in the end of the day. And, like, you just choose to ignore it for no reason at all. And even then, he still chooses to hate Peter despite it all.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just like in the events of the game in particular. I don't like if that were true. If people were telling like Harry, "Hey, you know, it's doing this, this, and this. Maybe we shouldn't give you back the suit." I doubt Harry would be like willing to go back to the suit because he still wants it back. Like I'm not saying that's justification for writing or anything like that. I'm just saying like that's how it is.
Well, they even try to.
We're very even getting that he's addicted to the suit before he gets it back, anyways. Because I don't remember anything even implying he's addicted to it. Just that he's scared of getting, fucking dying.
Well, I mean, I get that. Yeah.
He never really talks about wanting the power back or anything like that. All that he just talks about is that I want the suit back because I'm dying.
Yeah, I think he's more. I want to say he's more enthusiastic about it, if that makes any sense. Like he's more enthusiastic about what the suit has to give him.
What signs of addiction does he show, like, at all? Because you tried to say, like, oh, he's addicted, so, like, why would he listen to, like, if you're addicted to drugs, would you listen to your physician or whatever? It's like, okay, where is he even addicted in the game?
Well, I kind of brought up the drug addict thing, the drug comparison. I understand it's a poor comparison, but it was the best one that came to my mind. But that I just brought that up to make a point. Like I didn't say that Harry himself was addicted to the suit or anything like that. It's just that he's only seen the positive side effects, so he wouldn't believe if anyone had anything negative to say about it. It's like
but that only goes so far. Once actual professionals are telling you, and your close friends that you consider family are also telling you that's dangerous, I have no idea why he wouldn't believe that.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like a good comparison would be like if anyone here is a fan of Keanu Reeves in here, everyone knows Keanu Reeves. Such a great guy, does all this stuff. Would you believe someone the minute they say that Keanu Reeves is actually a pedophile?
Probably not.
If there's some level of proof, if there's some level of proof and reports, I'd at least keep an eye out.
No, you wouldn't.
Well, I think it just comes back to like the evidence thing, where it's like there's all this shit going on. It's like there's people reporting on it. Like MJ's convinced Peter's acting differently. Peter himself is saying, like, yeah, you don't want the symbiote back, you will lose yourself. It's like, all evidence is, like, pointing in the direction that he should not bond with the symbiote again, and yet Harry still wants it.
That's because the difference Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. That's because the difference is that they both seen what the symbiote can do. Harry hasn't seen that. Like, there's a difference between being told something happened and then seeing it happen in front of you.
Well, no, but it comes back to what, like, SK and Comic Legend have been saying. It's like, if your best friends, like, the people who love and care for you are, like, telling you something, it's like, it means more coming from them than, like, a random person waiting for the bus.
I mean, again, that kind of, like, goes back to, like, my drug analogy. Like,
well, the issue with that is...
Parents try to stage an intervention, say, like, you need to stop all these drugs. Obviously, you aren't gonna listen to them automatically.
Well, the issue with that is Harry's not addicted to the symbiote.
I mean, it doesn't have to be, like, a matter of addiction. It's just, you know, it's like not seeing the negative side effects to what it can do.
I mean, he technically did. He saw Peter being an asshole to his girlfriend in front of his face and telling him to fucking down some pills or whatever. Well, like, wouldn't he just go, what the fuck? Peter would not say that to me.
Well, also, it's like... It's like Peter's fully aware that Harry will die, like, without the symbiote or a cure. So it's like, Peter's essentially saying, like, if you rebond with the symbiote, it's like a fate worse than death. It's like, you will become a monster.
Well, also, was Harry not there in the scene where Peter tried to remove the suit and it didn't work?
Yeah, that's another good point.
Which scene? The one in the penthouse with the three of them?
No, it's at EMF when he first gets the suit. It removes the blade from his body. He's trying to move the suit to Harry, but it's not working, and he understood that.
Okay, your point about that being what exactly?
That indicates that the suit is the one that doesn't want to be with Harry, not fucking Peter.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really see, because, you know, it's like from their perspective at that point, it's like something they don't understand yet. Like, they're still under the idea that it's like a suit. Like,
yeah, but Dr. Connors knows it's
sentient. It doesn't have any, you know,
well, if that's
any, like,
well, MJ would have told him.
And Connors would have told him.
Well, hold on. If that's the case, it's like, how could Harry vaguely have an understanding as to how he gave it to Peter, yet when Peter tries it, it doesn't work?
Well, again, because they don't really know how it fully works yet.
Well, no, but that's my point. It's like, okay, Harry, like, from his perspective, he thinks he worked it out. He gives that advice to Peter and it doesn't. It's like, well, wouldn't that imply that, like, there's a level of sentience with the suit, possibly?
Why are we even, like, talking about this? Like, Dr. Connors would have told him. Once, like, the scene with Lizard ends, and he's like, it shows you. Like, obviously he should have fucking told Harry. This thing's alive.
I think we went on.
Oh, why would Peter not tell Harry? Or MJ?
He does tell MJ.
Yeah, he tells MJ, but, like, why? Like, that's what I'm saying. Why doesn't MJ tell Harry that? This thing's sentient. Dr. Connors told him so.
Well, yeah, and Peter's pretty casual about it as well. He's like, oh, wow, you know that suit I'm wearing? Yeah, it's an alien. It's like,
that's alive.
He just doesn't seem to care.
Crazy. Well, I don't have an answer to that. I want to quickly hop off on this tangent, though, because I want to get back to my main point.
Yeah.
That being that, because, fuck, I almost forgot what my main point was.
Your point was that he wasn't one-dimensional.
Oh, no, yeah. So where was I? We were at the scene where, Harry, becomes Venom. And then that's when, they decide, hey, let's heal the world together. And again, I don't really see that as like a, I don't know, one-dimensional, because it's what Harry wanted, like, the entire game.
Well, hang on, it's not him, that's the problem. It's not even him. It's just the symbiote using him as a puppet.
Yeah, Harry's motives aren't one-dimensional, but the symbiotes are.
Well, the symbiote wants what the host wants.
No,
I wish that were true.
Wants to kill everybody when Harry says, no, I don't want that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, because if the symbiote wanted to heal the world like straight away, he would have done it when he was still bonded to Peter. No, it doesn't happen until.
Well, that's a problem in the story that it doesn't
tries
do that.
to. It tries to. He makes Peter dream of the meteorite for a reason. Well, it does.
I mean, that
I don't know why people selectively forget about this moment, but it's kind of important. When Peter goes to sleep, the symbiote literally forces him to dream of the meteorite. It's obviously indicating it wants the meteorite more, so it can do what it wants to do, which is invade, like, the planet or whatever.
So it's not even, like, a specifically Harry thing. Like, the symbiote's been wanting to do that.
Well,
yeah, I'm fine with saying that Harry's a little more three-dimensional, but like Venom, like the symbiote isn't. The symbiote's what's boring about.
Yeah, I don't think I've said Harry himself is one-dimensional. I've said that Venom, who is meant to be the combination between the symbiote and Harry, Venom's entirely one-dimensional because it's just the symbiote wanting to take over the world and nothing more.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think that was the symbiote's motivations in the beginning.
It was, because we have the dream.
What else would be its motivation?
I don't know, survival, like it always has. Like, there's a reason it wanted to bond with
Peter. But that's not what the game says.
It's a better fit.
The game doesn't say that, though.
Not always survival. I don't even think like the comics it's exactly survival. It's just overly connected to a host. If it cared about survival, it would have like eaten the hosts, but it doesn't.
Well, anyways, back to my point. That's kind of like the point I was making. I think Venom works because of Harry, if that makes any sense. Because, you know, the symbiote is, you know, for like the whole game, all he wants is to heal the world.
Yeah, but Harry is not even villainous in the story. Because when Harry learns what's actually happening, he says, "Pete, what's happening?" And he wants to kill the symbiote.
Yeah,
so it's the symbiote that's one-dimensional. I'm fine with trying to say Harry's three-dimensional. Harry, sure, is three-dimensional. But, like, usually when we're saying that Venom's one-dimensional, we're talking about the suit. Because the problem is, you should write both of them to be three-dimensional, but in different ways. That's usually what the best, like, symbiote Venom stories do. The symbiote has a separate motivation from, like, Eddie, but it's similar enough that they bond with each other. That's why, like, you know, they have a connection and they become Venom. That's not in Spider-Man 2. The symbiote's just an evil warlord that wants to take over the world, and Harry just wants to, like, you know, make the world a better place, so the symbiote just manipulates him, and there's no real, like, they don't connect to each other at all. There's nothing special about Harry being Venom. He's just like a puppet.
I mean, I don't necessarily think you're wrong on that aspect. I'm going off my interpretation of the game because, again, Venom didn't want to start taking over the world until after it bonds back with Harry. Like, I'm fairly certain, like, it goes from wanting to survive in the beginning, which is why it attaches itself to Peter, and then it goes from, you know, slowly taking over Peter to serve its own purposes, and then it goes over to Harry. And this is, I meant like after.
Yeah, but where in the game does it even imply it cares about survival?
I mean, that I don't have an answer for. Again, I'm going off interpretation.
Where is it even said that it needs a host to survive?
So you're interpreting that it's initially survival. Okay, riddle me this. Why is the symbiote agreeing to Harry going off and fighting the hunters?
Well, again, like, are we talking about the mission where you play as Venom, like the first Venom mission?
Anytime that Venom, like the symbiote and Harry go out before Peter gets it, why would it ever just let Harry do that?
Okay, so you mean like the refinery mission? No, I get that.
Yeah, like, you know,
I think that's because
one or the other could have died there.
I think it's more about the symbiote was less you know, aware of what its mission was. I think it's more of like a
Where is that in the game?
I'm about to explain. It's more of like a sleeper mission because it doesn't actually gain its memories back until it makes contact with the meteorite again after the lizard boss fight.
This is the problem with Venom. You see how it just gets confusing like that? Okay, so now you're telling me it doesn't have its memories when, like, Harry's going off being a superhero with Spider-Man?
Well, the problem with... Well, no, we actually... Hang on, that's not even true, because when he's trying to break Tombstone out, we see that it, like, has a flashback to when it's in the cell with Harry.
Wait, okay, Rift, but here's the thing. There's a larger problem here than even just countering the argument. It's the idea that, like, this thing is... Like, the fact that it's this overly complicated to even try and give dimension to this character kind of just proves the point that Venom is horribly written in the game.
Well, no, I'm not disagreeing with you, but, like, the point is that the idea that it forgot its memories until they got the meteorite again with Connors, it's like, we see when, at the refinery mission, like, it does remember the time that it was tortured upon at Oscorp and forced to bond with Harry. So it's like, it does remember. So it's like,
Wait, hold on, Rick. You say that, where does that happen in the refinery mission?
When Harry is trying to break Tombstone out, and he's like struggling, and then he has like a flashback to the symbiote being trapped, and then he like uses the tendrils and breaks open the door.
Well, that was Harry's memories.
No, that was the symbiote as well.
I mean, I
Maybe
feel like
both
it was
of them,
Harry's
right? I don't
memories.
know.
But it's like, it's like...
Okay, but like, okay, when it's on Harry, what the fuck does it want? What's its motivation?
I mean, again, I feel like I feel like it doesn't have one at the moment. I think it just wants to survive.
Well, the problem with that is that, like, it's never
If it wants to survive, why would it go out as Agent Venom and risk its life fighting hunters?
Well, the problem with that is, like, when Peter meets up with Dr. Connors, he never once confirms, yeah, we were able to, like, give the symbiote amnesia. So it's like, it must have accidentally forgot its memories, because Connors never brings that up.
Well, yeah, like, none of this is in the game, but even if we play with this...
That's very
what's
fucking
so
convenient.
What's so confusing is like, okay, so you say it lost its memories and it just cares about survival. Then why is it doing something antithetical to survival, putting itself in danger? Why would it do that?
I mean, it can clearly handle the hunters. So
well, no, clearly
but
not.
Why
if
bother?
If sound can kill it.
Yes, remember, Agent Venom almost died because, like, the sound thing happened and Spider-Man needed to save him, remember? That was, like, a scene in the game.
Also, if
after
it just
that,
wants to...
when should the symbiote go... Should the symbiote just go, oh, wow, that's a close one. Not doing that again. Don't want to die.
Also, if it just wants to survive, why does it tell Peter go after Kraven, who has a bell and knows his weaknesses?
No. We're talking about when Harry has it as Agent Venom, before Peter even gets it.
Also, if it wants to quote-unquote survive, why would it not just bond with Tombstone when Harry's, like, with Tombstone?
Yeah, why doesn't it abandon Harry anytime Harry does anything too risky?
Because it's like, it makes sense why it would bond with Spider-Man, because it's like, Spider-Man's like the apex, if you like. But it's like, Tombstone was right there. It's like, Kraven was right there. It's like, it could have bonded to these characters. Could have even bonded, like...
I don't disagree with that at all, but I think that can also be said about in a lot of, you know, Spider-Man adaptations. Like, I don't think it's ever explained why, like, the symbiote wants Spider-Man specifically so bad. Like in a Spectacular,
yes, it does. Yeah, most of the time it's literally just the symbiote's first love. It's the most connected to Peter because it's his first. It's like your first, like, it's like your first girlfriend. It's like your first ex. That's literally just its mindset.
It was the first human that it interacted with, kind of.
And it also it's built around happenstance that he happened to be nearby, right place, right time.
Also usually like the symbiote gets inspired by Spider-Man while it's connected to him. So when Spider-Man rejects it, it feels more like personally like attacked when that happens.
Yeah, but anyways, I was about to say, yeah, I was just bringing up Spectacular as a comparison because if the symbiote, I get what you're saying, yeah, but also like the symbiote got its ass kicked by the Sinister Six as well. Which
but the symbiote isn't about survival in Spectacular. It doesn't care about it's not super duper just survival. It cares about appeasing its host. It fell in love with Peter because Peter took it in, like a lost child being taken home by like a stranger. It grows a connection with Peter, so it wants to appease Peter. Peter says, man, wouldn't it be great if I woke up and the Sinister Six were behind bars? And it went, yes, I will do that for you because I love you, and that's why it went and did that. That's its motivation. It's to appease the host that it's connected to, because the symbiote has an emotional love and attachment to whoever it's connected with.
And I imagine
it's not survival in Spectacular. And I know it's not survival because it doesn't need a host to survive. Because in Season 2, it's established when it was buried in cement for quite a long while, it didn't starve to death.
I also imagine that's why it tells Peter to push his loved ones away, because the symbiote wants him for himself, and they might try to snap him out of it.
But it's like, even coming back to like the Insomniac games, it's like the symbiote at no point in time seems to actually give a fuck about its host. Because it's like the whole point of symbiote is like, there's the host and then the symbiote and stuff, but it's like the symbiote literally just leaves its host whenever it wants. Like with Peter, it's like a different. With Peter, it's different because they have to like force it off. But it's like it doesn't even feel like it gives a fuck about Harry. Like it doesn't even feel like a character until it's bonded with Peter.
Well, riff about that, yeah, because Venom actually does have an ideal host in Spider-Man 2, it's Peter. That's the whole reason why he's all like, oh, you should join us, Peter, you should join us in healing the world. That's because the symbiote wants Peter for himself.
Well, the problem with that is, like, number one, why doesn't it just rebond with Peter instead of Harry? But also, like, why doesn't it bond with Peter, like, earlier in the game?
I mean, that can also be said the same for, I don't know, like, Spectacular, like, why, if it, like, the symbiote wants Peter so much,
it does. It literally tries. It does. It tries. In the end, of the first season, it literally tries to do that.
Well, no.
The moment Spider-Man says, "I will let you bond with me again," it literally tries.
Yeah, that's the first time he beats Venom. He tricks the symbiote into like rebonding with Peter, and the symbiote tries that shit.
I mean, to be fair, that's also after the symbiote, or Venom. That's also after Venom beats his ass.
Well, no, but,
because
but you're missing the point.
It's because the symbiote got rejected by Peter and
this...
hated him enough to do that. But once Peter admits that he needs the symbiote, its unacquainted love that's still there overpowered it and made it decide, I want to be with Peter over Eddie Brock.
Well, it's also like Peter like used his brains as well, because it's like Eddie's like, no, the symbiote's found me, and Peter's like, me and not us. So it's like he's even it's like a combination of factors that makes the symbiote like rebond with Peter or attempt to rebond with him.
Yeah, the moment it thinks it could realistically do it, it tries. The only reason it doesn't do it earlier is because it knows that Peter can just reject it. Because that's what happens in the in the episode where he takes it off. He literally uses the memory of Uncle Ben to get rid of its influence. So we can't just grab Peter anymore. And we see this in the end of the first season. When it crawls onto Spider-Man again, it can't keep a grip on him because his mindset is too powerful. He can just reject it and it crawls off him. Well, so it needs Peter's permission to do it.
I'd also point out, right, like, in Season 2, when Eddie Brock breaks it out of the concrete and it, like, rebonds with him instantly, like, do you think the symbiote, like, say for example, a random human was to find it, do you think it would have bonded with that human, like, as enthusiastically as it bonded with Brock? Just like a random human, like, who has none of the hatred for Spider-Man, none of the acceptance towards the symbiote. Like, do you think the symbiote would have just instantly bonded with that human?
I don't think you're wrong about that. Think with Spider-Man 2, though, is that the symbiote to Harry isn't just like another random human. Like, it was bonded to him for like a while. Like, I think it even inherited memories of his mother as well, because, you know, he's talking in Harry's head about, you know, in his mother voice about how we're going to heal the world together. So I feel like if, like, the symbiote had, like, a second choice, it would go back to Harry. It's just that Spider-Man is its first choice.
I'm confused. Like, where?
Yeah,
So you're suggesting the motivation of the
why?
symbiote to go back to Harry is because he's his first host? Because that's not implied in the game. All that's really implied is that it's using him for its own gain in terms of taking over the world.
No, I was following up on what I think it was Rift. I think it was what Rift was saying.
Mm-hmm.
That the symbiote wouldn't just bond with, you know, any other human. When Harry isn't just another human to the symbiote, it's been bonded with him for like some time as well.
Well, considering the symbiote's like end game, right, where it's like it wants to use the meteorite to take over the world. It's like, what's so special about Harry?
Yeah.
When you have that context, it's like, why doesn't it just bond with like a meta-human like Tombstone? Why doesn't it bond with like? Why doesn't it try to rebond with Peter? Or it's like, even when Norman enters the room, it's like, why doesn't it try bond with the head of Oscorp, the guy who knows where the meteorite is? It's like, even in that scene, right, it has 3 people to bond to, and it chooses the worst possible host.
It chooses the sick, dying one.
You could either you can choose the sick, dying man who has fuck all knowledge of what's going on. You can try rebond with the superhuman, or you can bond with like the head of Oscorp who knows where the meteorite is.
I mean, that's just kind of the thing with the symbiote. Like in general, it's like picks and chooses who it wants to bond with for like the most part.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah, but that's what we're asking.
Bonded
Why
with the
Harry,
worst
though?
possible host in that scenario.
Well, he just happened to be the first human that it came in contact with after breaking free.
Peter was
Yeah, but
right
apparently that
there.
doesn't matter to it. It doesn't value that because it leaves Harry the moment it got a chance. Which is actually why I'm wondering why it even wanted to be with Spider-Man in the first place. Why did it choose Spider-Man exactly?
Well, I think it shows for that, to answer that question, I think it could be like one of two things. Like one, Peter's closer to Harry. You know, Harry's like the current symbiote's host. So it would be easier to bond to him when he gets closer. And you know, two,
well, that doesn't really
like again, people
explain
say this all the time.
Yeah,
but you know, Peter is.
But why not
obviously
stay with
stronger.
Harry? Why does it want to be with Peter?
I was about to get to my second reason. Two, it's because like Peter's like more powerful. He's got superpowers. You know.
Why
he's
does that matter?
Because it would be more fitting.
Fitting for what?
Well, again,
Well,
if
'cause
that, well, again,
If the
well, again,
symbiote, if the
No, let him
symbiote is
answer.
meant
Let him
to-
answer.
Because if the symbiote is meant to amplify a certain human's characteristics, then if you were to bond with you know, Peter, who you know has all these spectacular powers, like that would be, you know, that would be what the symbiote would want more.
well,
Why? I still don't understand. There's
I'll
no
ask
reason
what I asked
why.
earlier.
Why
It's
does
like
why does it want a more powerful host exactly?
Well, if that was the case, right, I'll ask again the question I asked earlier. It's like, why didn't it bond with Tombstone? Why didn't it bond with Craven? Why didn't it bond with Peter earlier in the story? If all it wants is power.
Well, that's the thing. If it wants power, why does it want that power? That's like the line of questioning I'm trying to get to. Because like you're trying to say, oh, it wants to connect with Harry.
That's just one dimensional.
It wants to be. That would literally be one dimensional. If it wants to be with Peter because he has superpowers, why does that fucking matter?
Well,
I mean,
think
comparing to
also, again,
Spectacular,
like, I think it's
Spider-Man's powers that made it connected to Spider-Man. It's just the fact it's the first person it connected to.
Well, I think it's a mixture of both. One, because Peter's
It's literally
much
not
closer
in
to Harry.
Spectacular.
I was about to answer my question. I think it's a mixture of both. Like the symbiote will bond to Peter because he's closer to Harry. You know, they're best friends, so it would be easier for the symbiote to bond with Peter instead of a random supervillain they just happen to save. And two, again, Peter is like.
Oh, why not stay with Harry? Is my question. No, why not stay with Harry? Why does it bother to move away from Harry?
Well, I mean, Harry's like sick as fuck. That's the thing.
Why does that? That's not relevant.
Not when he has.
That's not relevant. The symbiote literally gets rid of the sickness. Also, by the way, that is literally what symbiote means. Like, by the definition, it's mutually it's a mutual agreement where you help each other. The symbiote keeps Harry alive, and Harry gives the symbiote a home. That would literally be the perfect form of symbiosis. Why would that be something it doesn't want?
I mean, I can't answer that specifically. I would have to think on that a little more. But
well, that's the thing. You see how underdeveloped this fucking entity is? That we don't even know really why it wants Peter exactly, or why it chose him. We have, like, nothing to it. And there's no emotional connection to the symbiote at all. I don't feel anything for it. Like, it's just apathy. In Spectacular, which is a good adaptation of the symbiote, I felt bad for it. Because, like, yeah, sure, what it did was wrong. It was, in its own way, it was trying to help, like, Spider-Man. It was trying to help Peter, but just did it in the wrong way. And then, like, Peter had rejected it and almost killed it. That's a compelling reason for me to care and actually feel for the suit, just as much as I feel for Eddie Brock. And that's why Venom is compelling, because both of them have a reason for why they're upset with Peter/Spider-Man, and they both bond and, like, share a... And then they both have, like, a shared trauma of rejection.
No, I get
Eddie's
that,
envious that Peter had a family and he didn't, and, like, the symbiote's is envious that Peter left it. That's, like, compelling, and that's an emotional connection that makes me feel for the both characters, so I care about Venom. In Spider-Man 2, I don't know what the fuck the symbiote wants, and, like, Harry is just, like, fucking mad at Peter for dumbass reasons, so it's like, why should I... Like, how am I supposed to care about what's going on with this guy? It's just Harry had a misunderstanding because he doesn't understand the concept of listening or research. And fucking the symbiote, I don't know. I guess it's evil. It just wants to rule the world.
I get that. Yeah, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. If the argument being made is that the symbiote's motivations could have been established better, then yeah, I would agree on that. It's just the way, like, I think what the writers were going for is that the symbiote is more of like, it just does what it wants kind of thing. Like, take that how you will, but I think that's what they were going for.
I mean, that would be a one-dimensional kind of character still. Why does this character do what it does? Because it feels like it.
I mean, there's a lot of characters that do that.
Well, yeah, but they usually have other traits. Yeah, but characters who do that at least have some kind of ideology, motivation, reasoning, belief system to keep them from being boring. They at least have a personality. Like, yeah, sure, you could say Joker does whatever he wants to fucking do just because, but he has an ideology for that. He has like a moral philosophy for that.
No, yeah, that's kind of
some interesting. You can't say that about the symbiote. The symbiote doesn't have anything. It's just fucking there.
No, yeah, I get that. That's kind of like, that was like my whole point, like near the beginning, why I thought, like, Venom personally worked for me, because it was more about, like, it was more about, like, Harry itself. I understand that the symbiote itself isn't that all that developed. Like, I think one thing that I wish.
I mean, if you want to talk about Harry, what's your thoughts on the fact that Harry is, like, more like, this is one of the most shallow versions of Harry we've ever gotten.
Hold on, I was about to finish the point. I think one thing I wish we would have gotten from this version of the symbiote is something like similar to what Spectacular did, in a sense, where we have, like, internal monologue between the symbiotes and Sos, kind of like they did this in the game with after Harry kills Craven and it starts, and the symbiote starts talking to his mother. I wish we would have gotten that with Peter, but it was an Aunt May. That kind of thing. I think it would have helped characterize the symbiote a lot more, and I understand why a lot of people, like, it's less of a character and more of, like, a tool for the plot, that kind of thing. But, like, my point from where I'm coming from is, like, the host itself, I think, is what makes, Venom kind of like a compelling character. Because, like, most of the time, it's about, like, the host that the symbiote is attached to. Like, there's a reason why Eddie Brock is considered like the #1 host for Venom, because of his motivations and everything like that. I think people care more about that than what the symbiote is about the symbiote itself. And yeah, that's
I wouldn't
just
agree
my
with that
position.
at all. I think the reason why Venom is interesting with Eddie Brock is because Eddie Brock is very compatible with the symbiote's character.
Yeah,
They
and I want to
bounce off
say,
each other perfectly. It's not just Eddie Brock. It's that Eddie Brock has a motivation and reason that's interesting on its own, but plus the fact that it's connected to the symbiote that has similar but also very different motivations, beliefs, and ideas, but they have a shared hatred of Spider-Man is what keeps Venom from being just any other, like, revenge-focused Spider-Man villain.
yeah, well, on that point, that kind of makes me, like, that's kind of, I think, like, one of the reasons why I view Eddie as kind of like a tragic character kind of thing, because if you understand why he would want to fall into this pit with the symbiote that drags him into it, why he would want to kill Spider-Man, why he would fall for the symbiote's influence as well. Like, I think that in a way kind of makes him like a victim to the symbiote, if that makes any sense. That's also kind of what I saw with Spider-Man 2. Because, we see that the symbiote is just using Harry, exploiting its goals to get what it wants. Like, there's a certain parallel to that.
Yeah, and the reason
That
Eddie
makes any
Brock is
sense.
the victim is because the symbiote used to be a victim. That's the compelling part of the story. It isn't just Eddie's the victim and the symbiote's just an asshole. What makes
Yeah,
what
but
makes
to
Venom
me-
interesting
to
is
me-
the
hold
idea
on.
that Peter mistreated the symbiote. The symbiote thought it was helping, it just didn't understand. Peter rejects it, and then when it goes to Eddie, it learns from that rejection and that, like, abuse and inflicts it on Eddie, turning Eddie into a victim like it was. It's a violent cycle created by Spider-Man because Spider-Man made a mistake. That's what makes Venom interesting. You take that away if the symbiote isn't a victim. It's just some piece of shit that wants to take over the world.
No, I get that.
I'll see you guys later.
See you later. See you.
Yeah, that to each your own. Basically all. That's all I'm gonna say. But like that's kind of like, I think that's how like the gold standard for Venom has like been for like all these years. It's just like a guy who is constantly manipulated by this this thing that has similar beliefs to itself. And because the thing is, I don't think Eddie Brock would ever go through with wanting to kill Spider-Man. He wouldn't even have the resources to even try to kill Spider-Man. He wouldn't have even tried or gone through with it if it weren't for the symbiote pushing him over the edge. So, yeah.
Well, it's
Is that even
mutual. It's
true?
mutual. The symbiote wouldn't be able to go after Spider-Man if it didn't have a host like Eddie Brock. That's
That
why
is also true.
Eddie Brock is a great host, is because, they need each other and they're connected.
That's true.
Eddie
And,
Brock
like,
was
again, I think,
like a perfect host for it after what it wanted after Peter rejected it.
yeah, and that's the thing. I think the same thing would ring true for Spider-Man 2, like for Harry and the symbiote. It's like a mutually exclusive thing. Like, with Harry, the symbiote has a host, to complete its plan. And, with Harry, he has the ability to do what he always wanted, which is to heal the world.
Yeah, but they don't
So
want the
there's
same
parallels of
thing.
that
They
as
want
well.
completely different things. The symbiote wants to take over the world. Harry wants to heal it. Versus Eddie, which is that both of them want vengeance on Spider-Man. They just want to do it. They just have different reasons for wanting vengeance, but they still both want it. And they both have valid reasons for why they believe this. The problem with Spider-Man 2 is that they completely don't mesh at all. Venom wants one thing, Harry wants something else, and Venom just lies to Harry. to say that we want the same thing.
No, yeah, I get that for sure. But that's my perspective, personally.
I mean, I do want to bring up, like, I think another problem with the game is that Harry is the only thing you could argue is interesting about it. But this is the most shallow version of Harry we've ever gotten in media. Like, a lot of Harry's, like, character flaws and personality is just flat out gone in the game. He's just such a nice guy with, like, nothing else really going beyond that, besides he just gets upset unreasonably at fucking symbiote Spider-Man.
Well, there's that, but he also, like...
Like, what about, like, we used to get, like, the Raimi and Spectacular version of the character, who was, like, tragically influenced by his, like, father to, like, you know, have very toxic, like, belief systems, mindsets, and all that shit. Like, he learned from a bad man, and it made him make mistakes, but because he still has a friendship with people like, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, MJ, and all that shit, he still has a good heart, unlike his father. That's usually what makes Harry such a fucking, like, special character, and they took that away. Harry, like, is just a mommy's boy who's just good-hearted and wants to make the world a better place and all that shit, and there's nothing else going on with him. Versus, you know, the Harry we used to get in media, which is that there's a conflict there. He, like, cares and loves his friends, and, like, you know, he has a good heart because of the people he surrounds himself with, but he still has a home life where his dad tells him to take whatever he wants and, like, you know, make the world your own and bend it if you have to. Cowboy up and do what you have to. Be a man and all that shit. So there's like a conflict there. And then there's that envy and jealousy of how, like, his father cares more for Peter than himself. That really does, like, drive him to, you know, act more selfish and petty.
That's
like
true.
that's a three-dimensional character, and all that's taken away in Spider-Man 2. So, like, what's your thoughts on that? The fact that, like, you know, this is the most shallow version of Harry we've gotten so far.
I mean, to be fair, I think he has more going on than, you know, just wanting to heal the world. Because, you know, he's also, like, you know, also has trouble with approval from his father. Because, you know, he thinks, like, his self-worth in his father's eyes is how healthy he is. Like, that's, like, the significance between the, the dynamic, you know, that one scene between, Norman and Venom, where he goes like, oh, we're so healthy, we're so strong now. Isn't this what you wanted? Like, that kind of thing, you know, because he also sees, like, you know, he believes that Norman is warming up more to Peter as, like, a surrogate son, kind of like a replacement kind of thing.
Why would he feel that if, like, Norman's gone out of his way to save Harry's life, even at the risk of his own reputation and job?
I think it's more less about the fact that Norman doesn't care. It's more of, like, the fact he thinks he's never good enough for him.
How could that be the case if he's willing to risk everything to save his life?
Well, again, because he's never fully healthy.
What? That doesn't take away that he still values Harry because he wants to save his life. If he didn't value him, he wouldn't want to save his life, so why would Harry ever think he doesn't, you know, value him?
No, that's not the point.
Especially that Norman does support his endeavors. He still supports the Emily May Foundation. He's the one who gave that to him.
No, I'm not denying that. I'm not saying that Norman doesn't care about Harry. That's not the point. It's just that from Harry's eyes, he doesn't think he's good enough because of, you know, his health. The fact that he's never healthy, and no matter how much his dad tries, he's never going to be healthy. That kind of thing.
So he doesn't feel good enough because he's not healthy, and like what does that even entail for, like, Norman at all? He doesn't feel good enough to be Norman's son or something?
Well, that's just not in the game. Like, I've never heard of this.
Not only is that not in the game, it's just like, I don't even know how that even adds anything to his character. At most, that just shows me that, like, he's that fucking level of, like, you know, humble of a person that he wants to improve himself. Well, no. Here's the thing. Like, if anything, this just shows, like, less like dimension, because he's like so humble about himself that even though this guy, his dad, is willing to risk everything to save his fucking life, he still doesn't feel good enough for his father. Like, that doesn't really give that much dimensions. That just keeps it, oh, he's such a good guy. Look how humble he is. Like, he doesn't feel good enough because he's still dying.
Well,
like, Harry used to be a selfish person and a drug addict.
I'm not here to tell you how you feel about that. I'm just saying I think that's what they were going for.
I mean, they could be going for that, but like the problem is like this is still like more shallow than what we used to get with this character. A character that used to have a conflict between love and selfishness, and how his love can manipulate him to make selfish decisions because of his father, is just a mama's boy who's super humble and just doesn't feel good enough because he's sick. Like, you see how like much of a downgrade that is. We used to get a guy that's willing to become the Green Goblin to feel loved in the world, to like a guy who's willing to become Venom because he's sick, guys. He's dying. And because he wants to make the world a better place and perfect.
I mean, personally, I don't view it as like a downgrade. I just view it as like as something different. That I think.
Yeah, but it's something different that's not as intriguing as what we used to get. If you're gonna change something, at least do it for the better.
Well, that's your opinion. Overall, personally, I kind of just wish we got more. I kind of wish we get more like I don't know. I guess versions of the character that were I don't know. I guess more I don't know, more personal or that kind of thing. Like we kind of.
It is more personal what I'm saying versus what the game did. I think it's far more personal for a character to be driven by wanting to feel validated and loved when they're neglected by their family member. That's a very relatable thing people can actually attach to, versus wanting to make the world perfect and fix climate change with your billions of dollars. And being sad that you're sick. Like, that's not as relatable. Like, at least to me. Like, I don't know. How about you, SK?
I mean, yeah, I don't find him relatable at all. But I mean, I don't think Harry's meant to be that relatable as a character. You know, he's born into a rich family. He has a really, especially bad and manipulative father who pushes him in ways in which is not, you know, what a parent should be doing. I wouldn't consider him relatable in general.
Well, I think the thing is, in the comics and like other media, I consider him to be a very human character. He's a character with a lot of flaws, but a lot of like strength to him as well. Like, he still has, like, love and care for his friends, like Peter and, like, MJ and shit, in, like, you know, the Raimiverse. He still loves his father, and that love, like, can, like, lead him to do horrible things as the Green Goblin because of the fact that he loves someone that is, like, so evil and, like, manipulative. That's tragic. That makes you feel bad for him, while also, like, acknowledging that he's flawed and still a bad guy. Because he's still driven by envy, jealousy, and, like, selfishness. That's a very, like, Harry is one of the most compelling characters in, like, the Spider-Man mythos, and they decided to change that into, like, something way less interesting. Something just one-dimensional at this point. Like, almost. Like, very simple. He's a nice guy, but feel bad for him. He's fucking dying. I don't know, man. I think that sucks.
I mean, to each their own.
I think Insomniac should actually, you know, properly depict what characters they're adapting, because, like, it's more interesting than what they're coming up with. Notice how the best villain in the Insomniac universe is Doc Ock. You know, the one they didn't tinker with too much.
I mean, true, yeah, I guess. I do think Doc Ock is a better villain than Venom, for sure. You know, simply because of the fact I think he is much more developed. I wish that Venom did get more development as much as Doc Ock did in the first game. But I can at the very least see what they were going for. And I can see, I have like a certain level of appreciation for what they were going for. And I understand, like, I think it could have been executed a lot better. But that's just me, pretty much.
I mean, all that I'll simply say is, like, all I'll simply say is like I think like after the first game and like what it's done with its villains and shit, I feel like we should just have a higher standard for like the sequel to that game. Venom should have been incredible, and I don't know why people are like, no, not everybody, but like, you know, I don't get why we have to like go, listen, like, he's not as good as Doc Ock, but come on, guys, it's like, he should be better than Doc Ock. This is fucking Venom. This is the guy who earned a comic book run, and you're telling me he's less interesting than Dr. Octopus? Like, it's insane if you think about it that way. And I think, like, Insomniac should have done better. They should have respected this beloved character and actually, you know, understood why people care and like this character. But they just fundamentally didn't.
I'm glad he's shit because rage for bad Spider-Man media fuels me as a person. I live every day. I live every day just to see you complain about Spider-Man.
Okay.
Yeah, it's miserable here.
That's funny. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I would say I've been like a fan of like Spider-Man for like fucking years, like ever since Out of the Womb, and I totally get where you're coming from. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just more, I want to say charitable, I guess, kind of thing. But I don't think. I'm just saying. I think Venom is a good character in Spider-Man 2, just with a bit more fleshing out. They could have had like, you know, a much better main villain than they had in Spider-Man 1. But yeah, and I do see what
I think if they wanted a better villain,
I do see what they were trying to go with.
Actually, you know, done him.
And I do see what they were trying to do, and like, you know, just on that basis alone, I do have like a level of, I don't know, I guess blind appreciation to it, if that makes any sense. But yeah, that's just my perspective.
He does have high
to
be fair to him.
All I'll say about the charitability thing is, like, at this point, like, I don't know why we have to keep being charitable to Spider-Man products being made by, like, these, you know, corporations when, like, we've been getting nothing but, like, trash for, like, the past few years now. I feel like the level of charitability shouldn't be there, and we should just expect, like, you know, greatness from, like, one of the greatest Marvel characters ever created. Especially when you know it was done better.
That's what we were to say, Iron Man.
No. I mean, I think that's all based on subjectivity. Like, I like all the MCU Spider-Man movies.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm about to flame the server. I know.
If it if it makes you feel better,
guess what?
SK.
Hey, guess what? Guess what?
SK loves no.
Guess what?
That's a lie.
Yes, you do. Why are you lying?
You posted there's a fucking lie. Fuck you.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Guess what? Guess what? I think Born Again's a good show. Y'all are all wrong.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Lord.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Could I kick him out?
Well, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Pretty much. I don't think I have any more reason to be here. So, yeah, thanks for having me on, y'all.
Have a good one.
See you later.
Liam, I'm warning you now. Just the guys in the waiting room. Let's ban them.
I know. I saw that. I'm mad. Oh, of course!
For fuck's sake.
Fuck you!
For fuck's sake.
No!
More Spider-Man 2. More Spider-Man 2. You're gonna have
hello. Alright.
Get ready for being talked over.
Yeah, I have a great point. So I think my disagreement is that Spider-Man 2 story is good. Okay, sorry, yeah, I said it wrong. My disagreement is that Spider-Man 2 story is good. Because it was written by the same people that wrote Spider-Man PS4.
Oh, fucking shit.
That's not even right. Even that's not correct.
Oh,
is it not?
It's not?
Fuck, bro.
No, even a quick Google search would prove to you that there's different writers. What?
I didn't know that. I waited an hour in that chat.
It's written by women who do love novels in Spider-Man 2.
Oh, no.
Okay, if it was,
I'm not joking.
Well, to play devil's advocate for a second, if it was written by people made by Arcane,
no, he's
that explains why
something. The joke.
No, I know. I know. I'm just saying. Even if that was true, that explains why the game is so shit.
Okay, bro.
Why do you have an Arcane? Why do you have an Arcane PFP? That show's not even relevant
anymore. Because Arcane is one of the greatest shows of all time.
Okay, Mosquito.
Why?
It's actually
Mosquito.
Mosquito.
Okay, Mosquito.
Like
okay, Mosquito. Okay, Mosquito.
Like
Okay, Mosquito.
Why is it one of the greatest shows of all time? Is it because you're a simp for women?
Okay, because it has some of the best. It has some of the best character writing that I've ever seen. It has
Such
amazing
as?
animation. It has great fight scenes. It has great music.
It doesn't have. Wait. It has amazing No, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
Damn. Yeah.
Prove to me right now that Lucas was in the team of Arcane, because I don't remember seeing the amazing animation there.
All right, just fucking say your thing, bro.
Yeah, I don't have. Yeah, I just
no PJ.
Oh, you just wanted to troll.
I'm trying to fucking delay it. Good.
Yeah, I mean, I have points,
That's
but I don't
great.
feel like reviewing, to be honest.
I don't think you should
I
feel
can
like
stay
it.
on here, but like I just wanted to make.
No, that's okay. I think we should move on to our next disagreement. How about you, SK?
Oh, what's the disagreement with me?
No, I say we should move on to our next one.
in the
dumbass.
chat.
Oh.
Look at the weight
In the
room.
chat,
All right, yeah, we'll
Arcane
move
too.
forward.
This
Mosquito's
is
son
proof right
has
here that
rage
SK
baited
doesn't
us.
consider the fans, bro.
Mosquito's son has rage baited us. That's fucking insane.
Exopokery, Daredevil is the one show that Arcane doesn't clear, unfortunately.
Damn.
Arcane clears the. Oh my fucking god, bro! Can we, bro?
No,
He's
it's
such a
like
bum.
it goes. See, the ranking goes Daredevil, Arcane, and then Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah.
Name 5
okay.
Daredevil stories.
Wait. Okay.
I mean the show. I've
that's good.
barely read the comics.
That's good. Speaking of Mosquito, I was checking and she liked the review, Katie's review of the Batman. That is 3.5 stars.
Move on. We're on a stream.
If you can see
guys.
if you can
We're on
see
a
my
stream.
face, I would just be like so sad right now.
Show your face. Show your face. Show your face. Show your face. Show your face.
You know what? I imagine?
Man.
I imagine that I show speed gif. That's SK right now.
All right, Small. What's your disagreement?
What's your disagreement, Small?
Alright, so you think that Far From Home is better than No Way Home, SK, right?
Yes.
You do? What the fuck is wrong with you?
What the fuck is that PFP?
Don't worry about it.
Is that a human or a dog?
Let him say his disagreement.
Liam.
Alright.
Fuck's sake, man.
Shit, I gotta go. Fuck.
Are you serious?
That's great. Thank you for that one. Alrighty.
Alright, guys.
Anything you want to say before you go?
Have a nice day.
Yeah, okay. Next person. Garrus, what's your disagreement?
Oh, it's this guy.
Fucking Leon. Fucking Resident Evil 4
You are on
fan.
the line. What is the disagreement? Tell us why.
Wait, wait, and then the stream's catching up. Oh, there we go.
You don't need the stream to catch
Ashley
up. You just
Sim.
need to hear us.
I swear to
Ashley Sim.
Yeah, so I was going to talk about Across the Spider-Verse for this one.
All right.
No,
I think we should
disagreement?
move on to another disagreement.
No.
I think we should move on to another
disagreement and tell
disagreement.
us why. What's your disagreement and tell us why?
All right, you know what? Yeah, let's go.
No.
I really do not like the ending to Across the Spider-Verse.
Why don't you like the
Yeah.
ending?
Well, because since it's like a cliffhanger ending, you'd kind of... I see some of the arguments would be like, well, you just have to wait for like the next movie to sort of complete all the character arcs and give a resolution to Miles'
I don't
story.
agree
But
with
if
that.
I
They
compare
gave
it,
completion to the character arcs in this movie.
well, not really. I mean, Miles is still like, oh
Miles
shit,
is
what's happened to
complete.
my
Miles
dad?
is
And
complete.
I already.
I'm sorry, SK. I don't remember seeing Miles accept the death of his father potentially coming. I don't remember that being in the
go
movie.
and expand a little bit. Like, let's compare this to like Empire Strikes Back that leads straight into Return of the Jedi. Like by the end of that film, the character arcs of like, I don't really know if you would call them character arcs, but that's kind of a whole debate in itself. But the resolution to the story kind of leaves us at a cliffhanger, but also it's like at a satisfying point, because the characters are like, they failed but they're still holding strong and they're looking out into the galaxy and they're like still hopeful, and it's kind of a very uplifting ending. But for me, the across
the smaller
Spider-Verse
scale story
ending just
was
feels
concluded
like
in the movie, but the larger scale one is still to be concluded in Empire. That's like the easiest way to say it. Everything in Cloud City concluded. Everything with Han and Leia
I wasn't
concluded.
finished talking, to be honest.
Yeah, but I'm helping your point. I'm trying to build you up so you can defeat SK. I understand you don't appreciate backup, but you kind of need it for this guy.
Yeah, but with
SK's the biggest simp to the Spider-Verse movies I've ever met. You got to get like prepared. I'm giving you armor, bro, and you're rejecting
across
it.
the Spider-Verse ending, I just feel like, what?
Well, no, I was just gonna say, listen, bro. I listen. Even though you're getting assistance from Liam, your best course of action is just to walk away right now, bro. You don't want any of this smelly smoke, the stench, the fucking stink clouds, bro. I'm trying to warn you before you continue. I'm just trying to warn you.
I kind of want the blood. I kind of want the blood. Let's continue.
Let's let him finish his disagreement if that's possible.
I was able to get SK mad over tits. Let's see him get mad over a cartoon.
Alright, yeah, my bad.
So, like, comparing the ending to Empire Strikes Back to Across the Spider-Verse, it just doesn't feel very satisfying. It's just like a cutoff point, like, to be continued, and you just see the shots of the characters, like, ready to go on to the next movie, and it just doesn't feel as it doesn't feel like how you would end a movie for me.
I
agree with
you. I actually really agree with you. The one complaint I have with Across is that the ending did feel a little bit rushed, just to kind of get to the end and be like, by the way, we're setting up this like whole new thing. Like I feel like it's kind of like the K-pop Demon Hunters thing we had the other night, SK. I feel like if the movie did have like, I know it pissed me off, but he was lucky, right? But I feel like in this case it also works here. If the movie had at least 30 more minutes, and to kind of get itself going for the end, I feel like it would have been a better payoff, because you could tell it was just very half-baked.
Yeah, because like
what
Empire
exactly
Strikes Back
is the cutoff point? Because as I recall, the cutoff point is basically the plot of the movie regarding Miles being lost in a different dimension, and the whole resolution to the Spot killing his dad. I don't really see how that's a bad thing to cut it off there. I don't know, because we have complete character arcs, we have very complete elements to the story. So I guess, what did you want to be completed in this movie?
Your hairline. Is your hairline completed in this movie, SK? I didn't think so.
Well, I feel like, I mean, even if we look at like still using Empire as like the comparison, like even in that movie, it's like almost every character in that movie you felt satisfied with where they were left off. Like
I barely remember Empire, so I don't think we're gonna get much mileage out of that.
Oh my god!
I mean,
we can get into.
I barely remember one of the most iconic movies of all time. Fuck you.
I mean, you use the example of like Miles and Gwen, but we don't really know. Like, we're not really entirely satisfied with where Miguel is left off, right? Because Miguel's still like enraged and hasn't really figured himself
he's a baby.
Out yet. So
yeah, but you can
Empire,
say the same thing with Darth Vader. He's not fully figured out either.
Well, not really, because Darth Vader in that movie is this kind of like full arrogant, like thinking, oh, I'm gonna win, I'm gonna turn Luke over, and then you get to see at the end, it's like he's become humbled in a way, and it feels like a progression in his character arc. Whereas
who the fuck got humbled?
Vader.
When did Vader get humbled?
Well, when Luke like decides to kill himself instead of join him, he goes and he watches him fall down, and he's like, Jesus Christ, my attempt failed. And when he watches the ship kind of go into hyperspace, he kind of looks at it and he looks back and he just walks back in silence. He doesn't strangle anybody in like rage. He's just kind of like, well, this is my fault now, instead of blaming everyone else for his problems.
He's always
right,
kind
but
of
Miguel
like
also undergoes change in this movie as well, where his mental state starts to deteriorate as a result of what's happening. He's becoming more distrustful, and he's showing a darker side to himself in front of his society, which is casting some doubt onto their ability to trust him. So I guess I'm not really sure what's being missing. Like, that's why I preface with that question. What exactly is missing in the ending that they should have finished with? As for Miguel, obviously he hasn't reached the end of his arc, but that's not necessary. They're saving that for the third one. All we really need from him is an establishment of where he is as a character, and yeah, I think that's good enough. My invite link is invalid. Let me fix that.
I guess what would be missing is like the way they sort of end it, I guess, in a way, by just ending it with like the text to be continued. It doesn't. I feel like you should like end it with like a scene that kind of uplifts you or kind of scares you in some way, like leaves you with more of an impact than just text on a screen, right? And that's kind of my point of like the Empire ending. You see
Still
these
works.
characters look up. Okay.
I'm talking to chat.
Look
Sorry.
off. Yeah, look off into the galaxy, and it's kind of like this uplifting ending. Whereas Across the Spider-Verse is just some characters looking off into the distance, and then yeah, to be continued. It doesn't feel
Well,
very
what's the
fulfilling.
difference? Like, is it just the to be continued, or is it because
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like that's how you would end the movie, just by writing, oh, to be continued for next time.
Well,
It
is
doesn't
that
feel like...
that not possible? I mean, that's the basis of
Well-
like a cliffhanger, right? To be continued. It's just telling the audience there will be more.
Yeah, okay, well, you can do that in like a post-credit scene, like the Marvel movies do.
Sure, but couldn't you just also say, well, that's not how you end a movie because it has that cliffhanger indication?
I mean, it can have the cliffhanger indication, but I feel like it needs to leave you off with some sort of feeling or a sense of like
Well, isn't that entirely
satisfaction instead of-
subjective, whether or not it leaves you with the feeling? And I think
Okay,
that's more so
well,
contingent on
there's
like
text-
the material in the film rather than whether or not it leaves a text
I think that's
thing.
more. I think whether or not it gives you like a feeling, it's more subjective to the person. Like
Yeah.
whether or not they feel like oh holy shit what a cliffhanger, or they feel like man that fucking sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's quite as in like a traditional kind of movie sense. I feel like we've just gotten to like the sort of like meaty part of the story by the end of the movie, whereas like with Empire we're kind of done with all of like the heavy stuff, and the next movie is kind of a continuation, but it's like starting from a new point.
Well, very simply, Empire ends off with the characters having a new resolve in life and a new direction they're gonna take the rest of their life, despite like, you know, the conflict not being done. They have like a self-realization-esque moment for what's gonna possibly happen in the next movie in a way, and that's not in Spider-Verse.
Yes,
Spider-Verse
it
just
is.
has them do that way before the ending even happens. It's like before the chase
It's
happens.
not way
we get,
before.
like,
There's a couple of
Miles and
scenes
shit and
afterwards,
everything.
but that's just to establish the future plot lines.
Well, like what with Miles exactly? For
What's
example,
the end point for Miles?
Yeah, like
it's in the
like
scene where he tells his mom, who
what's
he
his
believes to be his
revelation?
mom. What?
Yeah, I'm like, what's the revelation he figures out for like next time?
The revelation is his trust in his parents. He realizes that he can trust them, and that's where the best parts of him come from.
I guess so. I mean, I think the problem.
So you.
I think the problem with that would just.
I don't really agree with that.
I mean, yes.
Because in
Well,
the ending, it's like
I think
Yes, I
the
lied.
problem. I think the problem still is the fucking thing is it's like. Let me think about this. I think like just ultimately the whole. Yeah, let me think about a lie.
SK. Hey, don't act like you don't lie all the time.
Don't call it my
Yeah, bro.
Don't call it my
Don't do it. Don't
I
do
still
it.
got I still got you pulling a Grant Paulson. I don't want to hear it, bro. Pulled a Grant Paulson on Spider-Man 3.
Dude, I don't fucking care about this scene.
I guess what I would say to that is like that's fine and good and all that shit, but like I think there needed to be like a little more than that for like Miles's character, because like I'll admit that one's all right, but we don't really have anything on like, oh, like how is he gonna deal with the spy? What is he gonna do with Miguel?
Like,
I'm
gonna
how
listen
is he
through
gonna
my phone. I'm gonna make dinner.
Do this quick.
What revelation does he learn about any of the antagonists for next time? Because like with like Luke, he learns like his father is Darth Vader and shit. He has more of an understanding of his own lineage.
Wait,
and then he ultimately makes a decision to like still be a Jedi or whatever, and we're gonna see like what those outcomes are in the next movie. But I don't really see any of that for like anything except like oh he's gonna tell his parents he's fucking Miles, I guess. Like maybe after the conflict happens with like Spot and shit. But what revelation is there for how he's gonna approach those problems next time? Because they're gonna be in the next movie, assumably.
Okay, so the whole point...
We don't get an idea what that's gonna be, if you know what I mean.
Well, you're helping me out
Let me
here.
explain. Wait. No. I have something to say about this. So
why is just the guy still here?
He said he had something short to say, that's it.
I didn't stay short, but like, I have a response.
Oh, you did stay short.
Like,
okay, but let's hear it in the short term.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm not gonna drag it on, but like, basically, Miles's arc in Across the Spider-Verse is kind of about how like because you know into the Spider-Verse he learns like take a leap of faith, right, and like that, and that's kind of what
I think I'm gonna take a leap of faith right now.
What?
All right, Darius, this is your disagreement.
My God,
Okay,
you
so
monster!
your point, bro.
You're so fucking petty.
What a petty bigot.
So
petty bigot.
Right.
Oh,
the fat ass is put on the leash. The fat ass is put on the leash.
Okay. Let me. Yeah. So basically, in Into the Spider-Verse, he kind of like learns to like take a risk, right? And like he learns the value of taking a leap. He learns the value of taking a leap of faith. And in Across the Spider-Verse, that mentality
the more
kind
he
of
says
like
risk and leap of faith, the more I want to take a leap of faith and disconnect him.
Can you like burn yourself?
Liam. Go on, just a guy. You sexy man.
So basically, in Across the Spider-Verse, that kind of like risk-taking, like, you know, just moving forward, like mentality, like defines kind of like his whole character. That's why, you know, he wants to, like his mom and dad are like all like talking about how he wants to grow up too fast and all that. And that kind of like defines a lot of his character. So like, he's kind of at this point where it's like, he thinks he can like just like move forward and like, you know, he can just take that leap of faith and he'll always succeed, right? And the movie kind of breaks that down, and in Across the Spider-Verse kind of learns that like that doesn't always work, because you know he goes to like basically they kind of like treat the Spider Society as like a metaphor for like him kind of going out into the world and like you know, going to college. Like that's why his mom even talks about like how, you know, he's gonna go to those big fancy places and they can't tell him that he doesn't belong, and fucking Miguel tells him that he doesn't belong. So basically the idea is that like, you know, sometimes you take a leap of faith and you go out into the world and you actually will fail, right? So it's good to like not forget about like where you come from. And like, it's not just that, you know, he learns to trust his parents and that's why he's, you know, ready to tell them who he is. It's also the fact that, you know, he kind of learns to appreciate his roots, and that's why that, like him telling his mom his identity is the culmination of that.
Can I just say something? Isn't that kind of like the whole thing with the first movie though? So isn't it just kind of like, in a way, sort of repeating what's already been
Also, that's
done
before
in
the
first
ending.
movie?
That's during the chase that he realizes that part.
Yeah, well, yeah, and then and the culmination of that is when he tells his mom his identity. Like he realizes.
Well, no, the
that,
culmination
and then
is where he
takes
goes, "Nah,
action
man,
based on
I'm gonna
his
do my own
realization."
thing."
No, the
Because, like,
culmination
he
is where he
fucking,
takes the
you know,
action.
realizes that shit.
He has to take the action.
Yeah, exactly. Like the realization isn't enough. Like you have to like take action based on that as well. That's when
he does.
Do you know how to take action?
Yeah, he does. That's what I'm saying. In the chase, he takes action, obviously. He doesn't just follow along what the others tell him what to do or think or say. He does it himself.
Yeah, that's why they show him taking action.
Liam, did you check your DMs?
That's what I'm saying. I agree. That's in the chase.
No, but like the part about him like rejecting the people who tell him not to belong. No. The part about him rejecting, you know, the people that tell him he doesn't belong is in the chase. Yeah, but the part about him like appreciating where he comes from and his parents more
is in the chase.
That is when he tells them his identity.
No. It's where he trusts them. It's where he trusts his parents with the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and he realizes that because of the chase.
Yes, but he needs to take the meaningful action.
Exactly. Yeah, that's like how character arcs work.
He doesn't though.
What do you mean he doesn't?
That's not his real parents. He didn't
It doesn't
actually
matter.
do it
He
yet.
believed
Well,
they
yeah.
were. He believed they were.
SK, show your hairline. SK, show your
Show
hairline
yours.
right now.
Yeah, but
It depends
yeah,
is
but
what
once,
Alright,
Miles
look in your
again,
DMs.
yeah, but once
what
again,
matters is
like
what
the
Miles was
whole
thinking in that moment.
the whole point is like that realization was during the chase. He did it later, sure, but the point that I think a lot of people were getting at is, firstly, that's fine with all that shit with like his family, but we want to know more about like what experiences he's gonna learn for next time over the larger conflict as well.
Better than yours, bitch. Show yours.
Like
show
how
yours.
is he gonna approach the spot with this new realization?
I'm confused.
Or like Miguel.
May I also add, like, this is kind of like something.
Why does this movie need to tell us how he's gonna overcome the conflict in Beyond?
Yeah,
the
why-
No
we don't
one,
need this
not
movie
not
for it.
overcome the conflict.
We don't need this movie,
I'm
period.
asking
Fuck this movie.
how is he gonna approach it different next time? Like
He'll
what
work
would
with his
even be
parents.
implied to that? Because
He leaves his parents in the dark, and they're not able to prepare.
Because in Empire Strikes Back, we get an idea that Luke like reaffirms his belief system and still sticks to what he believes in despite the information he learns. So we know like how he's gonna handle that next time, which is like sticking to that strong belief system. So it gives us an idea how he's gonna handle Vader and yada yada yada.
You can argue the
Yeah.
same with Miles.
That's what I'm asking for.
No, I would also like add to your point, like there's no like we don't really know if Miles would still, you know, tell the truth of who he is to his parents back in the
Yeah,
factory.
we still
He
don't
might
fully
still-
know because he could literally
absolutely
take it
would.
back because he did technically tell it to like a parent that could be like an evil version, right? Because
I
it's a
don't-
different universe.
Yeah.
I don't think he would.
That could literally make him go, hey, maybe I should be careful because what if I make a mistake like that again?
Yeah.
Okay,
So, like,
then
if
he will
anything, we just don't know still.
Yeah, okay, but if he knows that they are his
Yeah,
parents, then
how does that
yes, he would
contradict?
obviously say it.
Exactly. Yeah. How does that contradict like the idea of him like trusting his actual
Yeah.
parents again? That
Yeah,
just
but
means
what
he's
does that
gonna
have
be
to
more
do with
careful.
like the greater conflict of the movie?
No, that is the greater conflict.
That's the
of movie. Like,
resolution to it.
What is he gonna tell? Is he gonna tell his, hey, mom and dad, I'm Spider-Man, and they're gonna magically beat the spot and deal with like 2099? What does that have to do with the rest of the movie?
We don't need that in order to have a conclusive ending.
Yeah.
We don't need that.
I'm really confused. This is like a really.
I'm not
arbitrary-
saying that.
I don't
All that I'm-
want
all I'm saying is that
needless
that's
setup for the
different than
future.
Empire.
We don't need setup for the future for the sake of it. We don't need to be friendly neighborhood.
Hang on a second. I'm not saying
Hang on a
that.
second, I
All
gotta
that I'm
grab my
saying
weight.
is that is different from
Oh
like
my-
Empire, because with Empire they do give you an idea how these characters are going to approach the threat next time. They don't tell you what's going to happen, but you understand where their mindsets will be for the next time, which
We
gives
know
you a
Miles'
positive
mindset here.
outlook. And I'm not finished. And like gives you an idea of like a conclusion. It's like we don't see the ending, but we have an idea like how the characters will approach it at least. So
we have
even if
no-
like Return of the Jedi didn't happen, we could still go and understand how the characters will generally approach that situation. That's not Into the Spider-Verse. I mean, Across the
Yeah.
Spider-Verse, whatever.
We
problem
have
is
no
that
idea.
That's what I'm
how-
saying. All I'm saying is that it's
Okay.
different. It's not the same.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
yeah.
yeah, I think it's
That's
fine
not
saying
like-
it's different. But
Yeah.
what I was trying to ask is what is meaningfully different, or meaningfully missing in terms of the ending. Like, so one you're
Your
implying
hairline.
is complete. Well, at least Darius is. Darius is implying one is complete. One is not complete. But like
Across
I
is
fail
more
to see
reliant on
what's
having a
missing.
sequel than Empire. That's the point
Yeah,
we're
that's,
making.
that's the thing. Because the thing about
If
Empire-
Across doesn't have a sequel,
Wait,
Across
wait.
is a shit ending.
Let me
Hang on,
not-
shut
Yeah,
up. I'm talking. I want to finish my
totally agree
point.
with
Both of
that.
you, hush.
Sorry.
Oh,
Okay, sorry.
the difference is if Across doesn't have a sequel, the ending sucks. It's
Big Daddy's in the
unconclusive and like, and it's just up in the air. We don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. With Empire, if they didn't make Return of the Jedi, we would
It's
have a
still
general
standalone.
understanding. Yeah, we could still feel like that's the end.
Yeah,
Oh,
and even
we don't,
I
we don't
want to add
see
to
the end
that.
of the war, but we
I
know how the
wanna-
characters are gonna handle it. We know like
I wanna add to
the
that.
resolution.
With Empire, like you don't even need to watch A New Hope to understand it. It kind of just opens up with like, you know, this mysterious kind of Empire force trying to attack the rebels. It kind of opens up on its own and it finishes without help. So it's pretty much like a standalone film, whereas Across, it just feels like without Beyond the Spider-Verse, you're not going to get that resolution to the whole.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily. I don't even think that's inherently a bad thing. That it's very contingent.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how's that bad?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see how that's bad. I just see that it's different.
Okay, I wouldn't say it's not bad. I wouldn't say it's bad. Although I wouldn't say it's bad. All that I would say is like, you know, Sony better not fuck this up. Because if it does get canceled and we don't get a third movie, then Across is just there with a big ass plot hole that's unsatisfying.
I'll actually say this on behalf of just my opinion. Like I don't like that in sequels. Like I don't like that if in order for a sequel to work, you have to wait for another sequel. Like basically ending it off.
Okay, but no.
I don't. This is very straight. I don't. Shut up.
Okay, but
it might have been my profile picture, sure, but it worked against MCU crew. Now leave me alone.
PJ, I would just argue that like it does work in the sense of like the characters. Like yes, like you know the plot is heavily reliant on the next movie, but like most of the characters have complete arcs by the end.
And how the characters are going to deal with the plot is really hinging on the next movie. Or an Empire, it's not. We know what the characters are generally going to do in the next movie if you just watch Empire.
I'm just talking about what PJ said about that it needs the next movie to work.
I don't like that in sequels.
Well, hang on. To be fair, PJ was just saying he didn't like it. That's not him. I don't think that's him saying it's bad.
Yeah, no. I wasn't. I was just trying to kind of like I guess give an alternate perspective.
Well, yeah, I'm
it's
trying
not about
to
it
get
being bad.
I'm trying to get back to Darius.
It's not about it being bad. It's about it being different than Empire.
Darius
and, like all these other
using
movies
that
that usually
as
have
a
cliffhangers.
criticism, so I wanted like.
I feel so.
It's his.
Yeah, I feel so
it's
bad
his
for
main
Darius.
point here, so I want to like get him to chime in.
Yeah.
Apparently, Pokery's begging to be in here, so I'll just take a backseat.
Oh no. Now the call's gonna become a race.
Arcane is not better than Daredevil, by the way.
Why is there fucking 3 of them here? This is a 3v1 SK.
No, I'm stepping out. I specifically said I was stepping out.
Alright, hold on. Yeah, SK.
When you use terms like stepping out, that's a threat.
That is a threat.
That's a fucking threat. Why are we issuing threats on Disagreement Day?
Dude, I feel so bad for Darius, bro.
Alright, Darius, go on.
Get over it.
Yeah.
Any thoughts you want to share as to why that you like? Basically, what I was asking was, what do you think is missing?
Well, I don't think Across the Spider-Verse is self-sufficient in a way. So, you know, with like what we were kind of saying previously, like Empire Strikes Back completely works on its own. It doesn't even need A New Hope to make sense. It's a completely like standalone sequel that completely works, and for me that feels more complete. Whereas Across the Spider-Verse, if Beyond the Spider-Verse kind of like fucks up the resolution to the Miles and his dad conflict, or the revealing to his parents thing, then that kind of just damages both movies. So I feel like
so I'm good. So
the thing, well, I just want to say this real quick, because that's what I was saying, and I completely understand them on this. I actually think he's 100% justified for this. If your sequel needs to rely on a continued like a 2 or 3 parter for it to fully work as a sequel, I don't think you're necessarily, even if the movie's good, I don't think you necessarily did the best job of a sequel, because the whole thing about sequels is that it is a continuation. Let's say, like, I don't know, Toy Story 2, just because, you know, Pixar. Let's say Toy Story 2 itself had to kind of set up Toy Story 3 in order for Toy Story 2 to work, you know what I mean? Like, that wouldn't work. Like, that wouldn't... as long as, you know, 3 didn't fuck up, which it did, then yeah, it would...
yeah, I want to make sure, like, the side is clear. So essentially you're saying that to Darius specifically, you're saying that it should stand on its own more, as in like it's okay. Poker, that's what you have to work with. You can go ahead because you had some newer stuff you wanted to share.
Okay, so
Race War.
A big point I kept hearing get thrown around is that the main conflict is not resolved within Across. And I just fundamentally disagree. I don't think I think it comes from a misunderstanding of what the main conflict in Across the Spider-Verse is to begin with. And it's about the idea of like fate, or as the movie frames it, canon versus your own choices.
This is a misunderstanding, Liam. Shut up. Shut up.
Stop.
Keep going, bro.
But yeah, as far as like the actual conflict of like fate / canon versus choice, that is like, it's like pretty very obviously resolved within the film. Like Miguel gets painted as an unreliable narrator or leader or whatever, and Miles comes to the like resolution that he can make his own future, his own fate or whatever. Like I think there's a very clear solution to that arc.
I don't think anyone was talking. Who was talking about the canon? I remember anyone was talking about the canon part of it.
No, because I was saying like y'all
He's
were
just
talking
saying
about
generally.
y'all were talking about how like the main conflict within Across isn't resolved,
Yeah.
and how it's like contingent on Beyond. The only thing that's really contingent is like just Miles being in another dimension and Spot. That's like literally it.
Yeah, I think that.
I mean, for all we know, like Miles is in peril right now. In fairness, too, like we don't even know like if he's gonna be okay or not until the next movie. So if like theoretically we don't get a third movie, we'll be like, does Miles die? I don't know.
Okay, you're black.
Does Prowler just murder him there?
It kind of reminds me because he's literally preparing to do what Peter B is doing, and it's done with like in an exciting manner. So it's like he's about to succeed.
Yeah.
Don't watch
the mouth, watch the hand. Yeah.
He's about to pull that trick in his own unique way.
Yeah. Just add for what to Pokeri was saying. That was kind of like.
I guess I would just simply say how to like. I guess how does he get out of the dimension then? Would be like something we could question.
Yeah.
Well, we have people who know where he is, right?
Oh my god.
Dude, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how?
I was just gonna say
the exact
like
Oh, yo, shut the. Let Darius go. Sorry, go on.
That was
well, to be fair, he was asking me something just quickly.
You're irrelevant.
Right. Yeah. So.
Vermin.
With the whole like canon thing, that I feel like you're right in that. That was like very emphasized with Gwen Stacy's ending, where she kind of sees that her dad's still alive, even though he was like destined to be a captain, and then it ends up he's not being a captain. So I think you're right in that, in saying that the whole kind of conflict of your fate is.
I mean, I thought all that proves is that fucking if you stop being a captain, I guess you don't die.
No, I feel like that just proves that like the canon is bullshit.
Or like she could get a new captain that she's emotionally connected to. Like who knows?
But I mean, there are obviously the other.
It is still kind of up in the air. Still, I'll still say
still very contingent on the next movie. Like for instance, the Miles and Gwen's relationship is very contingent on the next movie.
How the fuck are they gonna deal with the Spot exactly? Is a good one.
Yeah, that too.
What do you think
I mean,
Spot,
I think
like, powers,
I think
like, how does
the third
work now?
movie will address
Upgraded?
that, but Miles isn't really the main character of Across the Spider-Verse.
I
Who's
don't
the
know if
main character? Yeah, I don't know.
I wouldn't say so.
Who do you think is the main character then?
If you think it's Gwen, you're a bum.
I think it's very clearly Gwen, though.
You're a bum.
Really?
I don't. I feel like with Gwen, in a way, this is kind of like a little nitpick for me. Like with Gwen, they kind of do this whole intro sequence at the beginning with her and the dad and all of that kind of setup, and then they revisit that like right near the end of the movie. So I feel like maybe they were like juggling around a bit too much, the two characters, and it should have been a bit like
I mean, I don't necessarily think so. I think because I don't think screen time necessarily equates to who the main character would be. I think Gwen's arc and Gwen's narrative within the movie, I think that's very clearly like more relevant than Miles's arc within the film.
What makes you say that?
No.
The fact that her story is all about one, it's a blatant allegory for like coming out to your parents and whether or not they'll accept you. Like it's a very blatant allegory for that, and the entire like fundamentals of the Spider Society within the movie is all about like people finding common ground with the only people they can relate with, and like Miles himself is the audience surrogate into that by sharing and explicitly saying that exact mindset. And the end of the movie, or like close to the end or whatever, it's about Gwen realizing that like she didn't need to do that because her father accepted her anyway. So I think, and that self-acceptance theme is even consistent with like what Miles says to Miguel when they're on the train. So I think because that's what the movie is very clearly about, I think it would be fair to say Gwen is a more relevant character within the narrative than Miles is.
I will be right back.
I think like if you, I can see that. Like I guess you could like.
The only thing I would ask is like, what it doesn't Miles have a coming out story as well with like how he like is worried about what his parents would do if he fucking, says he's Spider-Man.
I mean, kinda, but it's not about like getting acceptance from your parents the same way Gwen's is. Because with Miles, his parents don't even they really don't know much, so they already accept him as he is. He's more so scared about if they will. But with Gwen, the intro or cold open to the film sets up that, in her mind at least, her father does not accept her, which is why she flees off to Spider Society.
Well, I think also the idea is that at the beginning, Miles says that oh, I can you think I should tell my parents, and then Gwen is like, no, you shouldn't, right? But by the end, the dynamic is kind of flipped, because the narrative proves that Miles was right, because Miles does work up the courage to tell his parents, and Gwen realizes that his dad, her dad did accept her. So it kind of proves that Miles was in the right. So if you look at it where it's Gwen is the main character and she's kind of being pulled in two directions, right? You have Miguel, who's about fate, and then Miles is about choice, right? And at the end, through Gwen's arc, because Gwen was influenced by Miles, she does realize that Miles was right at the end.
Yeah, I'd say take option C and just say both Miles and Gwen are the main characters.
Yeah, that's what I would say too.
I think that's the most reasonable. That's what I've always assumed too. I mean, I don't even know else. What else is there to talk about even? I don't even. I'm fucking don't even give a shit about this movie anymore.
The hairline.
I think it's fair to say that if the third Spider-Verse movie didn't come out, there would be a massive hole. There'd be something missing.
Butthole.
It's kind of
I think that's fair. I think that's fair for everyone to agree on. If Across is the ending
would be
sequel,
unresolved
we're
from Miles'
out.
perspective. So yeah.
Yeah, Miles is still trapped in a dimension. We don't even know how he could possibly deal with that. We don't even know how that Spider Team could find specifically his dimension, or if he's in that numbered dimension. We don't really have any idea of how the Spot even works, or anything like that. There's just so much undeveloped at the end of that movie. I don't think it's a bad thing when it comes to writing. All that I'll simply say is it is something that has to be acknowledged, that this movie is contingent on the next movie, and we gotta hope that next movie is good and addresses everything that we're bringing up.
Which is
and that's something Empire doesn't have to do. Nothing
also,
really needs to be addressed in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, and also this is kind of this is why I'm a bit uncertain of the next movie, because of all of the studio conflicts and this team leaving because of conflicts with the Sony, and yeah, I mean,
not the main issues were regarding the animators and how they were treated.
Yeah,
that's part of it. That's part of it.
Yeah, Lord and Miller left Sony, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, already it's taking fucking.
Yeah,
I mean, already
it's
taking.
About that.
I mean, already it's taking fucking forever for the movie to come out.
I mean, I would say that's a good thing. I would say that's a good thing.
Keep in mind, it was meant to.
Animators more time.
Keep in mind, it was originally meant to come out last year.
I don't know what the
it
fuck
got
they were
delayed,
on
and now it feels way too long, especially for animated movies. Because aren't those usually a little bit faster to come out?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Across the Spider-Verse
the thing is,
made
animation
a year.
is getting better and takes more time. Something that looks as good as the Spider-Verse.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. If it's movies like Spider-Verse, that takes a little bit more commitment, because it's not just standard Pixar looking stuff. It's more painting and 2D type stuff. Then sure, but I think it's less the animation and more the writing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're not wrong, because Lord and Miller, we all know they're very indecisive. They were making changes to the script
even after the movie came out. They fucking had to patch the movie.
I also do think it's just kind of harder to do this with movies in general, where we leave things up for the next movie. Because when you do that in movies, like, usually, like, you gotta make another, you know, compelling 2-hour, 1 hour, 40-minute movie that can stand on its own and also address that stuff. Because, like, you know, movies are usually more of a contained thing anyways, even with sequels, versus, like, a television series or something. So, like, when you're, like, so contingent on the next movie to address a lot of things, a lot of mechanics, ideas, and shit, like, you'll bump into the issue of, like, the movie is gonna have a harder time being its own thing. It's gonna have to just be the continuation of the prior movie and just address a lot of that shit.
I would assume that these two were just written together as, like, one big thing.
They were.
Yeah, but then you're gonna have the Halo 3 problem, where it's like, this isn't even Halo 3, this is Halo 2's epilogue.
I guess, but I feel like if once Beyond the Spider-Verse comes out, and if it's good, which it better be, then I would just really like to just watch them back to back. I think that'd be pretty fun.
I hope it's not just to upset SK.
Just like saying an example.
The first
of, like,
two movies are like 2 of the top 4 best comic book movies.
Yeah,
So.
I feel like really weird if they closest comparison to like across the Spider-Verse and Beyond the Spider-Verse would be like the Deathly Hallows Harry Potter stuff, and even with like the second part to the Deathly Hallows, you still kind of feel like the first part is a bit underwhelming compared to the second, because it just doesn't really like do a whole lot as a movie.
The first stuff.
A lot of those 2-parter, like, fucking book movie shit that they do, usually the first part is only just set up, and then the second part is just all the payoff. So it's fucking
like Dune
but that wasn't the case with the
just
Cross.
watching half the movie.
That wasn't really the case with the Cross, though. I would say.
I mean, it could be though, because, like, I feel as far as I can tell, it looks like Beyond is just going to be the payoff of everything in Across.
Right, but I'm saying that Across wasn't just set up, and it had, like, conclusive arcs
in
and of itself.
I mean, in fairness, like, I will say there's a few payoffs with some of the characters, sure, but, like, when it comes to the overarching story, I would say most of it was set up.
Yeah, like, to say if you say that
if you look at the plot of the movie, is
set up.
Spot becomes dangerous. One chase happens. That's kind of it.
Yeah.
What is Spot gonna do?
That's kind of what I said
we didn't
earlier.
see him
like...
do much of anything besides become more powerful. It's like, what's this canon event shit gonna lead to? Well, we didn't see that. The chase ended, and the movie essentially.
I also just think for like the future, when Beyond the Spider-Verse comes out, it just, when you look at all three, it would just make like comparing across to Into the Spider-Verse, it would just make Into the Spider-Verse a lot more watchable, because it's a much more like complete film.
Into the
with
Spider-Verse
like
is just a better movie too. So.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's because one of the reasons is because Into the Spider-Verse had a clear beginning, middle, and end, and they didn't think about another movie at the time.
Yeah.
Wait, so did Across?
I wouldn't even say that. I just think it's like better.
Across also had a clear beginning, middle, and end.
Not as clear in standalone as Into, though. Like, Into is the
I wanted to.
Sure, it's not a standalone, but I think it's just as clear.
Well,
the reason why Into works so well is because it was literally like, even though hold up, I'm not done. Even though no doubt they probably had thoughts for sequels, because why wouldn't they? Looking at it like by itself, it is like the most standalone Spider-Man movie you could have.
Well, yes.
Right, but like I just want to bring that back to the setup thing that you were mentioning. Like I said earlier, that like yes, like on a plot level, there's like a lot of setup, but like I think like it still feels satisfying because like, a lot of the character arcs are concluded, right? And it's like the thing with Across is it's a lot more character focused than plot focused, which is why like Liam was able to like sum up the plot pretty quickly, right? But the movie's still fairly long, and like
ideally, I like stories where the plot can interest me as much as the character. So like,
Liam,
to have both.
Liam, you love setup though, because you're a big sister location.
The chunk of the movie is just like setting up like the Miles and like
the conflict, TJ?
Miles and his parents just like resolved at the end, and it really takes his time. Like
the whole storyline is sister location ends at sister location.
Nah, but it sets up FFPS, bro.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking
Oh
about?
my god.
I'm going to come find you.
The most annoying thing about FNAF is
Oh,
the
and I will
amount
put you
of
back
things
together.
they
What's
don't-
in the box that doesn't set up anything?
Nah, not at all.
Oh yeah, totally.
As far as like the beginning, middle, end.
I'm just
You didn't even use
the most-
sister location. You used the free DLC. You piece of shit. You literally used the side demo.
You fucking retard.
No,
That's
no,
still
no,
setup.
That's not sister location. That's sister location custom night. That's
I
a
wanna
different.
say, like,
That's
the most-
You are retarded.
The most
That's literally a
annoying
separate
thing
thing.
about
That's literally like
You're an
a
idiot.
block
You're a
chat.
fucking moron.
Okay.
You're stupid.
The most annoying thing about FNAF is that there's just so many like unconfirmed theories. Like they haven't even like confirmed like
what?
Michael
Such as?
Afton's identity or something.
Don't
like,
okay.
something
Don't
as
ask him
simple as
that. Don't ask him that all smug.
What do you mean,
know
Michael?
He's fucking right.
What do you mean, Michael?
Do not
Afton's
ask. Nah,
identity?
don't piss
What's
me
wrong
off.
with
Do
Michael
not.
Afton's identity?
Hold up. Don't
in
fucking
the-
ask
in
him
the-
like
in
what?
the
All
encyclopedia,
smug like
there's
that.
DJ, I only accept criticism of FNAF from people that know what they're talking about.
In the,
Yeah, like
in
me.
the
I know what I'm talking
encyclopedia
about.
for
You know,
FNAF, there's
No, that's why
there's
I
no
ignore
character
you.
profile from Michael Afton. So they
Wait.
haven't confirmed if he's an Afton yet.
Wait, who?
Yes, they have. Yes,
No,
they
they
have.
haven't. No, they
Father, it's me, Michael.
Wait, okay. Are you talking about Michael or are you talking about the crying child from FNAF 4?
Michael. They
No,
haven't
Michael
confirmed it
Afton.
in the
No, they
encyclopedia.
no, they confirmed it. They
This
confirmed it.
this has gone beyond Spider-Verse.
Dog, he's literally fuck Spider-Verse.
Yo,
This
the
is way
one,
better.
And also-
the one
also,
time
yeah,
it's
I
like
guess
shit.
I guess you
Me
could
when
say
I
this
lie?
argument has gone beyond the
Also, you
Spider-Verse.
mentioned Crying Child. That's right too, because in the encyclopedia, it's just the character's name is just Crying
All right,
Child.
Hey, Derek.
Speak your truth. Speak your truth. Speak your truth. Speak your
Hang on a
truth.
second. We,
They don't really
we need
like
to focus
doing-
on one at a time. We're gonna focus on the Michael Afton thing. So you think they didn't confirm that he's an Afton? He says in the end of Sister Location Custom Night, Father, it is me.
Yeah, that was.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
I don't
That's
know.
disingenuous.
Listen. I don't. Yeah, I don't agree with you there, but I do agree with you on Crying Child. I don't.
What about Crying Child?
Yeah, maybe the Michael Afton example is not the best.
What about Crying
Yeah.
Child?
best,
What about Crying
best
Child? I
example,
didn't
but
hear
there's
that one.
also like other things like
Hold on.
the identity of Golden Freddy or the box and the
We
amount
know
of
the
times
identity of
they've-
Golden Freddy. It's
and
Cassidy.
the
dog.
amount of times they've changed FNAF 4, like with the whole illusion
That's
disc,
because FNAF 4 sucks.
hallucinogenic gas,
Kill yourself.
like continually retconning themselves.
The illusion
just
disc isn't
becomes-
FNAF 4. That's FNAF 3, and that explains the Phantoms.
No, but if you look at the
It
Twisted
is
Ones
not
novel,
FNAF.
the thumbnail of the Twisted Ones novel is literally Nightmare.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
literally
That's
on
not.
the
That's not
book.
canon. That's not canon. And also.
that's literally a separate universe.
These aren't illusion.
The-
No.
They
no.
confirmed in the books that are canon in the universe that illusion discs are what Springtrap uses, so we see the Phantom animatronics in
But
FNAF 3.
wait.
You need to
With
lift
the-
some weights, Pudgy.
Okay, thank you. With the nightmares in universe, it's not illusion discs. It's some fucking gay fear gas thing, like literally like
Gay
Scarecrow.
gas.
Yeah, the gay bomb.
I think it's the I think they're now
Actually, you know
trying
what? Fuck
to
Spider.
fight
You know what?
some
Fuck Spider-Man. If any of you have any FNAF disagreements, join now.
I agree. Spider-Man.
Yeah, literally.
Redundant, man.
Literally.
Yeah, I think they're trying to imply with Ruin it's now like the nitrogen gas because that's
Yeah.
in the ending. I also kind
Alright,
of
but
think
you said that there's
this
shit
is
that,
this
that,
is
like,
also a theory
theories that are
I
not confirmed. Well, what theories are not
I
confirmed,
I
though?
think
I haven't heard any.
I think it's kind of implied Bone Trap is still around in the ending of Ruin. Like they have
No,
the
they
mimic
haven't.
there.
No,
because you remember in
it's
no. Let me
Yeah, they confirmed
let me
it.
explain my point. In the when we get to Ruin, you have like the 6 paintings of like the possible endings that were like inside
you have me
Gregory's
defending
head.
new shit, and I hate new FNAF. Why the fuck are you making
Yeah,
me do that?
no, I just want to kind of say this, but in Gregory has like six paintings, and you have like the different possibilities of the endings. But we also see in like Ruin, like the Blob or whatever we call him still exists in the universe.
Yeah, the
so why
Blob still
wouldn't Bone
exists,
Trap?
but
Why wouldn't
Burn
Bone
Trap
Trap
doesn't exist.
Burn Trap's
Well,
mimic.
why?
Burn
Trap's-
Trap doesn't exist. Burn Trap is
Mimic.
Mimic.
Yeah, he's mimic.
They confirmed this. Also,
So-
if you pay attention to the drawings that depict all the endings from the original game, the one that isn't depicted in any of those drawings is the one where he frees Vanessa from being Vanny. So that's the canon one now.
Mm.
So we got our canon ending. Everything else just is non-canon now.
Like fucking cutscene for that instead of like leaving all the expensive stuff
Exo
to the fake
Poker, you're
one.
too quiet. What do you think of FNAF?
What do I think of FNAF?
Hell yeah.
Haven't cared about the lore since I was like 12.
Get the fuck out of here.
I didn't even watch the movie.
All right, so hang on, where was I? Fucking Darist. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, the animation.
Hold on. Yeah. I'm just thinking like, well, they might have like just changed it after the fact. Like they've changed it to the save Vanny ending after security
Yeah, that's because
breach.
Scott
Like,
Cawthon had a miscommunication with Steel Wool. It was never intended to be that Bird Trap is actually a thing.
It wasn't
Well,
just
no.
It wasn't just miscommunication. He straight up forgot to send them his story.
Yeah, I think in his actual story, like Bone Trap was supposed to be like some sort of
He was supposed to be like this golden
like
Freddy like this golden Freddy like figure where but not haunted at all. He was basically just like this weird. He's basically like this weird mannequin movie set type thing. That is like we're like Golden Freddy. He basically is like in different places of the Pizzaplex, basically staring at you and scanning everything you do. That was the original idea of Burn Trap.
But as far as we know now in canon, Bird Trap is just the mimic.
Which
that was answered. So, where are the unanswered theories, bro?
Oh my god.
What do you mean? Where are all the unanswered theories? Like there's
You
like
said
a
that you said that the problem with FNAF is that there's a lot of theories that are unanswered.
There's a lot
we
of
do
like,
know it's Cassidy. The survival
No, we
guidebook.
don't. We don't know it's
Okay,
Cassidy.
Yes, we do.
If you want to go there, if you want to stop. If you want to go there, you could technically say it's also just Cassidy and Crying Child if you believe in the two spirits thing. I personally believe in the two spirits thing, so I'm just gonna say that.
No, it's confirmed to be Crying Child and Cassidy because in the week before novel, they confirmed that like literally like before Golden Freddy kills you, you can hear on the phone that's in the office the events of the Bite of 83. So that proves that the Crying Child and Cassidy are both like Golden Freddy. So no, that is confirmed. We know who Golden Freddy is.
That's the craziest connection I've ever heard. Like because in the book, in the story, there's like a phone call about referencing the game.
Yes, you listen to a phone line that reenacts the bite of 83, and then Golden Freddy kills you the exact same way, which indicates that's the Crying Child. You even hear like a kid crying before he kills you. Like you hear the same voice coming out of Golden Freddy if you read the novel. So it's canon that the Crying Child from FNAF 4 and Cassidy are Golden Freddy.
Yeah.
Just wait.
So that one was confirmed as well. That one's confirmed as well, bro.
I'm pretty sure originally.
I think someone needs to catch up on their FNAF lore.
Oh my god.
Go on, Darist.
I have to be honest. Like I think I stopped like being really into it in like 2023 once they started doing like the movie, and I just thought like when I watched it, I was just like, oh my god. This definitely feels like the Minecraft movie. It's just
what? Oh my god,
that's a terrible take. The FNAF movie is literally the best movie of that year.
I stopped.
Better than Across. Better than Across.
It is. I stopped at where it should have stopped. I stopped at UCN, and I didn't even bother looking into Help Wanted lore-wise. I just thought it was a great game. I didn't care for the lore of Help Wanted. And even then, it's
really,
like I don't
really like the Help Wanted one. To be honest, I feel like that's kind of like one of the best VR games I've actually ever played. To be honest, it's really good.
Yeah, I think Help Wanted is like one of the second best FNAF games. That's
yeah,
not
FNAF
like the
helped
first.
change gaming once again.
Yeah, literally, it's like Half-Life Alyx with FNAF. But yeah, I think I stopped after UCN, but if I'm being honest, I wouldn't go past like 3 or 4. Like I'm just kind of you can call me old school. I just prefer the old shit.
You know, I have to say, like, the most like fun I've had as like a FNAF fan was during the sister location kind of era, because that's when all like the fan content was just absolutely like exploding, like all of those like music videos and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, but too bad sister location sucks.
Yeah, it's kind of a PowerPoint presentation.
Ain't that right, Liam?
But does he disagree? Does he really like it?
He thinks it's better than 4.
What? Oh my god. Dude, Night 4 is just like 2 minutes. That's the game's. You can finish the game in like 15 minutes or so. It's really not that long. And it's really not that difficult either. Like Night 1, nothing happens. Night 2 is like you just walk, I guess, a little bit slowly through Ballora Gallery.
It's the one FNAF game with the most mechanics, but like.
However,
ever since this disagreement is
I really
settled,
like the Enid.
I am going to move on to the next disagreement.
Yeah, Enid Knight's really good.
This was a great FNAF talk, but the show must go on. So I'll see you all.
No, fuck Spider-Man.
Have a great day.
You're such a fucking
goes
bitch,
for you.
No one likes you. Oh, okay.
Alright, Sonic, PFP. What the fuck's your disagreement?
I'm angry. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I am going to move on to the next disagreement. Oh, you hear it! You hear what I'm doing! So, speak! Respond! Sonic PFP? Sonic Heroes to prove PJ wrong again? Because Sonic is a superhero in the title?
Can you shut the fuck up?
Look at that toy-etic ass looking Sonic design from Sonic Heroes. Fucking shiny as fuck.
Okay, calm down.
Don't get on it. It's literally one of the best ones from the 2000s.
PJ,
that's not the adventure design.
PJ,
are we just okay? Are we just criticizing over my profile picture? Is that what we're doing?
It's what he's doing.
Well,
don't listen to him.
Well, we gotta make a disagreement one way or another.
He's not even a real Sonic fan.
What's your disagreement? And tell us why.
Well, my disagreement was gonna be on SK's video on Spider-Man 3.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, okay. Such as?
So for my disagreement, I honestly personally think that the film itself is like it's honestly like a 5 or a 6. I just think it's just okay. Like there's nothing about it that's good nor bad. I just think it's just painfully just.
But what about
average.
SK's video? Do you disagree with?
Everything.
Mainly like the only things that I necessarily like the only things I could like possibly disagree with is that I don't necessarily think that the film itself is like I don't think the film is a 3 out of 10. I think that's a bit too harsh. Like I think a 4 would be respectable, but I think that a 3 is too low.
That is noted, but what in the video that he said about Spider-Man 3 do you disagree with?
About what about Venom because to be honest, I don't really like Venom in Spider-Man 3, but I don't like Eddie Brock as a character in that film for different reasons. Namely, the one reason why I think his character is really weak is because I mean this is gonna be
what
like
do you
really
disagree
like,
on what SK said about Venom?
Huh?
What do you disagree with SK on when it comes to Venom? What did SK say that you don't agree with?
I mainly just like don't agree with the fact that like he said that like he mentions the whole line of how Eddie says, "I like being bad. It makes me happy," and how he says that's like sort of like cartoonishly evil.
Yes.
It is.
Like, I mean, like I can
What's the disagreement about it?
Like, I mean, like, I mean, I can kind of see from that viewpoint, but honestly, like, I would honestly say that like.
So you somewhat agree with what you disagree with.
I just.
Oh my god.
I'm not done. I'm just trying to say that like that I think that like Venom had like a good like build up, but a really shitty payoff.
What about that is disagreeable with what SK said.
You are such a dick.
All right.
Because honestly, like.
All right, I'm back. What's up?
What I'm gonna say is that.
Oh, speak of the devil.
I think that Eddie's character is significantly damaged because why the hell does he not have his goddamn Venom mask on for like 70% of the time? That just.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Stop. Hold up. Are we on Spider-Man 3? You called in a disagreement day about Spider-Man 3?
Hey,
that's what you called in for? Yeah, yes or no? That's what you called in for?
Hang on a second.
Hang on. I gotta hear it. Are you calling it about Spider-Man 3?
You said other topics.
Yes, because
get the fuck off my line, kid. Get the fuck off my line.
What? Are you stupid, SK?
You said other topics. You fucking idiot. Almost said it.
We'll let him back in if there's other topics. Oh, I just wanted to pull a Lucas. I was itching to do it. Alright.
The 60s weren't good to you, were they?
You're a fucking idiot, SK.
You are.
Calling about Spider-Man 3, talking about why Spider-Man 3.
I don't even know why you're laughing.
Think I give a fuck
about Spider-Man 3? You just made yourself look bad on Disagreement Day. You're fucking stupid, SK.
You are super stupid.
Now that guy's gonna go, wow, what a toxic piece of shit, unsubscribe, all because he wanted to make a stupid Lucas joke? You're a fucking moron.
Oh my god.
You're fucking laughing. You're laughing at your own stupidity right now.
You're laughing. You made yourself look like an idiot and you're still laughing.
Someone was killed today. Alright, where's if he has other disagreements he can join. But no Spider-Man 3. No Spider-Man 3.
What's wrong with Spider-Man 3?
Dude, he's talking about his character's damaged because he takes his mask off. Who cares if fucking Eddie Brock from Spider-Man 3 is damaged?
Yeah, Primezilla, what's your disagreement and tell us why?
Prime.
What's up?
Why are you gay?
Alright, well, he's
there he
still
is.
for more.
Oh my god.
Alright, are we ready to talk about something we disagree on?
Dante.
Alright, SK, my disagreement is essentially on. Hold on, let me just think for a while.
My disagreement
you don't know you disagree.
Well, how about
you
think in a different chat? Yeah,
why don't you think in a different
You can
chat?
think as long as you want.
Get the fuck off my line, kid. You know what? Since we have no disagreements, I'm gonna share a couple things that might incite disagreements. Liam,
your address, your hairline.
I recently looked at Web of Shadows' story.
Don't steal my joke.
It's bad.
What's wrong with you?
It's bad.
It's really bad.
Dude.
It's really bad.
It's really bad.
It's really bad. I'm gonna have to make a video on that.
I am gonna have to. You read me like a book, PJ. Web of Shadows, bad. Deadpool and Wolverine, I'm making a video on that as well. Bad.
Oh, is that?
What?
Oh yeah, that's funny.
Yes.
That's funny.
Oh, we got a new disagreement.
Garrus,
Garrus, what's your disagreement and tell me why?
Let's talk about The Last Jedi.
Now.
Oh.
Goodbye.
No,
Goodbye.
No, come on, guys, come on. I actually want to hear this. This could be a gold mine.
Why would it be a
Come
gold?
on.
Dude, no one cares about.
Let's talk about The Last Jedi.
No one cares about
I'm not even gonna dignify
Last
that
Jedi.
with a response.
Well, we know one person who does. but she would never get it. No,
Darius is insistent. Maybe it's a different one. Maybe it's a different disagreement.
A certain blood-sucking insect would like to get on.
All right, Darius, what's your disagreement?
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Deadpool and Wolverine disagreement?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat yourself?
What, Deadpool and Wolverine?
Yeah,
no, that's an actual disagreement. That's an actual disagreement.
Join back, Darius. I don't want to talk about Deadpool, Wolverine.
Too bad.
I don't want to.
Too bad.
I don't care.
Impulse
control. We got
Dude,
no one else.
I don't care. I don't care about this fucking
It's
movie.
incongruent to his character. It is incongruent to his character.
Yo, SK.
SK, if we're out of disagreements, just let's pull up a video we fucking respond to.
Alright.
I'm disappointed in you, man.
Well.
I'm disappointed in you.
What took it this long for you to say Deadpool and Wolverine is bad, SK?
Yeah,
well, the story is pretty simple. I've given it like a 7 for like quite a while, and then Master Jedi Cat came in with like some criticism, which some of which I agreed with, some of which I didn't.
Convinced you?
Well, hang on. I'm not done with the story. I'm still telling the story.
I don't give a fuck about your story. Your story's shit.
Yeah, so we actually like thought of more issues as we were talking about it, and then I just thought about it on my own time here and there, and I'm like, yeah, I think this is kind of bad. I'm happy to talk about it another time though. Disagreement Day works as a time, so yeah.
Fucking bitch. This is why no one likes
it took you long enough, bro. I thought you were on the go.
Well, you know what? Good. You know what? Kinoflex was right about you.
Well, here's the thing, right? I still think people have made unfounded criticism of the movie. Like, I still think there's some unfair criticism, but I still think there's a lot of problems as well.
You're a bitch. Kinoflex was right about you.
Rat.
Wayne Manor's a pedo team.
Well, should I get into references so I can provoke argument in chat and in the weight room?
Sure.
All right. Let me just pull up the movie, honestly, just so I can.
Wait, what?
So let's just get some disagreements, because why not?
Hang on, I'm gonna pull up something.
Hang on, I'm gonna pull up something.
League's a pedo team.
Okay, hold on.
What is going on right now?
Well, let me pull this up. Okay.
There it is, Deadpool and Wolverine. Let me just get this up so I can remember it. Is it enough to justify a lower, a 5 out of 10 score? I'd say it's like a 4. Like a low 4, like not an okay 4, like where it's like 4.5 or anything, like just a flat 4. So it's close to a 3.
How have you been, Prime? Prime? Prime dead.
Yeah, so here's a big problem that if someone wants to address it. So you know how at the end of the film, Deadpool goes with Wolverine to, where is it? Well, they go to the parking lot at the car place that he works at. He knows to run to the subway station because Paradox showed him that location. So he knows to go there and destroy the Time Ripper. Why didn't he do that when he had the Tempad earlier, when the Tempad could take him anywhere?
Convenience.
Because of one disagreement. Well, it's like we mentioned a lot of things, so. But yeah, that's one. If there's no contention, then I'll head to another point. Yeah, so when Deadpool he's aware that, what's her name? Cassandra Nova is at the Time Ripper and she's gonna destroy every universe. Why does he mess around with Nicepool and like basically prolong his death instead of just like taking the Desert Eagles and getting along with it? He's just fucking around when like the entire multiverse is about to be destroyed. Stupid. Alright, no disagreement.
I don't like what you're doing, SK.
You don't like?
I don't like this at all.
Is it offensive to you?
I'm expecting people to differ.
It's very offensive to me.
Yeah, so, this is a bit of a larger one, right, in regards to world building. But obviously they have established that the TVA is willing to recruit other superheroes for stuff. They've been willing to do this for, not even a superhero, Loki. They've been willing to recruit him for work. Oh, Fias might join in. Maybe he has a disagreement.
Oh,
Deadpool
God.
Wolverine.
Everyone
I've
cover
let him
your
in.
ears.
So I'll keep talking while Fias is just listening.
I'm fucking talking.
I'm fucking talking. So,
Oh,
yeah,
the
there's
child's
so
here.
basically the TVA has established that they're willing to bring, they're willing to recruit other people to join to help their
No,
organization.
Esty, his thing is messing around. His thing is messing
Hey,
around.
Phineas, I was
So
finishing a
therefore-
statement. Hey,
Be
kid,
quiet.
kiddo, I was finishing a
Quiet.
statement.
You
If
can
you
be
could let me
quiet.
finish,
He was
if you could let me
messing
finish,
around.
if you could let me finish, you could let me finish, okay?
Yeah,
I
quiet.
understand.
You need to be
I
quiet.
understand. You don't want to let me finish, but I want to finish. Understand? Thank you. Okay. So yeah, if they're willing to recruit people to help them out, this has quite a bit of issues. Why don't they recruit a version of Wolverine to take down Deadpool instead of just running at him while he's dancing the bye bye bye? Why don't, like, during that scene, why don't they just get a Wolverine variant to go after him? Why don't they do that? Why don't they get a Captain Marvel variant to go after him? Why don't they get an Iron Man variant to go after him? Like any type of superhero instead of what they do. And granted, obviously they have to keep this, you know, under the table. They can always just falsify a story. They can falsify footage. And if you want to say, like, well, how are they going to do that? If we want to be really technical about this, Mysterio exists in the MCU. And they should be able to watch over him like they do with Deadpool. Just take his technology and use that to fake a simulation of what happens, so you can falsify evidence.
SK bro, Master Jedi Cat made you revert to your EFAP.
This is not a. What I'm saying is accurate, so I
No,
don't know what
it's
to tell you, man.
It's EFAP.
This
It's
is
EFAP.
fair. I think this is fair to bring
EFAP.
up.
You're
Hang on,
EFAT.
let me finish. That's just one part.
Fuck you.
That would take so long, dude. This is the TVA. What do you mean that would take long?
It would take long for your brain to function, you little bitch.
So there's that. There's also the fact that the reason they throw Cassandra Nova into the void is, well, she's a wild card and I don't want to have to deal with her. But it's like, okay, that's great. Why don't you get a version of, well, not even get a version of Doctor Strange. They should be able to learn the sling rings through training. They have all the time in the world. They're the TVA. Why don't they use a sling ring and, like, literally chop her in half? Or send her to a black hole. Or send her in the vacuum of space. Or just, I don't know, like, literally anywhere that would just dump her and get rid of her. Why do they assume, oh yeah, we just have to keep her around because reasons? Because,
No.
like, I mean, that's why they tossed her in the void to begin with. That fucking wasteland where things die and shit.
I'm eating
what
a
else?
burrito right now.
What else did I think of? Oh yeah, that's another thing. So, Paradox was worried about Deadpool and Wolverine interfering, which is why he sent them to the Void, which, by the way, before I even get there, how the fuck did... So, Deadpool is a guy that can slice bullets mid-air. He's fast enough to do that, but he's not fast enough to stop an old guy with a stick from pruning him. And Wolverine, who can match him in combat speed, can't react to that either. That doesn't work. That's why they're in the Void.
Paradox is relativistic to Deadpool.
Fuck you.
Well, prove that he isn't. Prove that he isn't.
No, prove that he is. Prove that he is. Prove that he is.
Prove that he is. He proved
that he
Deadpool.
is.
He tagged him. What do you
Yeah, that's
prove that he
stupid.
is?
He's
This is
just
the
he's just a
movie.
normal guy. He's just a normal guy.
Okay, prove that means you can't be relativistic to Deadpool.
This I'm not even addressing that. This dude's not trained.
Wasn't,
This dude
like, the
can't
main
fight for
villain-
shit.
What's his name? The fucking main villain in the first movie.
Paradox.
Isn't he
Oh,
just a
yeah,
normal-
yeah, Ajax. Yeah, a guy who is
Ajax,
trained to
bro.
fight. A guy
Yeah,
who is
Ajax.
literally trained to fight and a mutant. That's correct.
Yeah, he's a normal ass
Fuckface.
dude.
Yes, but
What's
he's
his
a
powers
trained
again?
guy. He is a trained guy. He's not just some random fuck
Oh, yeah,
who
prove that
sits on his
Paradox
ass.
isn't trained.
This
Prove
guy
that-
literally...
prove that he isn't
Bro.
trained. Prove that he isn't
No,
trained.
prove
Prove that he isn't trained.
I'll prove that he is. Prove that he is.
Oh,
okay.
It's your burden to prove. It absolutely
pulling
is.
his
It
hair.
absolutely
I can prove it.
is.
I can
It
prove it. I can
absolutely
prove it.
is. It absolutely
Okay.
is. It absolutely is.
Most people in the TVA are trained to be the soldiers first before they get into higher positions.
No, they're not. No, they're not. He's
That's how
not
the
a
workplace
soldier.
works.
He's not. He's
Prove it,
literally.
prove it, prove it,
He's
prove it,
literally
prove it,
not a
prove it,
soldier.
prove it,
He is
prove
not
it,
a
prove it,
soldier.
prove it, prove
If I
it,
could
prove it.
finish my,
Not
if I
anymore.
could finish my
Not anymore.
proposition, if
Not
I could finish my
anymore. Not
proposition,
anymore.
if I
Not
could finish my
anymore.
proposition,
Not
if I
anymore.
could finish my
Not
proposition,
anymore.
if I could finish,
Not anymore,
no,
doggy.
if I
Not
could
anymore,
finish, if I could
doggy.
finish my proposition, okay? You self-admitted lawyer. Could you hold off for a
Lawyer.
second? Could you hold off for a second? I thank you. I highly appreciate that. I highly appreciate
Colin destroyed
that.
you in the debate. Colin destroyed you.
I highly appreciate
destroyed
that.
you in that Spider-Man 2 debate.
I appreciate
destroyed
that.
you.
Because you are a self-admitted fucking lawyer. Now, if I could finish my thesis, thank you very much. So.
Yes, that's my fucking point, you retard.
Prove that he isn't trained.
Right now. Yeah, they get sent to the void. And if Paradox is so worried,
that's okay.
No, that's okay. That's okay. If Paradox is so if Paradox is so worried about how Deadpool and Wolverine could interfere, because I guess he's just worried about that. He sends Pyro to deal with them, which I don't know why. I don't know what that would do in that situation. Why not? Like I said,
he beat the Human Torch, dog. What are you talking about?
Well,
I don't know what he would do. Bro's more powerful than a supernova.
So 1, they can heal. 2, he can be shot, which
can
is
they
another,
heal
which is
from
another,
attacks
which is
from a supernova.
They can have a blade
Name
thrown
one
at them
time.
as well, which
Name
is like,
one time.
that's kind of
Name one
that's
time
another
that
issue as
Deadpool
well. While
has
Pyro,
healed from a
that's another
supernova
issue as well.
right now.
While Pyro is dealing with Johnny Storm, why doesn't Deadpool just toss a knife in his head?
Hooked up with
Boom,
a
he's
13-year-old girl from France.
Because Pyro's faster.
Technically making like a
Pyro was distracted. What are you talking about?
So SK, what you're saying is that Pyro hooked up with a 14-year-old French girl.
Prove that he's distracted.
I'm gonna kill you.
Name one time where Deadpool was able to
No,
heal.
all right.
from getting hit by
I'm
a
gonna continue
supernova
on
in
without
movies.
this, without the king of League of
Oh,
Entertainment
no.
interrupting me.
No, that's okay.
That's okay. No, that's okay. That's okay.
SK.
That's okay. That's okay.
SK.
No, that's
SK.
okay. That's okay. That's okay. Alex was right. Alex
Riddle me
was
this. SK.
Hank
SK,
Pym
riddle
was
me
right.
this.
Hank Pym was right.
Riddle me this. Riddle me this. Did Pyro hook up with a 13-year-old girl from France?
All right, but yeah. So, fuck. You made that was your whole plan to distract me until I forgot my point.
It was.
Oh
Yeah,
right.
so you shut the fuck up about this mid-ass movie.
So he's so worried about Deadpool and Wolverine.
So guys, here's
send them to a black
it's a bad
hole.
thing.
Send them to a black hole or some shit. Send them to the vacuum of space. Literally do any of that, and they're not doing shit. If you're worried about them interfering with. Like,
Oh, so now you think things from space can stop them, but a supernova can't, apparently.
You're a fucking rat. I hope you know that. I hope
You're
you
an
know you're a
idiot.
rodent.
Fuck you, bitch.
Oh, you are a self-admitted fucking
What
liar.
is
So
Pyro gonna do?
I will
What
not
is Pyro
listen
gonna
to
do?
a thing
I know
that you
he's
say.
nothing.
I will not listen. I will not
Most
listen.
powerful
I will
Fantastic Four
listen.
members.
I will not
What's
listen
Pyro
to
gonna
a
do?
fucking thing you say. I will not listen to a fucking thing you say. You understand me?
You guys are beautiful people.
Scale Pyro right now.
Scare Pyro cynical, 14-year-old French girl.
Pyro's a pedo. Pyro's a pedo.
Here's another
Pyro's a
thing
furry.
too. So, what's his fucking name? Paradox was trying to convince
You don't even know his
Deadpool
name.
to go to the MCU because he has some larger purpose. That's what the
don't even
TVA
know his
wants.
name.
So, if that was what he wanted, I think we're all aware of him, like how stupid it is that he reveals his whole plan.
No.
When they've already armed him with adamantium swords and loaded guns. I don't know why they do that.
Adamantium swords are only planet level. He has solar system level characters.
But also another thing,
Dude, he literally has a supernova
Why
as a
doesn't
fucking
he?
henchman.
Why doesn't he lie to Deadpool, about like what the
Don't you
what?
die.
Why doesn't he lie to Deadpool about what what he's doing in the MCU? Just send him off there, and just hide off the fact that like what his real plans are, with the fucking with his universe, with the Foxverse. That's all he really had to do.
With the Foxverse.
What the Foxverse?
You know what's
I think I'm
crazy
forgetting
about
one
that?
more thing with Paradox. Hold up.
You know what's crazy about that adamantium thing you brought up, SK?
What?
You know what adamantium's weak to?
Stop
You know
it.
what it's weak to?
Stop it. Stop it.
Do you know what adamantium is
Stop
weak
it.
to?
Stop it.
Extreme heat, dumbass.
Yeah, which they don't use on him, fucker.
They literally have fucking pyro.
You're a fucking
Pyro.
rat. You're
Trying to
such a
hook up
rat.
with
I
your
hope you know
13-year-old
that.
girlfriend.
I hope
They
you know
have
that.
pyro, you dumbass. You're stupid.
You're a fucking rat. I don't know what to tell
So,
you.
so my theory is that this is.
And
this was
also,
on
wait.
organized
So
plan.
Pyro captures them. He
I'ma
doesn't
kill
kill
you.
them for some reason, even though he's working under Paradox. Damn! Thank you for
Arrogant.
making the film worse. Thank you for making the film worse, Liam. Listen,
Hey,
Liam.
they're good.
There we go.
server muted him.
Muting me on my own
I didn't
server?
do that.
Listen, Liam, I understand it's offensive to you that you're a fucking moron who made this film worse that you were trying to defend, and I'm very sorry that offends you. I'm very sorry that offends you. I'm very sorry that offends you.
That was Prime. That was Prime.
I choose to believe it's you. I choose to believe it's you. Just out of spite.
Yeah, just like how you choose to believe that Pyro didn't have a good reason not to kill
just like you choose to
protagonist.
believe that Grant Paulson didn't beat you in the debate.
Just like how you choose to believe that fucking Spider-Man could have taken the black suit off any time in Spider-Man 3 and made up a plot hole.
Just like you make up plot holes in Across the Spider-Verse.
Name one.
No.
Name one. Go fuck yourself, SK. Go fuck yourself, CK.
Couldn't even think of one.
Keep forgetting that Fias is in the server. And
Oh yeah,
the
Fias,
call
you
ID.
joined. Yeah, what is your disagreement? What's your disagreement? You have any
My
counter?
disagreement is you're an idiot. Deadpool was
Oh.
messing around.
Yeah, you fucking loser. Get the fuck off my line, kid. Get the fuck off my line. You stay the fuck off.
How about you shut your mouth?
You think it ruins the ending of Logan? No, I don't. I don't think it ruins the ending of Logan.
It's a variant. How the fuck would it ruin anything?
Well, it doesn't. It just doesn't change the ending. Nothing has changed. I don't see why it's ruined.
Your hairline hasn't changed either, so.
Go fuck yourself, PJ. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck you. You support murder, PJ.
My hairline's better than yours.
Fias,
How's your neck, though?
isn't it a school night?
My neck is
hang on,
fantastic.
shush.
Great debate skills, are you?
Okay, Fias, I have a question for you.
Okay, what is it?
Isn't it a school night?
Mm-hmm.
Fias, what time's your
Fuck
first
you.
class? What time's your first class?
My first class.
Fias,
is
how's your... You never mind. I was gonna...
Deadpool
Fias.
was messing around because
Fias.
he's dead.
Fias.
That's what
Fias.
he does.
Fias, you are a fucking 14-year-old stupid kid
consistent.
that doesn't
You
even
are
go to
stupid.
bed for school.
Yeah.
It is consistent.
When's your first day?
You
When's
literally
your first day?
aren't going
When's
to
your
bed
first
for
day?
school.
When's
It's
sorry,
Yeah,
when's
why are
your
you going to school?
when's your first class? When's your first
Deadpool
class?
messes around because
What
he's
time's your
Deadpool.
first class? What
When's your
time's your
first
first
class?
class? When's your first
Time's your
class?
first class.
Time's your
Deadpool
first class?
messes around
What
because
time's your first
he's
class?
Deadpool.
Tell us this or we're banning you from everything.
And he wanted to go to
Tell
Desert
us or
Yes.
we're banning you from everything.
Yes.
wanted
Why are
to
you
go
messing
to-
around on Discord instead of going to bed so you can have a good day
Exactly.
at school?
Go
wanted to go
to
Desert
go to the
Eagles.
bed to restore your brain and health.
He wanted to torture Nice Pool because he's Deadpool.
Go to the bed for more
Yes.
for more health and sleep.
He's Deadpool.
Fias, your mom's gonna be very mad if you don't go to school tomorrow. Why are you
But
here?
he's Deadpool.
That doesn't answer my question, Fias.
Yeah, you criticize characters for being stupid, but you're being
But you
stupid
guys
right
aren't-
now.
but you
You're
guys
being
aren't
stupid.
scared
You're
of
being
my
stupid
great
right now by staying up when you have a class.
Yeah, you're
early
being an
tomorrow.
idiot, Fias.
You're
You
afraid
got
of my
school,
great
bro.
debate skills.
You're not.
I'm
debating well.
afraid. I'm afraid
Because you
of
stay up at night.
unintentional child endangerment by
Yeah.
keeping you here and not letting you go to bed for school. So
Exactly.
good night,
You have
Fias.
failed
Good
to
night.
counter my argument.
Time to go to school.
Good time to go to school. Time to go to school. What about the characters of Deadpool and Wolverine themselves? I'm more so mixed with Deadpool because there's times where I think
They're
Deadpool's
bad.
being an
They're
idiot.
bad. They're bad.
Or
They're
out of
bad.
character.
They're bad.
I think like they rushed
say
his
they're bad
arc
and
at the
move on.
beginning. And other than that, I'm generally fine with him. Wolverine, I think he's good enough. So
Good,
yeah.
good enough.
Defend this. At the end of Daredevil Season 3, why is Matt allowed to represent Nadeem when he's wanted by the FBI? He was already cleared.
Prove it.
Prove it. Prove it. Fucking whiny little shit. Loser.
I'm sorry that asking for proof offends you, SK.
You're the one who sounds offended. Let's see.
Are we gonna call it, bro? We're gonna call it.
Well, you will know. You will know. You will know. Well,
You're not saying anything,
I'm
dumbass.
surprised that there
Are we
was
gonna
no Web of
conclude it or
Shadows
not?
disagreements. I thought people liked that version. The version that throws civilians
SK.
off a building.
SK, wanna know why nobody's joining right now?
Wanna know why?
Wanna know why?
It's because it's 9 p.m.
No. It's because it's a school night.
Ah, okay.
They have a bunch of stupid fucking kids for a community.
Get the fuck off my line, kid.
So are we calling it?
What do you mean calling it?
The stream? Well, what else do you think I mean?
Exactly.
Besides
We will
your
wait.
mouth,
We
once
will
I get
wait.
your doc.
Oh, really? Oh, really? So you're making dox threats. You're issuing threats now.
Yeah, I am issuing threats, and I'm issuing a dox. More than your face. I need your address.
So
I need to know where to put the C4.
So you're issuing threats. You understand that's a threat? You're issuing threats.
Yes, I just said that.
You cannot do that. That's not okay. You
It's
know
not
that's
okay
not
that
okay.
you're still breathe oxygen, bro.
It's not.
okay
No,
that
no,
you're
no.
still
You
breathing.
no. That's okay, Liam. That's okay, Liam. You want to keep issuing threats?
No,
that's
no.
fine. But
SK?
I'm gonna have to talk to the moderator.
I see that we're having a communication problem right now.
I think
SK.
you're the one with the
And I don't
communication
appreciate
problem.
it.
You have this. You have the mental
SK?
stability problem. Honestly.
No. SK?
Yes. Alex just said Comic Legend goes to school. He's a hypocrite. Well, Alex, would you like to join? Would you like to join, Alex? Alex, let's have you on. Let's have you on. Let's just just have you on, Alex. We should have the conversation.
Shut the fuck up, SK.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I offend you? Did I offend you, Janzilla?
That's the only defense you have. Oh, did I defend? Did I
Well,
offend you guys?
listen,
Did I
Janzilla. I said another thing that might offend you, which you seem to not want to listen to. And I
Don't even
understand that,
call me that, bro.
Janzilla. I understand that, Janzilla.
Don't even call me that, bro. Jan is my ultimate op, bro. And Jan, if you're hearing this, bro, we still gotta do it, bro. If you're listening to this, it's not over.
Nah,
He's
gone.
It's not over. Oh, here we go. All right, Liam, you better unmute for this. You better unmute for this. You're a coward. Look at that. You got the matching profile pics.
Like father, like son.
Yeah, like father, like son.
You're a fucking hypocrite, Comic Legend.
I want to see this play out. This is great.
Yo, right off the bat, goddamn.
You have all Fs in school. You're gonna fail. You're not gonna make it to next semester.
Oh, damn.
Damn. Talk to him.
He's throwing fire. What are you gonna say to you? What do you gotta say for yourself, Liam?
Dude, you're literally burning.
Yeah, you're on fire.
You're dead. Well, I guess Alex.
Well,
won.
I guess, yeah, Alex just won. Oh,
Alex
wait
won,
a
bro.
minute. Wait a minute. So Alex.
Did he leave?
Yep.
Well, here's the thing. Alex lost to Starkstar, and Alex just beat Liam, which means that Starkstar would beat Liam.
What was that?
Oh, what was that? I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Liam. I can't hear you over being destroyed by Alex.
SK, how's your family?
How's your voice? Because we could barely hear you.
Oh, hang on. What about now?
A little better.
What?
Only a little. What the fuck? Hang on a second.
Oh, Alex, you're still dominating him right now.
Alex. Okay, hang on. Speakers. All right. How about now, SK?
Are you going to work?
How about now, SK?
That's better. Yeah, that's way better.
This is why you're never getting a girlfriend, Liam.
Ooh.
Wow. Alex, coming from you, that is insane, bro.
No woman will ever love you.
Alex, who's the
Alex.
second president?
Alex,
Who's the second
only-
president?
No,
Alex?
Kite Man.
Stop.
Let it be a
Kite
1v1.
Man, stop.
We don't want a 2v1.
Alex, only your mother can love a voice like that, bro.
Oh, damn.
Bub,
Why do you sound like you have biscuits down your throat?
that's literally you. Bub, do you still love my voice, Bub? That's literally you, bro. Every day you wake up in the morning.
Dude, when did Alex grow some balls?
Wait, PJ, just let him go at it.
Well, I don't ask for approval from my mother because I don't need it.
Say that again. Say it again, because you messed up twice. You said axe and mother. Mother.
Who cares about semantics?
Oh, who cares about saying words right?
Like, when you like care about those semantics, it just proves that you don't have a real argument.
No, it proves that you can barely speak, bro. So I don't have to try. Why should I try with someone who has the vocabulary of a fucking baby?
Oh, so you're too lazy to interpret.
The only thing I interpret is your terrible hairline, your terrible smell, your showerless behavior, and your unhealthy gooning addiction.
Except I don't goon.
Yes,
Bro,
you
that's
do.
a
Fat Nick
lie.
has
That
receipts.
is a lie.
Fat Nick has receipts. Fat Nick has receipts.
Dude.
Also, I do take showers.
Alex, I'm gonna say this right now. Alex, I'm gonna say this right now. No offense. If you were a pedophile, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, holy fuck.
Yo, Alex, what do you think of Sophia Falcone, bro?
What? I don't care for that bitch. What are you talking about?
No, remember the thing you said?
I don't care about that bitch.
Dude, you
Alex,
sound like
how's her neck?
shrimp.
How's her neck,
Yeah, you sound like
How's her neck?
shrimp, dude. You sound like shrimp from Smiling Friends.
Here, wait,
Alex, bro.
we, Brian, we want them two to just go at it, just them two, 1v1.
Okay, fatty.
So, Alex, give me one good reason not to think you're a pedophile.
Because I'm saying I'm not a pedophile.
That's what a pedophile would say.
Source?
The source is that you're a pedophile and that you can't prove otherwise.
But you don't have any proof for me being a pedophile.
The proof is the way you speak, bro. You speak like a pedophile.
Oh,
don't
so
even
you
say
discriminate
proof, you say
because... Oh, wait, what was that?
Poof. Okay, Fairy Odd Parents ass character. Poof. It's proof, my guy.
Say Nico, comic legend.
Dude, that was just a slur. Everyone heard that, right? He just made a slur.
Yep, I heard that.
I
heard that.
Mm-hmm. I heard that, bro.
So, Alex, not only are you a pedophile, you're a racist pedophile that hates black people. So you're a
that's not
pedophile
what I
that doesn't
said.
go after
I didn't
black
say that
children.
word.
You're a pedophile that doesn't go after black children.
I didn't say
Alex,
that.
what's your thoughts on slavery?
There's a YouTube video. Sophia, stop spamming or I'll ban you. Look in disagreement request. There's a YouTube video.
Hold on, let me see. What
Looks like
YouTube
Alex
video?
is gonna be caught for gooning.
What?
Alex
Well,
exposed
hang
for
on.
gooning.
Hang on. I'm going to look through it and see if there's any minors. Maybe we can prove he's a pedophile. That's crazy.
Damn, so
Okay,
Alex
I gotta
got
go.
exposed.
Looks like Alex is in the clear this time. It wasn't a child.
So your suspicions
For
were
now.
unfounded.
My suspicious was unfounded, or my suspicions are unfounded.
Yeah, I heard that, bro.
The latter.
Your suspicions were
I have more proof of Alex gooning. So he's lying about being a gooner. What else is he lying about?
He's lying about being a pedophile. If he can lie once, he can lie twice.
So are you saying, Alex, that you are a self-admitted fucking lawyer?
This is boring. Is there any other disagreements, or are we gonna call it, bro?
There's one more, it seems. We're gonna call it after this, if there's no one else after.
All right, let's hear him out. Darius, what's your disagreement, and tell us why.
I think Alex is a gooner, but I don't think he's a pedophile.
That's not a no, that's not a disagreement.
Like, why do you keep conflating Hold
because
on.
you can't disagree with a fact, dog. You can't disagree with a fact.
Hold on. Why do you keep conflating liking women with being a gooner?
Alex, why do you think? Why do you think? Why do we think we apply
Alex,
this
do you
in
have
your
a,
case?
Do you have a humiliation fetish? Is that why you fucking say stupid shit a lot?
Yeah, is that the reason?
Humiliation fetish?
I'm
Yes,
just
I
curious,
just said
man. I'm just
that.
curious.
I mean, I don't know the intentions of a rogue
You're saying it's
hose.
too slow. You
I just
failed.
try my
you
best
failed.
to not get
You
splashed.
failed. You failed.
Only a pedophile would say it so slowly.
So Grant Paulston is.
No, Grant Paulson is the grantest of all pedophiles.
Dude, no. I don't fucking care about this scene.
So, SK, is Deadpool Wolverine a 4 out of 10 to you?
Yeah, it might be a 3. I don't know.
Oh. So you just No Way Homed it.
Did I?
Did you hear that? That laugh,
Unwanted
bro.
Ghost, there literally is a
Y'all laugh.
working link in the description. I don't know how it's not working for you.
Alex, can you laugh like that again, bro? I heard that shit, bro.
Is that how you laugh to the women when you're trying to pick them up at bars, dude? Yo, you wanna come to my house and fuck me? Like, bro, that's goofy.
Well, joke's on you. Because there was
What's your
this one
game?
woman.
What's your game? What's your game? What's your game at the bar?
Oh, we have
Reenact
someone.
it right now. So you see a pretty girl. You see a pretty girl at the bar. Like, what do you say? Like, what's your word play, bro? Let's hear it.
Hi.
Hello.
So you
Hey,
instantly
what's
fail,
up?
and you're a
Welcome to
virgin.
Disagreement Day. What's your disagreement and tell us why?
What's your disagreement and tell us why?
1 second. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hello isn't a disagreement.
Yeah, I'd argue that Spider-Man 3 is a better film than Spider-Man 2.
Oh,
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm curious about this. What is the reasoning for this?
Well, there's a scene in Spider-Man 2, right, where after Doc Ock finishes his experiment, yeah, he goes to the bank to rob a bag of coins, right? Why doesn't he just rob the technology?
The
PJ.
reason for that is because he'd have to pull off numerous heists to do that versus just stealing the money.
So,
PJ, check DM.
So what, is he gonna buy it online on Amazon?
Well, I mean, yeah, he's not gonna buy on Amazon clearly, but I mean, I assume that there's dealers out there that he can reach with physical money.
Well, I'd argue that Spider-Man 3 does a better job juggling 3 villains better than it does with Doc Ock in one film.
Okay, well let's stick with the singular point. So you said he should have done numerous. He should have stolen the parts versus if he buys or used the money from the bank to buy this stuff. I assume that the implication for that is that there's just sellers out there that are willing to sell this stuff.
I mean, you say it like it would be hard for it, like that, you know for a fact that he would be getting this stuff from multiple places. Like, how do you know that he'll be getting this technology from multiple places?
Well, is it natural, right? Because there's no guarantee that wherever you buy, if you go to a place, right, it's not going to have everything that you need. Different sellers, different sellers, different organizations, they provide different needs and services.
What was the main thing that he wanted?
He wanted parts for his fusion reactor. Obviously, the fusion is a separate task that he has to do. But in terms of the actual technology, I assume he needs like wiring for power and stuff like that. I would assume that he needs very specific.
He wanted the tritium, right?
Well, that's part of it, yeah.
The main element. That's what he was focused on in the second half.
Yes.
Because clearly for him, you know, police officers were not an issue. He would openly fight Spider-Man on trains, on buildings. If he was clearly worried about police, then he wouldn't have been in such open spaces.
Well, police
Never
are
was
still a
that.
risk, but you know, there's ways to mitigate it.
It was never really it was never really brought up in the film that that was a problem for him specifically. Maybe because
Well, wouldn't
I don't know.
it follow because the police, when they come after him, he says, "Don't follow me." Isn't the direct implication there that the police following him would be a problem?
I mean, why? That's not how hostage. That's not how a hostage situation works, though. You don't you just comply with the demands.
Well, I mean, my point is that this proves that, you know, if the police follow him, that can be a problem for him. The point is that he doesn't want the police to follow him.
You see that it's hard to say because I think that's a problem, a flaw with the film itself. The way it conveys Doc Ock, I feel like the way even the fight between Spider-Man and Doc Ock himself, I know he was holding back, but the amount of punches
let's try to stick with one point at a time, right? So you're saying that he should have stolen the parts and he shouldn't have bought stolen the money so he could buy the parts.
I said he should have stolen the parts and not stolen the money because it's equal risk, realistically.
So, I'm confused. How is it equal risk if he has to pull off numerous heists to get the parts versus if he just buys the parts?
You're assuming it's multiple risks. Oh, it's multiple heists.
Well, is that not an unreasonable assumption that different organizations, different sellers provide different goods?
I mean, another fact. How would you know that Doc Ock would even know multiple dealers?
Well, doesn't that like
because it was the Oscorp's record behind his research.
He's a scientist. He's not his research is in science. It's not in underground.
Yeah, but he got his resources from Oscorp, and he can request to
when did
Oscorp.
He get them from Oscorp?
Like,
well, that's what Harry says.
Oscorp is funding them. Yeah, Harry's using Oscorp to fund his experiments, which means that all of his materials were shipped by Oscorp's.
So that's what I'm saying. Why did he rob us? Why does he rob Oscorp?
No, Oscorp doesn't. Because Oscorp isn't a what's it called? Oscorp isn't a distribution site where they like sell parts and stuff. Oscorp doesn't do that. Oscorp buys parts off of other distributors and creates other inventions with those parts.
No. They've got their own science. They've got their own science departments.
And those science departments uses the funding of Oscorp itself to buy from other distributors to get whatever equipment they need. Oscorp distributes equipment by buying it through other sellers.
Yeah, it's what Otto does with in Spider-Man PS4, for example, where he gets parts from AIM.
But that's Spider-Man PS4. I'm talking about the movie.
I know, but I'm just trying to highlight the concept we're trying to explain.
Alright, fair enough. In Spider-Man 1, when they made the Green Goblin glider and the suit, that was on an Oscorp laboratory, was it not?
Yes, but that doesn't mean that they didn't get the resources elsewhere from distributors.
Okay, well, yeah. Here's the thing: where do you think Oscorp gets their resources? Do you think they make it by their hand? Do you think they make it by hand?
But are you trying to say that every time, like, they don't hold anything on site? They don't hold no materials on site. Whenever they need something, they get it from another.
Let's use a simple one. Okay, so Oscorp is a city, like their locations are generally in a city where they do military contracts, right? So the glider has, let's say, titanium for the blades that come out of the glider. That's titanium metal. Where is it? How would Oscorp create titanium? Or get it?
Obviously, that they would get that from a natural resource, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but there would need to be a there would need to be workers on Oscorp that get that material somehow. Does Oscorp have that?
Oh, we can assume
it's established they have that.
It's a fictional company that's like $1 billion trillion company. We can assume that they have their own mining facilities.
Why would we assume it's
If they
theirs?
have
Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that they would consult other mining facilities and run deals?
I mean, it's
Their own
how
mining
would you?
facilities, their own metal
Okay.
forging facilities, and they have their own like if they have their own like workers that go off-site, off city for faraway trips with multiple shipment trucks and all that, and they can pay all that plus the fact that they can use that equipment to create revolutionary technology. Why would they need funding from the military?
Because
why is the military
they're
funding
creating
their-
weapons.
stuff?
They don't need funding. They created the
Yes,
prototype,
they do.
but they don't.
Yes,
they
they
didn't
do
need.
because if they don't get funding, like Norman literally says, this will be the end of Oscorp. Why would he
Because
need
they're
that funding if he can essentially get his resources himself and sell it himself? Why would he even do a military contract? Why not just sell it
'Cause he's
under his
creating
own
weapons.
prices?
He's creating
Yeah, but they're
weapons
not
for the military.
Yeah,
For
but
the
they're not
military.
just buying it; they're funding the weapon so they can create it. The military funds Oscorp in Spider-Man 1. Why would they do that if they can just create their own resources for the glider?
Well, they weren't creating their own resources. The argument was that you said they were buying it from another distributor.
They would have to. If Oscorp doesn't have a division to create their own resources, they would have to buy it from a separate.
But they are creating their own
distributor.
resources. They create. They
Okay,
they-
so why
they-
do they
they-
need funding from?
they
So why do they
created-
need funding? Why do
well,
they need
create-
military funding?
Well, they created, or we can assume they created or helped create tritium, because what is
No, that's not what they say. They say it's a rare substance on the planet, and Oscorp acquired it.
That only Oscorp acquired. Because what does Doc Ock say? Is that he doesn't say he can go to. He doesn't say he can go to another company and steal it. He says that he needs Harry
Yeah,
Osborn.
but
to
it's
get
just
it
for that
him,
specifically.
assuming that he bought it with money. So the financial situation, at least by Spider-Man 2, has kind of fixed itself.
What?
I'm confused. So like, what exactly is this argument you're going on? So you're trying to say that
I'm
Oscorp...
trying to say Spider-Man. Or I'm trying to say that the plot of you went on a tangent, right? About the risk is that Doc Ock would have taken more risk robbing multiple places.
Yes.
And I'm saying that they had their own site. You agreed with me as well that they have their own mining site and facility. So.
Well, I didn't say Oscorp did. I'm saying they likely consulted other organizations out
Yeah, they
there
don't-
that have these mining
Yeah,
operations
if
or these
anything,
salvaging
it's more
operations.
likely than not that they don't have that. Because
Like-
if Oscorp had, not only, firstly, if they had the money to do that, that means they wouldn't need to rely on the military paying them for experiments. And number two, like, if they can create their own resources, they don't need funding from outside sources. But they do. They needed the military to pay them so that they could buy those resources to create weapons for the military.
Okay, but by Spider-Man 2, they don't need military funding anymore, do they?
Well,
By
that's because
Spider-Man-
That's because they're not working on military-grade weapons anymore.
Fair enough, but by Spider-Man 2, they're funding Dr. Octavius's experiments.
Yeah, that's because it's mutually beneficial, so they make money as well.
Yeah, and
It's
when
put
that
Oscorp
fails,
on the
remember,
map.
he says he's ruined.
But I'm just saying, well, that's not that. I don't know, because in Spider-Man 3 he's okay, he's still okay. But what I'm trying to say is, from evidence from Spider-Man 1, is that they have facilities that hold materials that, in Spider-Man 2, why doesn't he go to those facilities to rob
Well,
those materials?
He basically
They're
does,
less
but to buy them.
They're less covert, they're less populated, and there's less of a chance of getting spotted.
What facilities
when-
are you talking about?
How do you know that?
I'm trying-
Wait, how exactly do you know that? If they have this valuable material,
I
why
mean,
wouldn't there be
robbing
security
the-
for that?
Robbing a public bank, I'm pretty sure police would be more, what's the word?
Responsive?
Responsive, yeah, to that than like a privatized building such as Oscorp.
Oscorp has security.
Yeah, I get that, but I don't. Would it be lethal? Would they have lethal? Would they have the?
Well, how do you know they wouldn't have lethal rounds? We have security guards out there that have armed guns.
I'm in England, so I don't know if a private company in America would.
Well, I mean, the
Private
Second
companies
Amendment
are allowed-
exists, you know, right to bear arms, so
Hang on
of
a
course
second.
they could have it.
Hang on a second. I remember researching this years ago when the Miles Morales game came out, and it is actually true. Private companies do have the right to actually pay for their own personal military to protect their shit. So it's probably better to deal with the police than that. It's actually a better idea to rob the bank than deal with what could be like Oscorp's personal, like, heavily armed security.
But then there's the I'd argue as well then, okay, look, having money is one thing, yeah, but then isn't there, you have to go through this whole process of cleaning the money, making sure the money is legit, untraceable. Isn't there extra steps? I know I'm complicating it, but isn't there extra steps before you can just give this money away?
What do you mean? It's
Sure, but that's better than dealing with a private military that could possibly be defending like a corporation.
He doesn't have a problem with bullets though.
Dude, Liam, why did you DM?
Like
call
we
me?
know that. Like he has no problem with police.
It was just a stupid joke, but it was too late. I thought you were in the call still.
Nah, I was in the kitchen. What's the disagreement?
You just listen.
Spider-Man.
But I'm a little
Spider-Man.
confused here. So I agree that there's probably going to be some process behind, you know, checking if the money is real or not, or whatever. But like, wouldn't that be between Otto and whoever the seller is going to be?
Oh God.
I don't know. I feel like that would be more on Otto's side. I don't think that would be on.
Well, not
the other
necessarily,
guy's
right?
side.
Because if Otto is, well, I think it's reasonable to assume that the money within a bank, it's probably real. That's why they're holding the money there to begin with.
No, it's not okay. No, I know it's real, but it's traceable. It's money that's accounted for, right? It's money that if it's spent somewhere else, that it could easily be found. Because it's like,
well, it depends on how you pay for it, right? If you pay physically, then you can. It makes it easier to hide that.
but that's why you have to clean it. You
If
have
it's
to
under
clean
the
it so it's
table.
not-
I assume that these deals are under the table. That essentially Otto is basically saying, "Hey, I have this really big amount of money. Shut the fuck up about this deal and keep it a secret, and I'll
That's-
give you this amount of
But
money."
that's what I mean. You can just take all that away when if Otto just robs it for himself.
But if he robs it, that's
Okay,
going to draw more
this-
attention from
this whole this
potentially
he doesn't care about
militarized guards.
He doesn't care about that. He robbed the bank. The
bank is less. But we've established why the bank is less risky.
I don't see the
military in it. Corporations are allowed to hire for a military, and if you want to
I hear
argue that
that.
Oscorp is the one that has all this resources, then I'm assuming Oscorp would pay for high-level security that's better than the police.
Yeah, just look at the security we had in the Marvel Spider-Man 2 game. That kind of
But that's-
level we're
but
talking about.
But that's Marvel Spider-Man 2 that they have.
Well, no, I
actual-
agree, but that's just an example of what they could have access to.
Real-life concept.
I hear what you're saying. Don't worry. I hear what you're saying. But
Exaggerated, but like that is real. You can basically pay for a private army to protect your stuff
Okay.
if you're a private company.
I hear you, bro. You can have a private military, but what I'm trying to say is that the Oscorp we've seen in the movie has from what we've seen of it, it's not been shown to have the best military since
Yeah, but
Green
Otto
Goblin
can't
by
know that.
himself. I mean, like he can try.
We don't
can't
know
he? We can
anything
try.
about
we
what
can
Oscorp
see
has
it.
for security.
We
We've
can.
never seen an
this is-
Oscorp security team.
But this is what I'm saying, like in the film, it can at least come into question as in why can't like he doesn't even try. He doesn't say.
Well, we've
"Oh,
established why he
I
might
can't-
not want
I
to try
can't."
that. It could be more of a risk. He
Well,
has to go
wait,
to different locations just to, get these
No,
separate
wait,
materials. But it'd
yeah,
be
no.
easier if he steals the money and then finds way to, do these deals.
No,
Basically,
SK,
give them
yeah.
hush money so that
Listen.
they can run them.
SK, no, listen, we're talking about it. I understand. We're talking about it. But what would have solved the question, like my point, is in the film itself, at least a line where he says, "I can't rob Oscorp. It's too risky. Let me rob the bank." If that was in the film, I would shut up about the point. But that doesn't come up. It's not. If so, and from what we've seen in previous films, is that Oscorp hasn't really got a good defense because Green Goblin himself was, he killed all the board members in Spider-Man 1.
Company.
No, but he killed all the board members. Where was their private defense?
Well, they did have private defense. They had the police there.
Wait, no, the board members didn't have like any kind of security there because they were in a public event where they
But
wouldn't
they would have had some sort of private force, no? They wouldn't
Well, I
just
mean,
be around.
not necessarily a private force, but there's police all over. We have police officers.
You can look at streamers. Yeah, but you can look at
that area.
And to be fair, right? I don't think they were expecting a guy in a glider flying around shooting them down specifically.
I don't know why they wouldn't, because just literally a scene before, he blew up one of the military's things.
Yeah, but that's not known.
But
that's not known till later.
I'll concede that then. Maybe that wouldn't have been known. Maybe that would have been hush.
Even if the board members brought their security force, like their private security force, to the the parade, even if that happened, like the Green Goblin could handle that much better than Doc Ock. The Green Goblin can fly and blow up military weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, that's a fair point. But Doc Ock is still a formidable character himself. He was, able to toss around cars, climb any surface quickly. It's not act like.
Well, I
Doc
mean,
Ock
just
was any
to
less incapable.
maybe this will make things like a little bit easier to understand. One of his immediate resorts when there is security is to grab a civilian just for protection. If we go to these, because you mentioned that these places would be less populated, which I agree with. If they're less populated, then wouldn't there just be less options for him to potentially grab a hostage and protect himself that way?
Also, Doc Ock is formidable mostly because he's flying over his body anyways. And I don't think he can handle a military showering him with bullets.
I don't know, because for instance, how many times did Doc Ock grab a hostage? I think it was twice, right? One halfway through the film with Aunt May, and the second time at the end of the film with Mary Jane, right?
Yeah, he does that
right?
twice. But the point is that it is a resort he would do to protect himself.
So but the first time with Aunt May, why did he do that specifically? It was to
because
lure
the
out
police
Spider-Man,
were aiming
wasn't it?
guns at him.
And secondly, it was to be used against Spider-Man, wasn't it?
Yeah,
he
basically to
literally
deter responses.
He used her to lure him in, and he would have killed him if it wasn't for Aunt May. So it wasn't just for defense, was it? It was also as a leverage tactic for Spider-Man himself.
Yeah.
Which Green Goblin also does in Spider-Man 1, where he uses the children. He's holding children on one side and holding Mary Jane on the left.
Yeah.
So it's not something that is just unique that Doc Ock himself needs a hostage to just outwit the police. He was using it in the same vein as Green Goblin.
My point wasn't that it's unique to him that he can do this. My point is more so that in the situation, if we were to go to those manufacturing places, like you said, which you've agreed were less populated, there'd be less of a chance of even grabbing a civilian there. I don't even know if you'd find one. And even then,
but he wouldn't.
Well, just to add real quick, the fact that this is in the middle of the city where, it's crowded, it's a bank, there's a lot of people there, that would just generally deter guards or police officers from shooting at him.
I hear that, but would he need a hostage if it was less populated? I mean, if we're gonna put in Marvel Spider-Man for example, his arms react faster than his physical arms. Am I right? They have a faster reaction speed.
Correct. Yeah, they react as fast as signals in the brain. But to be fair, they don't establish that speed in Spider-Man 2. They don't specifically say that. However, I do agree that the arms are very formidable. They're very fast. But at the same time, how much can they really take if there's a whole army after them?
I agree. They probably couldn't take a tank. They could not take a tank blast. But I'm sure he could take on at least a small police force. I'm sure of that. And that's from my head, but from what we've seen, he can at least scale wise to Green Goblin?
No, not at all.
No, I think Green Goblin would definitely beat him in a fight. But like, setting that aside, right? The reason I brought this up. Yeah, just the reason I brought this up is because it just, when we're talking about his defenses for if he gets overpowered by guards with guns, it would be safest for him if there are more civilians around, because that would deter shooting and that would give him more options for hostages.
Okay, I hear you, SK, but to bring it back to my original point, like about Spider-Man 2 being worse than Spider-Man 3, as I said before as well, I would have literally agreed with your point about, you know, him robbing the bank if in the film itself it literally says, I can't rob, you know, Oscorp in some smart, you know, Sam Raimi written way, and I would have been like, that's fair, like that's fair. But I really do think it's like from one of those scenes alone, that's kind of stupid on Doc Ock's part.
Well, wouldn't it be a reasonable inference to make that Otto believes it is safer to do the heist, which can give him the money to, you know, because he says, well, we need money, right? He believes he needs money to get all of these materials. If he's under that belief, then wouldn't that be implying to us that there are distributors out there that he's aware of, that he can go reach out to and give money to, especially to keep their mouths shut? And, you know, that's the safest way that he thinks, the safest way he wants to go about it. I'm not sure where we would get this presumption that he could just steal from the distributors of those materials, and that would be the safest way. I mean, wouldn't that require more effort, more heists, more time?
Also, just to add on, as far as we know, those distributors might not even be in New York City.
Yeah,
no,
but
I know but we
especially
know that
especially that this is like super hi-fi science shit that can create a sun. Like, I'm assuming this shit can't just be found in a city. I'm assuming like both Oscorp and Otto have to pay like offshore, like you know,
yeah, what if some of the materials are in like Japan?
But what we saw in the film, right? I don't know if I'm wrong here, but at the end of the film, the frame that he made to create this sun, it was made from rusted, shitty parts, wasn't it?
I don't remember that at all. Is that actually a thing?
Are you talking about the materials for the reactor?
Like not the materials, for like as in, you know, the frame that was around the reactor, right? Like it was rusted, shitty parts. If I'm correct, it was all browny. I don't know. Like if my memory's correct, then the whole frame itself looked cheap and worn out. That's
copper?
why it was. Yeah, like, I don't know if it was copper or just rusted metal or whatever it was, but it didn't look like the frame from the first one, like the smaller one. The smaller one looked, you know, like more legit and secure, even though it failed. But he was saying that the reason why it failed was to do with some electrical disturbance or whatever it was.
I'm sorry, what are you trying to get at with this point?
What I'm trying to get at is that, you know, you're saying that he bought he needed to buy the materials, that obviously includes the frame, but the frame itself looks cheap and, you know.
What do you mean the frame? You mean like the frame of the reactor?
The frame of, I guess, the reactor itself, yeah.
Well, so you're saying it looks cheap. What exactly do you mean by that?
Where someone just posted it in the Discord.
The second reactor. Yeah, so what about it looks cheap to you?
I'm
because
just
like
saying,
just the metal in itself, right? Don't you think that'd be a lot of money? Or getting the electrical equipment to have this powered up, wouldn't that be a lot of money?
No. Listen, from what the Kite Man just posted, I'll retract that because it looks quite legit there.
Okay.
I can't lie. Yeah, but yeah, I feel like other than that point though, just Doc Ock's mentality in the film. If I can move on now, Doc Ock's mentality in the film was just a little bit too I want to say simple's not the word, but I use simple. I thought it was a bit too easy how he kind of overcame his arms. Like he knows that it was the first experiment that killed his wife, and he just I don't know if you watched like Cosmonaut Variety Hour, but like there was that part in the video where he's like, he just comes to the consensus where he was like, well, I gotta finish my experiment. Do you know what I mean? Like it was a weird consensus to arrive to when the first one just killed your wife. You would have thought to your, I know he was getting controlled by his arms, but you would have thought to yourself that maybe I gotta do something better on my time at least. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean better with his time? Because the goal here is to make a better one.
Like for example, like in Marvel Spider-Man 1 again, yeah. The goal was to make the arms, right? To improve in
well, secretly it was to make weapons, but yeah, the original purpose was to
help
create
amputees.
What's it called?
Yeah.
Fucking
help amputees, wasn't it?
Yeah, help amputees. Prosthetics, that's what it is, yeah. That's the original purpose, but then he translated it into becoming weapons.
Yeah, but why wouldn't he just move his, why wouldn't he just switch tasks to prosthetics, since this highly dangerous experiment has just killed his wife?
Well, I'm confused here. Why wouldn't he pursue prosthetics at this point?
Because he's just created the arms, and so far it seems like no one else has access to these arms, because he said it himself that these arms are created to kind of harness the sun in it, but
yeah,
they could be used for obviously they could be used for other purposes. Like, why doesn't he switch to that and start making that and help people with prosthetics? Like,
isn't the idea that he has a personal connection to the fusion reactor? It's
but
essentially
just
they
killed
outline
his
it's his dream project.
But it just killed his wife.
Well, it's still his dream project no matter what.
Yeah. Do you know how like much of a leap in technology that would bring fusion reaction?
I know, but it killed his wife. Like, why wouldn't he at that point just think?
But that would.
It's still a reflection of his high achievements. It's something he's wanted to pursue for years. He says it's his life's work.
I know, but go back to the drawing board. He's not an old guy, isn't it? He's not old. He's not dying. Like, if it was like Norman in the game, again, to reference the game, he had like a degenerative disease, didn't he?
I'm just
that his arm.
I'm confused here because there's no personal gain in him creating them as prosthetics.
Well, the game was to have notoriety.
If anything, like him
not
creating the machine again is conceding defeat, which is the opposite of what he wants. He doesn't want to accept accountability for that.
Well, he said in the film, right, that he said that the knowledge is to serve the people, right? It's a privilege or whatever the fuck he said, yeah?
Yeah, that's a part of it, but there's definitely elements of his character, of his selfishness, of his pride and ego, that outweigh his focus on why he should be creating this.
Yeah, that's obviously what drove him to the villainy in it. And I know it wasn't until Peter reminded him of that same sentence that I just said that's what kind of bring him back, right? So what I'm trying to say is, like, if on the forefront of his mind is the whole he's creating this sun to serve humanity, kind of, bringing them into a new technological era, why doesn't he just, I don't know, as I said, go back to the drawing board and do something else? Keep this in the back burner, keep this on the shelf until we can do it better.
He's a prideful character. His whole thing is his pride. Like, why would he concede defeat? His whole thing was that he didn't think he was wrong. He didn't think he miscalculated.
He knows
he's a prideful He's prideful.
It killed his wife. In some way, he has to know that he was wrong.
I think what killed his wife was Spider-Man's interference.
Right.
Yeah, he rationalizes it and says, no, it was working, wasn't it? Yes, and then when he sees Spider-Man again, he says, you're getting on my nerves, and the reason for that is because the last time Spider-Man was distracting him while he was trying to stabilize the fusion reaction, because he believed that it would have just stabilized if he had stayed focused on it, but because, as soon as Spider-Man distracted him, his wife gets killed, So in his eyes, he's going to use that as an excuse to avoid accountability and say, no, it's actually Spider-Man's fault. You know, it was working, you know?
I'll give you that. I say that in a way he was trying to avoid accountability, but
it's also really hard to ask Doc Ock to get him to admit that he's the reason his wife is dead. Like,
but it wasn't hard, bro, because all Spider-Man had to do was take off his mask, and he's back to being good.
Well, he's not, because he still has to argue with him. Right after he takes off his mask, he starts choking him out, you know, because he's conflicted there. I think the problem is that if his only, I guess, reception, his only feedback is from these arms that serve the same purpose, that feed into his dream and desires, if that's all he hears, and he never hears, like, an honest, you know, he never hears honest feedback from anybody, up until Peter starts talking about it. When Peter knows the experiment, he knows the work that he's been doing, and he's able to appeal to the good parts of him, you know, I think it makes sense that he's able to change from there.
But from what I'm trying to say, like, but you gotta understand, like, it's a bit convoluted, his character, right? Like, if you like understand
not necessarily.
my point,
I think it makes sense for him to start out as stubborn. You know, he's very. It's in a very much in a copious manner, right? He's coping about the fact that he lost his wife. He doesn't want to accept any fault in the matter. And he really wants to just fulfill his dream, but seeing that, you know, it continues to fail, right? It's literally failing right now. He's becoming less and less. It's gonna be a hit on his ego. You know, look at what's happening. We must destroy it.
I hear that, but like now, if I bring it to why Spider-Man 3 is better, yeah. Like, look at Flint Marko in Spider-Man 3. For example, what was his motivations? He wanted to save his daughter.
But Sandman's morals are inconsistent. He feels bad about getting Uncle Ben killed by accident. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. But then, needlessly, he starts a truck chase that crashes into a bunch of people. He also hits cops into a bunch of cars and stuff like that. He flips cars over. He flies through crowds through like a giant sandstorm. It's like he's heavily inconsistent. He works with Venom, who's a crazy killer.
It's not inconsistent because Flint says in the film that if he just takes the money, he will just go. That's lit. That's everyone that.
Yeah. So why didn't he just stop? Why not just stop the bank truck, take the money, and leave? Why not just do that? Why the?
And why work with Venom and try to kill Spider-Man?
Because I swear Venom was the one that was convinced him that Spider-Man's trying to kill your daughter.
No, he didn't say that. He said he just won't let you save her. And the reason for that is he doesn't even know about his daughter. The reason he says that is
I know
because...
Spider-Man didn't say that. I know Spider-Man didn't say that.
No, but I'm saying Venom doesn't even say that. Venom just says...
Along those lines, though.
Well, no, he says he won't let you save your daughter. That doesn't mean he believes Spider-Man's trying to kill his daughter. Spider-Man doesn't know about his daughter.
But you got to understand, like, I don't know what disease she has. I think cancer or something, right? But like, that kind of helps you understand and sympathize with Kane. Like
not really. If he were really was in a situation where he wants to get money but he doesn't want to get anyone hurt, then why not just get the money himself in like a different city and then come back?
But I think he's tried on 2 occasions to get the money. The first time Spider-Man stopped him. The second time Spider-Man stopped him getting the black suit.
I'll say this. That's a problem that he just stops. He loses the money and he doesn't think maybe just beat up Spider-Man because he's literally impervious.
But that's what I'm saying. He can't get the money if Spider-Man's there, and Venom's telling him because every time he tries, Spider-Man's there to stop him.
No, but I'm talking about the first. I'm talking about the first instance. Why did he fail in the first instance when he could have just attacked Spider-Man, grabbed him, threw him, whatever, and Spider-Man really can't do anything to him because he's literally impervious?
Well, he did. Well, Peter was doing stuff. He knocked his legs out.
Yeah, but Sandman regenerated it.
Nothing that was effective.
I'm not saying that Peter won that fight. I'm not saying he won that by any means. But
if he didn't win it, why didn't he get the money?
In that moment, you can kind of see that Sandman was on a time crunch in some way. Like he's speeding around the city trying to
he
get.
leaves without the money. I'm saying in this instance, why not? Yeah, actually, while
Well,
Peter is stuck there trying to save everyone, because Sandman wasn't kicked off the truck yet. He just chose to leave on his own. Why not stay in the truck? Have the fact that the people are need to be saved by Spider-Man. Have that be a distraction for Sandman to take the money.
And you could say that he's still learning his powers, maybe.
No, but he's already learned it.
He
That
literally
was the
fought
purpose of
and
the scene.
beat Spider-Man.
That was the purpose of the scene where he's like forming up and stuff. That was the whole
I'm not
purpose
saying
for him to learn.
It was still early in the film.
Yes, but he still uses his power. Like, that's why he's comfortable going to the truck and stealing the money, because he knows.
I'm not saying he needed to learn his. I'm not saying he needed to learn his power. I'm saying that he could have still been learning different ways, because it was still not
but
perfect.
all he has to do is take money
was,
in this case. That's all we're advocating for.
I'm trying to say maybe he couldn't. Maybe he didn't. I can just say he didn't know how to do that yet. He didn't know how to take the money.
He didn't know how to grab money.
And disappear at the same time. Yeah.
But he does. That's what he was trying to do in the scene.
Yeah,
all he had to do was
but
grab the money and
he
just
wasn't
leave.
accounting. He wasn't accounting for Spider-Man being there, was he?
I mean, honestly, he
okay.
should, because that's what he does. He fights supervillains.
Yeah, if he wasn't, that was
then he's an idiot if he doesn't think of that.
I mean, I know. I guess that's a problem with the film, but like
no.
Well, I'm assuming he thought of that.
Well, in I'm just trying to say in that situation, I feel like he must have thought he could have been fast enough to do it without Spider-Man being there. Yeah, I mean, before Spider-Man got
So,
there.
okay, so why not take this from the angle of going to a different city where Spider-Man's not at, and then take the money, and then go back to New York?
I mean, look at the second time he fought against. He was like fighting against Spider-Man.
Right,
look
but the reason that failed was because there was water.
I know, but look how efficiently. But you're saying about how. Well, I was saying it. We were both saying it about how he couldn't take the money the first time. The second time, look how efficiently he done it. I'm trying to say from the first. No, he did. He took it like from getting the money out of the bank or out of the truck and escaping to the sewers. That was efficient. He did it before Spider-Man even got there. In the first instance, he couldn't even do it before Spider-Man got to the truck. And the second time as well, Spider-Man was ready.
So you think he did it more efficiently because he learned how to pick up money in between the time in the first fight and the second fight?
I would say that he was getting better with his powers as the film went on. Yeah.
Okay, so why would he even go rob the truck if he couldn't pick up money?
Because he was desperate. He was desperate. He was desperate to save his daughter. I think that's the context.
I don't know where we're getting this from, that he can't pick up money.
Why didn't he try to pick up the money in the first fight if he was so desperate?
I'm saying that in the first fight, he doesn't want to, like, obviously he wants the money, right? But he can't fight, like, he can't get the money and fight Spider-Man. So I think in that instance,
why not?
Okay, so again, why not go to a different city, get money, and then come back to New York?
Because his daughter's in New York.
Yeah, but he can come back.
I mean, how could he come back? What was he gonna get on a plane with a boatload of money? Like, how is he gonna do that?
So he can just steal someone's car, drive, and go back and forth. That's what he can do.
Unless she's gonna die in the next few days.
I'm in England, yeah. So, how close is the nearest city to New York, man? I don't know.
I mean, it shouldn't even be that far. Like, especially since he's Sandman, he can fly around.
I don't have that context. You see, like.
Well, I think it ultimately wouldn't matter where the closest city is. It's just that
we never see him in the film as well.
Like for reference, it can take you like 2 hours to drive from New Jersey to New York. So in that case, why can't you just fly to New Jersey, a different state, get money from a bank, and then fly back?
Spider-Man doesn't go to New Jersey.
I mean, he's listening to the police radio. There's border patrols. I don't know. Maybe there could be there could be ways that he can
Yeah, but he wouldn't get police radio of something in New Jersey. That's not NYPD.
But I'd assume that the New York Police Department and New Jersey would communicate in some way. No?
Why? It would just be the New Jersey Police Department that
That's
handles
outside,
it.
yeah, that's outside of their jurisdiction.
That's out of their reach.
Common etiquette, like yo, we just been attacked by some sand guy. He's coming back to New York.
Okay, but
know,
how would
ready?
Spider-Man get there in time?
How would he
I'm
know
not
which
saying that
vehicle
he
to
would-
take if he were to take a vehicle?
I'm just like, I'm not saying that Spider-Man would go there. I'm saying that if Sandman went back, you know, police would say, rear tear, he's driving a yellow sedan. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
Look out
Yeah.
for
How
that.
would they know that?
I don't know. I thought police.
Unless he's just stupid. Unless he's just
You know-
stupid enough to go exactly to the car
You know-
he used.
He's
to get
but he's
there.
not. But that's the thing. Sandman is not smart. That's one of his characters. That's his problem. He's not smart in the film. He's not Doc Ock.
Well, he's not meant to be stupid,
in-
right? And he should think of ways to do this job
Well,
without getting
he's-
people hurt.
I think in some ways he's supposed to be close to stupid, at least. Like not stupid, but at least like just above Rhino. Like if we're taking in characters like Spectacular Spider-Man, for instance, Sandman wasn't much smarter than Rhino. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think he would
I
think
know
of
he's
basic
not.
things like so. So if his problem is Spider-Man keeps getting in my way, why not go to a different city with the powers that he has?
We never seen him. Well, if you're talking about flying back down, we never seen him fly back with money.
But we see him fly in this film. We see him do it like in the first
But
fight
with-
scene.
But with money, we don't see him fly with money.
Okay, why couldn't he? He can fly around with the bracelet that he carries.
True.
Okay.
Which would be harder to keep up in sand than a
Alright.
bag of money would be.
All right. I can see that point there. Yeah.
Okay.
But I feel like
So do you
in
think
terms-
Harry is better in
I feel like
Spider-Man
in terms,
3?
I feel like in all three films, I feel like I would say that like Harry's arc is you have to look at all three films, and I feel like his arc throughout those three films is conveyed like really well. Like I like his rise and his kind of descent into Spider-Man 3.
I think his descent was rushed.
Why
No,
does it
no,
take
no.
why doesn't his butler tell Harry beforehand?
Because
Like before Harry tries to kill Peter, why doesn't his butler
In-
tell Harry
in
that the goblin killed himself?
Because in the film, he said that he loved him like his father, right? So, like, I'm pretty sure
So
the
he
butler
would want-
wouldn't. I'm pretty sure
You
the
would want
butler
him
wouldn't
to go
want.
into villainy instead
No,
of telling him the
pre-
truth.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think he knew that Harry was, you know, in the.
Oh
in,
yes,
in the guy.
Harry saying, "I want Spider-Man dead" for like a year.
Well, he
Wasn't
knows that
enough.
because he says your father only obsessed with his work, so he knows.
Yeah, but he didn't know Harry was, you know, running around as the new Goblin.
Yeah, but he knows that he's being unhealthily obsessed with getting back at Spider-Man. That he doesn't just tell him, "Hey, this is not what happened."
But I feel like by the time he sees it visually on his face, like, you know, like he sees him with the scar on his face, and that's when he feels it's appropriate, when it's actually starting to hurt him physically. By that time,
Yeah, but it's
he
harming him
says it.
emotionally, and you just said that he loved him, so.
I know it's hard, but I feel like at that point, I think that's where there's different thresholds for different people, and I think at that point he probably thought, all right, now is time. I'm not his father, but I still think now is the time I should step in. And maybe you disagree at the.
Why
pace
doesn't he step in when Harry is making deals with?
Again, I don't. Maybe
Well, he doesn't know about
you
that.
disagree. Maybe you disagree at where he should have done it, but I feel like, in my opinion, I think it was okay for where it was.
I don't know. I feel like people with common sense would disagree for when he done it.
I don't. Well, for example, how
I
many
think the
people
ideal point would be
how-
Spider-Man 2, where he sees him obsessed with it.
like you can look at, for example, there are many people in real life here that lock themselves in their room and their parents are too scared to tell them about doing better with their lives because of mental
this
health.
is another thing, right? So there'd be an investigation as to what happened, and they would find out about the blade that pierced him.
Yeah,
so wouldn't he just provide that information to investigators that he died from his own hand? Why would he willingly accept a Spider-Man being falsely blamed for him dying?
Well, it was probably probably at that point he saw it as the only thing that was driving Harry. Like, if it wasn't for that, Harry wouldn't have, taken over the company and started investing. Because, as I said, like, to bring it back, Oscorp obviously done better than it did in the first film. Do you know what I mean? So, obviously, the death of his father and the blaming of Spider-Man kind of drove him to bring Oscorp and turn it around.
So you're saying he didn't say anything because it might compromise the success of Oscorp?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I can see an angle, right, where the death of the Harry seeing Spider-Man kill his father kind of drove Harry to, gave Harry a drive in some way to turn, take charge of the company, turn it around, and use his resources in some regard to slander Spider-Man and also carry on his father's legacy to make him proud, because that's what he was doing in Spider-Man 2.
Okay, so if the butler knew that it was, Norman that was the Green Goblin, why would the butler want Harry to carry on that legacy?
He didn't know. I don't think the butler knew that Harry was the new Goblin.
He knew Norman was, so why would he want Harry to carry on Norman's legacy?
But
when Norman was a domestic terrorist.
But why would he inform him of something he doesn't know? Like, why would he say, "I don't want you, Harry, to be another Goblin"? He wouldn't want to tell him that. Look how long it took him to tell him about his father. I don't understand that.
So instead of telling him that, he just waits until Harry gets his face blown up to do it? That makes no sense.
I feel, as I said before, I feel like you could argue where he would have, where was the appropriate time to tell him.
So he knows Norman as the Green Goblin, and under that context he says, your father only obsessed with his work. So doesn't he realize that this can result in him obsessing with killing Spider-Man and endangering himself?
Well, in what context do you say work? Do you say work as the Green Goblin or work as in Oscorp?
Well, I mean, just any means of going after Spider-Man.
If Harry is acting like his father, the butler should want to stop that, considering he knows that
his father became
Norman
the Green
Goblin.
But Norman didn't become the Green Goblin to kill Spider-Man.
He became the Green Goblin to kill other people who believed wronged him. The point is that Harry would do the same, but to Spider-Man.
No, he didn't, because in the film he said they were trying to cut the bullet. You said it in the film. They were trying. The Liam guy said it. They were cutting the funding because they didn't believe in the project at hand. But Norman he put himself as the guinea pig. So
that doesn't change what I said, right? The point I was making was that if Norman becomes the Green Goblin and starts obsessing with getting back at people, and he sees the same patterns in Harry, then it's reasonable to assume that Harry would try the same thing with Norman, with Peter.
But the way you said it was he became the Green Goblin to get back at people. That wasn't the reason he became the Green Goblin.
To clarify, I'm not saying he injected himself with the formula to get back at people. Once he learned of his powers, he used them to get back at people.
But what we know from the serum
which is him becoming the Green Goblin.
But what we know from the serum itself was that it had negative, a negative impact on his. His brain.
I mean, to be honest, that's another thing he should be thinking about. What if there's copies of that Harry could use?
But he didn't know that. The butler didn't know that it was in his house. I don't know,
he would know Harry would have access to it though. Harry is the CEO of Oscorp.
Is there just no files, like any personal files Norman would have left behind?
it's hard to say because where like we don't know the scene. Well, in the first film when he became the Green Goblin, we can assume that it was in a different site and he killed the only other person that knew about it, destroying the computer. He flung him onto a computer or whatever it was. You can assume that Green Goblin blew up the lab before.
Okay, well, all right, that's fair. Well, we'll set that aside, right? Harry is in charge of special projects where he can lead projects that can, obviously be very dangerous, ranging from, gliders to fusion reactors, whatever. The point is that Harry would have access to very dangerous means of science thanks to his power, his money, and his position at Oscorp. So wouldn't that mean if he gets obsessed with getting back at Spider-Man and he works on a project that specifically enables him to do that, then yeah, I think that's an entirely probable outcome that Bernard should be thinking of.
Probable, but
yes,
it's like you can't look at Harry's journey and look at Norman's journey and see the parallels. Like what Norman did, he did for his company. What Harry did, or Harry is doing it for revenge, isn't it? Like against.
Well, yes, and that would make it more apparent that he's gonna do something potentially violent if he's seeing the same patterns in his father, who was also violent.
I mean, it's hard. Like the butler seeing the signs, isn't it? Like, how likely is that? Because it's not like Harry was taking out rage. Like, we didn't see any scenes in the films where Harry was taking it out on the butler.
I don't know. Harry is in public saying things like, I swear on my life, Spider-Man will pay. And stuff like that. I think that's pretty...
What scene was that? I don't remember.
The fucking end of Spider-Man 1. He says, all I have left is Spider-Man at the thing, at the crime scene of...
Yeah, he makes it very clear that he wants to get revenge on him. I don't think that's in dispute.
He's not subtle at all about his hatred of Spider-Man, at all.
I mean, what if he starts a task force and tries to send them against him? What if he starts funding money into, like, into a task force and says, go after Spider-Man? What if he resorts to getting Hitman on him? I mean, like, man, it can go crazy. What if he resorts to getting a hitman to interrogate Peter and force him to tell him where he is, since he clearly has some connection with him?
He didn't stop being physical with Peter until...
But he can be, that's the point.
But that's
if a guy that says, I have nothing left except Spider-Man, he's obsessed with Spider-Man, that's all he's focused on, Spider-Man revenge?
But that's hypothetical, because you said he said that at the end of Spider-Man 1.
These are probable outcomes to focusing on revenge, especially with someone as much power as Harry. And again, he's seeing the same patterns in his powerful father, who used his power to kill people as a terrorist.
But you said at the end of Spider-Man 1, though, that he was saying all this about he will get
revenge
on Spider-Man.
At Norman's funeral.
But in Spider-Man. But no, he said that to Peter.
I mean, wouldn't he not want to get revenge on anybody if he was informed that he didn't?
He doesn't say that in public.
But he's in a public funeral.
No,
and he's been saying shit like this since the end of Spider-Man 1.
He's been saying this forever. He said it at the end of Spider-Man 1. He says, "I have nothing left except Spider-Man." He doesn't stop talking about it. He even says every night, until I find him, it's 24/7. That's what he says. He's obsessed with this.
But it doesn't matter who he says. If he's saying it on the news, then you could argue that the butler would know about it. But if he's saying,
well, I mean, the police suspect. There's even a news article that says the police suspect Spider-Man was involved in Norman's death. So, and that would be because Harry would have said that.
Well, that would be also because, in the witness testimony, you could say, Spider-Man delivered or dropped the body of his father, and that's the last thing he saw. But
Also, why would he be saying this just to Peter, not to the person who lives with him in his home?
In the scene,
where he would be working.
I don't think that Harry saw the butler in the same way the butler saw Harry. And that was quite.
It doesn't matter. Harry could be saying it out loud to himself while he's at his home. He lives. Yeah, he says it.
Who? What random person?
Yeah, he says it to random.
What random person?
He says that in when the lab explodes in Spider-Man 2, to just some random guy he barely knows. He's just like, he humiliated me by touching me. It's that scene.
But little snarky comments. That.
Well, no, that's the same scene where he says, "I have nothing left except Spider-Man," and the guy's just like, "He saved your life."
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that would equate. I don't think that would.
Doesn't that highlight that he blames him when he publicly blames him?
But it's.
And yeah, like someone brought up, he was literally punching pictures of Spider-Man before Bernard said he was leaving for the night.
But even in that scene as well, like, I don't even. So, in the scene that Catman has posted, like, he's saying it under his breath.
That is not under his breath.
No, because people heard him.
Obviously,
they heard him.
Obviously, he's got his. Wait.
But they heard him. They responded to him. He saved your life, sir.
Spider-Man.
1 second.
I've nothing left except Spider-Man.
I mean, I don't know if the scene he posted cut out the police officer.
Well, the police, well, not the police officer, but a guy immediately afterwards says, he says he saved your life, sir. So
I believe
he did hear that.
I do believe you. I'm just saying, if to bring it back to the butler, there's no scene specifically where I don't think the butler would kind of. Maybe he would see the small signs, but I don't think Harry would explode on him. He has that professionalism to kind of keep that tucked close to his chest.
Why would he?
Huh? Because why would he take it out on the butler?
He's in his own home. He would probably be not taking it out on the butler, but probably taking it out on like a object in his house or something near the butler where he
punched the photos of Spider-Man.
I don't know, because the one scene we saw was when this one scene we saw where he was destructive was when he threw a mirror or something at his mirror, right? And that's when he found the whole corridor leading to the Goblin formula, right? And in that scene, the butler wasn't even there, so you can quite.
The butler, dude. Use contact clues. The butler lives with Harry. Harry has had an obsession with Spider-Man since the end of Spider-Man 1. So, there is no way throughout that entire time Harry would not make it extremely obvious that he hates Spider-Man to this butler.
Well, why would he make
There's no way.
Why would he make it extremely?
Because he does it to literally he makes it obvious. He's not subtle about it. He is saying it out loud in public. He's talking to regular people about it, people he does not know.
The first time he turned to Peter, the second time he said it to himself, and the second video show he said it to himself, and a police officer just heard him.
He responded without even trying to hide it.
But he's
not trying to hide it.
But he's not being overtly he's not being animated. He's not raging out.
He also slaps Peter in a public event, complaining that Peter is still friends with Spider-Man.
But in that context, he was more upset with Peter than he was with Spider-Man.
He's still hating Spider-Man in that scene, though, and it's a public scene.
But that's fine. He's upset with his best friend, not really upset with Spider-Man. I'm trying to bring it back. We can argue back and forth here, but there's no scene in the film where the butler sees Harry, raging in the.
So you're assuming throughout the years between Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 3, Harry just is completely calm around the butler in all the years.
I think so.
That's a crazy
So this is the
assumption
butler that he sees basically every day in his home.
I know it's the butler that raised him. Yeah.
Yeah, But then he also, you're telling me the guy that raised him doesn't know about something he talks about 24/7.
I'm sure he talks about it around him, but I'm saying that I'm saying that he wouldn't be so animated. So I don't think it would give him a specific reason. I said like to the point where he's physically hurt. That was the point where he would inform him when he sees it's actually doing physical damage.
I mean, this is a rich guy who is. There's a lot of things he could do if he wants to get back at someone, and he is obsessed with getting revenge on Spider-Man. I just don't know how it wouldn't be at least revealing, especially when he says, "Oh, your father only obsessed with his work." The same guy that was willing to become a terrorist. Like, I don't see how he wouldn't realize the correlation.
I mean, Norman and Harry have different arcs, as I said before.
Well, it's irrelevant, right? He knows that Norman still turned to that regardless.
It's not irrelevant because if you're trying to compare the two, and there's different reasons and different signs. So if he's seeing different signs and different reasons, why would you conclude that Harry would go so far as to turn himself into a goblin?
Because
he saw Norman assessing over things.
Yeah, part of his work was killing people.
What, Norman?
Yes, especially to stay in power.
Yeah, but that wasn't until he became the goblin.
Doesn't matter. He still did.
He saw Norman obsessing over things, and he became a goblin.
He still did it, though.
He then sees Harry obsessing over killing Spider-Man.
But he didn't see that, though. He didn't see that. You're saying he saw that.
Well, he still knows that Norman did it.
You know how crazy what you're assuming is? You're assuming the butler who raised Harry has never seen Harry say anything about his life's mission
just like my last point. If there was a scene where you see the butler and Harry in the same room where Harry was raging, or at least talking about Spider-Man, I will concede my point. But that house is so large that Norman was on the floor having a conversation with a mask, and no one walked in until the last second before anyone realized. Like, it's completely possible that
Just ignoring
Harry...
the place times where he's seen in public saying he thinks Spider-Man killed his father.
The butler wasn't there.
It's a public scene and he's a public figure.
The butler wasn't there. The butler wasn't there.
So the butler just ignores everything Harry does, then, is what you're saying.
No, I'm not even saying that. I'm saying that in the house, it's completely possible from how large it is that Harry can hide all his fits from his butler. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, what is being argued?
I'm saying the argument is about Spider-Man 2 being being worse than Spider-Man 3.
Oh, yeah, that's actually, you know what? I agree with that.
You're an idiot.
Why are you guys fighting with him about it? He's literally saying.
Why'd you hang up at me?
Why'd you... Fuck, I wouldn't, you lucky bastard. You got lucky on that one, that's good. You got lucky on that one. Nah, but if I'm being honest, I never cared for Raimi 2, so I'm actually like... If it's being like argued against, then I'm happy. The only good Raimi movie is like the first one, and that's it. Honestly, I think like the second one is so overrated.
I feel like MJ's arc makes more sense. I feel like it would make more sense for her to be jealous of a Spider-Man, whereas in Spider-Man 2, she's getting married to another man just because Peter won't say he loves her. In Spider-Man 2, it is kind of why, because as soon as Peter kind of confesses or whatever, says that the reason, or she finds out that the reason why he can't be with her is because he's Spider-Man, and then she chooses to be with him anyway. It's like
that but that doesn't prove that she got married to him because Peter said no. That's not the reason.
He said no, but she realizes that the reason why he said no was because of his responsibility. That was what she learned.
I'm confused. Like, what's the intrinsic issue here?
I'm trying to say that in Spider-Man 3, her arc makes more sense. I can imagine her being more jealous of Spider-Man in a relationship than it's just insane to be engaged to someone and leave them at the funeral, leave them at the pyre, whatever it's called, leave her at the wedding, basically, the groom at the wedding.
I'm confused. Like, what do you mean? Her arc makes more sense.
Like,
I don't even know what her arc is in the third film. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, so like,
Not cheating.
She's in a relationship. Yeah, true. She's in a relationship with Peter, right?
Wait.
And her life is going.
Oh, sorry. Finish your point. It's like off topic, anyways. But just finish your point, and then I'll say it.
So in Spider-Man 3, yeah, like, she's basically a failing actress, and Spider-Man obviously has all this popularity, and when Mary Jane's trying to talk to Peter about it, Peter's like, oh no, don't worry, I understand, Spider-Man's got problems too. And it's like, it's not helping her because, you know, there's no sympathy, is there? Like she wants kind of like to be heard, not to be, you know, talked to. Like, you get what I'm trying to say, right? But yeah, in the end they kind of break up and then get back together and return to like simple, you know, simple story beats. But in Spider-Man 2, like, she's literally marrying someone, and in the film, like in the beginning of the film, she's literally going up to Peter and saying, "Oh, look, I know you love me. I know you love me." Like in the beginning of the film.
After he hints that he has some interest.
But still, you're getting married to someone. Like, why are you getting up into another guy's? But you can assume that still that she fully knew that she's in a relationship and she's getting engaged anyway. Before it was announced.
She didn't get asked yet. She only got asked at the party.
No, how do you know that?
Because that's what he said.
Because he asks her at the party.
No, it was announced at the party. It wasn't
No, he
asked
said
at the party.
she just agreed to marry me. There was no proposal beforehand.
Okay, but even if that's not, even if the context comes later, before that they have to be in a relationship, right?
That's irrelevant.
But then,
because she also says,
so
no,
getting
like,
into another...
she doesn't even answer the question when he says if he's a boyfriend. She just says, well, I like him. So it's not even true at that point.
But they get engaged, so how is that not true?
Yes, later.
So what? They were in a relationship for like 2 minutes and then get engaged?
Yeah, she rushed it.
Bro, I don't understand.
Well, I mean, I don't see how it's inconsistent with her character that she rushes who she wants to spend the rest of her life with. Like, that's a thing people can do.
Because why? I'm not saying that it's inconsistent, but I'm saying, why would you think that she got into a relationship with him after that conversation, and it wasn't before that conversation?
Well, she couldn't answer the question, right?
Well, why? But she didn't want to. Because
so he wasn't. She wasn't sure how far that relationship would go.
She's clearly deflecting. She clearly doesn't want to be vulnerable with Peter. That was the reason. Because
she's been vulnerable in the previous movies.
Yeah, but obviously she got rejected, and she doesn't want to open up the same way again to avoid getting hurt. So in this film, she's
if anything, she is open in the scene. It's just that Peter keeps flaking out and lying, which you can tell.
Well, it wasn't, because in the scene itself, as you said, she's dancing around the question, but she's saying, or almost convincing herself, that I know you love me, blah blah blah. Like,
well, she's not convincing herself; she knows, and Peter's clearly lying in the scene.
But all right, like, BS me, like, from you can say, I don't know, like, you could argue, but I don't see how she would, you know, get into a relationship with the guy after the scene and not before. You know what I mean? I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me, honestly.
I don't think it doesn't make sense if they've establish the timeline of events. She was, while she was like seeing John, she wasn't sure how far that would go. Clearly, that progressed as Peter continued to fail her, and yeah, that's just what happened.
You're a pedophile. Prove me wrong, SK.
But I just think her arc in Spider-Man 3 was better than her arc in Spider-Man 2.
I mean, I don't really see that, because in Spider-Man 3, after she forgives Peter for the key to the city thing, she just cheats on him at random with Harry.
Well,
I don't know why.
Well, they already, in that scene, they already broke up. Remember, he tried to propose to.
No, that was.
They were.
No,
No,
that was
they were already,
that was later. That was later. They didn't break up.
They were all, but they were already kind of in a low point in their relationship.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they broke up. If anything, she forgave him for the action.
I don't know, because
that's why there's a later scene where she says it's not working, we're done.
Yeah, but in that part, in that okay, but there's no scene where she flat out forgives him. But
no, she says, I know you made a mistake and you feel guilty, but I want to be here for you. So she's already let that go.
When was
but
that?
Then proceeds to cheat on him anyway.
Well, it was obviously because she was trying to protect him.
No, that's later.
What do you mean?
She wasn't trying to protect him when she went to Harry's house and then cheated on him. That's only later. He doesn't make the threat yet.
I mean, it's hard to say that, because in the film itself, like, what she kisses him once and then never again, doesn't she? So clearly it was a mistake being made.
Yeah, but after, you know, her many years of experience, she should know better by now.
Yeah,
especially since, again, she's not even holding what Peter did against him anymore. So why does she proceed anyway?
Well, I argue to protect him, because she was being threatened by Harry in a lot of the scenes.
Oh, what are you talking about?
She was getting threatened by Harry, wasn't she?
No, that was later. I'm not talking about when she was threatened. That's another time.
Because you're talking about the scene with her dancing in the kitchen, right?
Yeah, that's before the threat.
Okay, I remember that differently. Well, okay. Yeah, but still, I feel like in the each character in Spider-Man 3, was kind of juggled. But in a movie, they were juggled really well, better than one character was done in Spider-Man 2. That's just my opinion.
All right, well, I don't agree, but I think we can end it off here.
Yeah, leave it there. Yeah. All right, thanks, man.
All right, yeah. Thank you for coming on.
SK, you're a rat.
I'm sorry. Is there something you'd like to say, Kyrito?
You're a rat.
Is there something you'd like to say, Kyrito?
You're a rat. That's what I just said.
Great. That's
You're
great,
a rat.
Kyrito. Anyway, yeah, loser's gone now. Yeah. I think we're gonna call it now. Appreciate you all coming on.
That was it.
Yeah, that is it.
DJ.
But yeah, I guess what I'm gonna be working on next, just as like a bit of an update. I'm gonna work on a video on Web of Shadows. I looked at the story. I think it's bad. I'll talk about it.
SK, as your editor, I have a request. Do the fucking Transformers video already, because I'm actually itching to do it.
Here's the thing. I want to do the Dead Space one first as well. I want that out by Halloween, and then afterwards we'll do
penis.
Transformers 1.
Alright, good one. I already have an idea for the intro.
For what?
The Transformers video. And the outro. I'm gonna do the outro that you wanted me to do on the other video.
I'm gonna burn this motherfucker to the ground.
I
get an
recorded it and
amen?
everything.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll do that. And yeah, as for other, I guess, content to expect, let me check the list, actually. I'll give a content update, why not?
Wonder Woman.
Oh yeah, Wonder Woman. I'm gonna talk about why that movie's terrible, because it is.
And
for Kyrie
issue 1.
Gonna work on a video with Batnik about whether or not Bullseye in the MCU is redeemable or not. It's more of a discussion video. I'm making a Sonic 06 video as well.
Vincent.
Let's see. Obviously, after Wonder Woman, I'll go after the Justice League movies in live action, which are both terrible, and the rest of the DCEU. I'll talk about Amazing Spider-Man issue 1, and then obviously the rest. What else is on the list? Oh yeah, I'll get out a Deadpool and Wolverine video at some point as well. Please show mercy. Oh yeah, I gotta respond to the I forgot that person's name. The person that said Spider-Man 2 didn't nerf Peter, you're just media illiterate. I'm responding to that because that one's pretty bad. What else? Anything else I need to note for now? No, I think this covers it. See anything in chat to respond to?
Shut up, Kyrie.
It just got here. Is it over? Yeah, we're basically over. I don't feel like I'm gonna do the disagreement day. It's hard to disagree with you without making myself look like a fool. Well, I mean, I don't see disagreement days as like, you know, making yourself look like a fool. I see it as, you know, testing some other viewpoints and seeing if you change. Or seeing if you change someone else, you know. That's kind of the idea here. It's not to make a fool of anybody. I mean, some people do that just by being an asshole, but, you know, it is what it is. I don't know you shit. I don't know you shit. Your Daredevil thing. Okay, well, I'll respond to that quickly. Where's the Daredevil thing?
For any of you FNAF fans in the chat, I'm considering making a FNAF fan game.
Your defense as well for the Bullseye stuff. Is the reasoning you have for Daredevil stopping Bullseye killing Fisk but letting him kill the FBI agents that he got his morals back? Well, he didn't let him kill the FBI agents. He was focused on getting Fisk, and he believed that Fisk was his main target. Looking forward to the Web Shadows video. Appreciate it. I'll try to get it out very soon. Probably before Halloween, and then on Halloween I'll get the Dead Space video out. Okay, well that's all for now. See you all later. Goodbye.
See you all later.